there may be a chance that the attackers or the hackers, they may be trying to steal this sensitive information of an organization. So like a normal scanning techniques we can use, or the kind of assessment of the infrastructure, to know the kind of operating systems that are used, to know the kind of services that are available in an organization, and to know what kind of IP address space that the organization contain, what kind of technologies that are used by the organizations. So these kind of available techniques are used to actually find out the various aspects of an organization, so that using some of the vulnerabilities or any kind of loopholes that exist in these technologies can be used to steal the sensitive information, or to do some kind of malicious intents, or kind of things that can be done on the organization. So to defend against these kind of attacks, or these kind of incidents, so it is very important that the network has to be protected. And for this, there may be a lot of issues that can, or there may be a lot of characteristics, or there can be a lot of features that has to be established in an organization to protect from these kind of attacks. So we have security devices, we have a lot of access control methods. So these kind of techniques and methods can be used to actually protect the network in an organization. And when we talk about this perimeter security, so it is not only the kind of infrastructure we actually use in an organization, because when we talk about attacks on the computer systems, it is very important to take them as in a serious way, and to protect these infrastructure, because what happens is, if there is any leakage or any kind of issue with respect to the organizational data, then it will be a very serious issue for the organization. So for this, when we talk about this infrastructure security, the first thing we need to understand is along with the physical security, then the security procedure and policies are to be compulsory, because this is how we define the kind of physical security, or how actually this security can be used in a proper way, because that is where the policies and procedures have to be defined, how this infrastructure can be used to secure the organizational data or the organization. So in this aspect, we need to understand, or we need to first define the security policies and what kind of procedures that can be used to a set of infrastructure that is already there in an organization, so that they can be effectively used to make this the security possible. So for this, again, these kind of security policies or procedures can be enforced in the following areas, like the physical access control, where we can be having this biometric access, or the facial recognition, or it's a set of physical controls where whenever there is an entry or exit, a proper kind of access mechanism has to be there. Let's say if we talk about any data center, then there will be a lot of physical access controls with this particular kind of thing. So first we need to entry at the security, there will be surveillance cameras, there should be a proper approval before entering the data centers, and also along with that there should be a proper kind of biometric access or a kind of card access. So all these kind of mechanisms will ensure that the proper authorization and the proper kind of authentication is done before the secure areas are actually used by individuals, so that this kind of security will be in place, or will be starting from the physical access control. Not only to that a specific premise, we can also have the physical access controls onto the devices, like it may be a system where there may be a kind of proper access to that kind of devices. So these kind of things will become. And when we talk about the device management, again, this is with respect to the kind of individual devices we use in the IT infrastructure. Like it may be an endpoint system, it may be the server, it may be smartphones, or it may be a laptop, or any kind of devices that we use with respect to the infrastructure, then they should be properly managed, and whatever the controls or whatever the access mechanisms that are there, they should be continuously monitored and logged to actually understand the kind of access, or to understand what is there on those particular devices. And also with respect to the private security, so we need to segregate the kind of network also with respect to the kind of infrastructure, so that only a specific set of group or a specific kind of people are having a particular security in an area. So these kind of things are to be considered whenever we talk about the physical security, as well as accordingly the security policies and the procedures are to be made so that they will be effective with respect to the kind of environment. And when we talk about this security, it is not only a single point, because whenever we talk in terms of security, it is not a single point, say that a particular point is secured and entire security is enforced, or it is there. So we have to treat this security in every aspect, or in every parameter, or in every part of the IT infrastructure. So right from the physical security, that means right from the cables laid out and with respect to all the high-end devices which are there. So this security has to be inbuilt, or it has to be with respect to the kind of policy. So it has to be enforced in all the kind of parameters, or in all the kind of devices that are available. It may be the cables, because a kind of security has to be there with respect to the cables layout, so that no one can actually connect to the open ports which are available and can access the network. Or there may be kind of security with respect to the switches we use, or there may be the security with respect to the routers that are used, and with respect to the gate walls, the firewalls, or the security devices like the IDS, intrusion detection system, intrusion prevention system. So all these devices are to be taken care. It's not that at a single point it is secured and the entire security is enforced. So it has to be taken in every part of the infrastructure. So when we talk about these kind of device, because security, as we said, it is not only a single point as we discussed. So there will be a lot of devices, and there will be a lot of methodology that is involved in protecting this IT infrastructure. So we have different kinds of devices with respect to that. We may be, as we discussed, there are a lot of devices at each particular point to provide a set of features in the IT infrastructure. So for this, there are a lot of devices, and according to the kind of design, or according to the kind of resources that are used, these security devices are used. So whenever we talk about an organization network, so it has to be connected to the networks which we don't know. Like let's say if we talk about the internal network of an organization, then this has to be connected to the internet. So from internet, it is not a trusted network for the organization, because there may be any kind of kind of traffic that may come into the network. So, or it may go out of the internal network to the internet. So these kind of networks are to be ensured that there is a security on this kind of thing. So from a security perspective, if we talk about, so this network or the perimeter it has every point where the internal network is connected to the different networks, and the endpoints or the host are to be properly managed with respect to the networks. So with these kind of things, so each device in this network or the IT infrastructure has its own characteristics, it has its own advantages, and also it has its own limitations. And whenever we talk about security, there should be two kinds of approach to the kind of security we use in terms of design, because as a specific device, there may be a kind of advantage or limitations to a particular security device, and there is also an integrated approach with respect to all the devices which are there. So the security has to be looked into these two aspects, as an individual device or the security device, or what are the security parameters on those devices as an individual, and whenever this device is placed in the network, so what kind of characteristics that the device behave as part of the whole architecture. So there should be two kind of approaches whenever we talk about this security in the device thing. So the first is individual as well as the integration integrated approach with respect to that. And also when we talk about the kind of security risks, so there are a lot of securities that are involved. A normal default configuration with a weak password or a default configuration can also be in security risk when we talk about the perimeter security of an organization or the IT infrastructure. So, and also we have a lot of modern attacks, which we'll be discussing some of the attacks in the coming sessions in the afternoon, where the information can be gathered of an organization, the scanning techniques can be performed, and using the vulnerabilities of the applications or the devices, the exploitations can be done. So based on that, we again have a lot of advantages and limitations with respect to all the devices which are there in the IT infrastructure. And when we talk about the kind of defenses that are looked in an IT infrastructure, so broadly we can categorize them into the kind of perimeter devices, the network defenses, host defenses, and application defenses, as well as to protect the data and resources that are there in an organization. So when we talk about the perimeter defenses, so the perimeter or the overall connectivity, we have to look about blocking the illegal access or the kind of anonymous access to the authorized communication. So there should be a proper authorization mechanism to access the resources of an organization. So there should be a kind of mechanism or a kind of policies or procedures to actually protect these kind of unauthorized communication. So the devices or the kind of technologies that are used at the perimeter level, then they have to be in a proper way that all the kind of traffic or all the kind of communication that is come in and out has to be properly permitted or denied. Then it has to be continuously monitored accordingly. And when we talk about the kind of network defenses, again, along with the kind of there should not be only kind of single security kind of thing. Then it has to be multiple security layers, like an antivirus can be used, or intrusion detection system can be used, or there may be kind of intrusion prevention system, or because this defense has to be at the network level. So along with the, let's say when we use an antivirus at an host level, or the same can be deployed at an network level, where when there is an entry into the network itself, the traffic or the communication can be scanned at a single point. So these kind of methodologies can be used so that a proper incident response plan can also be generated with that. And when we talk about the host defense, and again there may be kind of encryption can be used at the host level, or the kind of authentication, a proper kind of authentication and authorization can be made at the host level, so that only the proper kind of controlled communication can be only established with respect to the host available. And when we talk about the application defenses, so this can be a kind of applications which are used with respect to the network, with respect to the applications that are hosted as part of this. So we have a different set of applications. It may be an email application, or it may be an web-based browser application, or a website or a portal that is hosted from the organization to be accessed by the public. So a lot of kind of analysis has to be made on this kind of application. So what kind of how many hits that are coming onto the application, what are the IPs that are, and with respect to that, not only the kind of success rate, but also we need to look on to the kind of errors that are coming onto the application, because whenever there is an kind of mechanism or an attacking that is happening on the application, so there may be a lot of traffic that is generated to access these applications or the kind of applications that are available in an organization. So these errors will also give an insight into the kind of application we use, or the approaches that is made by the attackers or the people from the outside. So how to actually access this kind of application. So application defense is all is also a very important part. And whenever we talk about the data and resources, because there may be a lot of sensitive information in organization, there may be documents, there may be a videos, there may be a kind of PDF files. So there is a lot of sensitive information on the organization. So there may be a kind of data leak prevention kind of methodologies can be used, and the kind of file sharing that can be used. So we have to protect these kind of sharing information even within the LAN environment. So how effectively the kind of resources are shared within the LAN or within the internal network, and how they are protected. So all these kind of defenses are to be taken care. And also the challenges, there's a lot of challenges that are included when we talk about protecting this, because the designing part will be the major issue, or the kind of remote users access, and there should be a proper monitoring on the kind of communication that is happening with respect to the IT infrastructure. Along with the monitoring, there should be a proper reporting mechanism also, so that whatever there is an analysis or findings on these kind of networks, so it has to be reported to the higher management, so that effective, because it's like it is kind of whenever we talk about security, it is kind of cyclic architecture. So whenever we get something output from an these kind of observations, then that same thing can be used to refine the kind of methodology, or to refine the techniques that are used to protect. So this will be always the kind of cyclic behavior. So whenever we actually properly monitor the security, then the observations, or the kind of effective things, whatever we get from these observations are, if they're properly reported, then it can be used in a different, or in a more important way to actually close, or to closely monitor these kind of things. So this is where the challenges will be included. And also we need to have a look about the kind of traffic that is coming into in with respect to the packet inspections. And the most important thing is the standard compliance, because whenever we talk about a particular IT infrastructure, if it is let's say if it is an ISO compliance, then there will be a lot of trustworthy that is already inbuilt into that kind of standards, because it is compliance to a specific standard, where all the kind of objectives are met with respect to that particular standard. So based on the kind of infrastructure that is maintained, whether it is dealing with the kind of financial data, or whether it is dealing with the kind of health data, so based on the business requirements or the organizational needs, so these kind of standard compliance will actually give an trustworthy, or the kind of compliance with respect to the standards which are already in place. And also there may be a lot of other kind of things that are there, like the cost of the devices, or the security that is placed. And whenever we talk about the applications, or any kind of websites that are hosted, so we need to understand, or in an organization to specifically relate to the kind of bandwidth, or any kind of allocations that are used. So the users will also play an important part. And whenever we talk about security, the other part is that the users or the end users, generally it is the weakest link in the security chain. So we also need to have more focus on the end user part, because that is where the actual implementation of the entire security will be dependent on. So the users will also be a major part whenever we talk about the perimeter design. And also the number of public servers that are hosted with respect to an organization, and what kind of supportability we have with respect to the devices or the technology that is in place. So that also to be taken care, whether we are going to use these kind of devices or the technologies at a longer, or what kind of support that can be there. And also the support in terms of the kind of the scalability with respect. Let's say we are hosting a public server, so the devices that are supported are also to be supporting the kind of hosting also. Let's say there is an increase in the, or there is a sudden surge in the kind of access to this particular application. So the scalability will also be an important point, and that kind of supporting features are also to be available with the kind of devices we use. And also we need to understand application architecture also. Let's say whether there is a kind of we are hosting, let's say we are hosting an application. So there should be a specific design into the application that this application has to a specific bandwidth of 2 Mbps or 3 Mbps. Then accordingly, in the firewall or in the security devices, this throughput or the kind of bandwidth has to be allocated to that application, or the kind of RAM that is used and the kind of security mechanisms that are to be in place. So everything are to be designed in place so that whenever this application is hosted, there will be no security lapses with respect to the application. And the major part, we also need to check about the performances, because this is where with respect to all the designing part, because ultimately the performance has to be good apart from including all this security. Because whenever we talk about security, there may be an overlay, or there may be an latency, because it has to pass through multiple filters to actually make sure that communication is secure enough. But along with it, the performance should not be dropped, or the performance should not be compromised. So this has to be also taken into consideration, because whatever the kind of designing we are approaching for this security part, that should not have an effect on the overall performance of the mechanisms that are used. So this is how the perimeter has to be designed, or the physical security or the IT infrastructure security has to be designed. And again, whenever we talk about the network defenses, there may be different kind of approaches whenever we talk about. So I think this we have already discussed, because whenever we talk about an architecture, majorly we have three kind of components. The first one is the internal network, where this is private to the organization. The other one is the demilitarized zone, or a kind of zone which is protected by the firewalls, where a kind of only specific set of services are provided. And there may be another network, it's like untrusted network, where there is no guarantee of what is the traffic that is coming into, or the kind of communication that is coming to the organization. So we have to consider all these kind of networks, and properly the defense mechanisms has to be used, or the security devices are to be placed. So there may be a different kind of architectures with respect to that. It may be a simple firewall can be used to protect, or we may use a different kind of firewall scenario, where the public hosting websites are completely open to the internet, or we can have a restricted kind of communication with respect to both internal as with respect to the public hosted website. So based on the approach, or based on the kind of behavior, we need to decide what kind of defense mechanism we need to be have with respect to these kind of approaches. And also, not only that, there may be an option like there are 2 or 3 different branches of the same organization. So whenever we are connecting this kind of branch offices, so at every branch the same the security has to be implemented. And there may be some kind of scenarios where, let's say if we talk about the VPN kind of network, so in VPN we are already using the established network like internet to actually connect to the internal networks. So in these kind of scenarios, we need to take different organizations which are located also need to be taken care. So as we discussed, the remote access are also to be important, and whenever we talk about the designing part, the complexity should be reduced, and there should be a proper user authentication with respect to the kind of network, or with respect to the kind of authentication mechanisms on the endpoints. Because when let's say if we are giving the internal network to an people or the users of the remote users, then in that case the user authentication through the VPN, there should be a separate login mechanism for authentication, and these kind of behavior has to be designed with respect to the remote users. And as usual, the security policies are to be taken care. And the most important thing is the least privilege has to be allocated to these kind of resources, because whenever a highest privilege or the admin kind of privileges are issued, if there is any chance of misuse of this, then the entire access should be or is actually given to the kind of end user. So we should be in a position that only the kind of least privilege has to be given, where certain authorization has to be restricted to the remote users also, and whatever the access or the kind of communication that is happening, that has to be regularly monitored, and that has to be logged, because in case of any kind of incident that is happened, then this logs will play a very important role to actually troubleshoot or to actually pinpoint to the kind of issue that is happened exactly. So again, in monitoring, we have two kinds of things: the administrative as well as network level. So when we talk about the administrative, each the kind of change management has to be taken into place, and whatever the kind of changes that are happening with respect to the architecture or with respect to any kind of changes in the infrastructure, that has to be clearly recorded with respect to the kind of changes that are made. And whenever all these changes are made, it has to be properly stored for further archival. And when we talk about the network level access or the kind of monitoring, then all the traffic or all the communication across the infrastructure has to be monitored or stored, and these are to be regularly reviewed, and the reports are to be generated with respect to the kind of usage or with respect to the kind of instance that are happening. So again, we have a lot of technologies into this. We have deep packet inspection, the kind of data that is also going in terms of packet. So this again will be possible to the with respect to the kind of security services that are made as part of that. And along with this, as we discussed, the standard complaints are also to be taken care of, because if we talk about the credit card or any debit card information, then the PCI DSS standard are to be used with respect to the health, the HIPAA or the health insurance portability and accountability can be used. Or with respect to the information security management systems, we can go for the ISO kind of standard compliance. So according to the business requirements or the business needs of the organization, the standards are to be taken care of, and the standards are to be used, and it has to be in compliance with respect to the standards. So this is what we already discussed. So as we discussed, whenever we are talking about the kind of security as an overall approach, so the first thing we need to understand is the devices are to be tested for security as an individual level, and the same devices, there should be an integrated approach on all the kind of devices, because this device as an individual approach and also in integrated fashion in the architecture. So how this device is will be fit into the security part. So an individual approach has to be taken care along with the kind of integrated approach. So in terms of this, we may be testing the systems with respect to the kind of vulnerabilities that are associated, or there may be kind of black box testing or the penetration testing onto the infrastructure, or and also kind of the hardening mechanisms which we have seen in the earlier sessions, like how to secure the devices at an operating system level or at an configuration level. So all these kind of things are to be taken care with respect to the kind of security. So this is with respect to the network security. So if any issues with respect to the topic, then it is welcome to actually post in the chat group, or quickly we will move on to the other session. There is a question with respect to testing of components. Sir, this is security of components in the sense with respect to the kind of devices we use. So the component security, again, as we said, with terms of device security, there may be kind of vulnerability analysis on the kind of the devices we use, or the kind of penetration testing, or the internal audits and the compliance with respect to the standards, and also the hardening of the devices. Now, let's say if we talk about a switch or a router, then also along with the kind of automation, we also need to have the manual inspection of these devices with respect to the configurations that are already written. Now, let's say if we talk about a switch or a router, there may be a configuration already there on the switch or router. Then this configuration audit has also been done. Along with that, we also need to understand the kind of vulnerabilities that are associated with respect to the operating system. Now, if we talk about Cisco, there may be iOS that is already there in the Cisco. So with respect to that, we need to also understand the vulnerabilities that are associated with the iOS. If we talk about Windows, there may be some kind of loopholes with respect to the operating system. Again, on top of operating system, there may be a kind of other applications like the browsers we use. There may be a set of vulnerabilities associated with those kind of devices or the components which are there in terms of the device also. So for this, we need to understand vulnerabilities are the kind of security loopholes that are there in the system. So we'll have a detailed kind of discussion in the afternoon session about the vulnerability analysis and the kind of exploitation techniques we use in terms of the process. So that will be explained more in detail in the afternoon session. Thank you, sir. Over to you, Naresh.
Morning, sir. I'm going back given you the current. Hello.
Yeah, I'm sharing.
Okay, sir. Actually, yeah. A small introduction about
Yeah, I think
sir. Just a small introduction about you, sir. I request
uh,
my colleague Nirmala to do that.
Hello, it is pleasure to introduce today's session speaker, Govind Singh ji, who is a scientist in Certain India, and is working presently as incident handler, artifact analyst, and since 2018, and he is pursuing his PhD from Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, and his research protection using cryptography. It is pleasure to have you for this session, sir. Thank you, sir.
hello. Yeah, yeah. So yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ram Govind Singh. I work in Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, and as already said, I work with mainly with incident handling, malware analyst, and related to web defacement. In today talk, requirement of incident handling and incident response processes. What is the concept of a computer security incident response team? What are the services it is provides, and the basic steps involved in incident handling process, the brief about Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, and a set of few tools that we use during incident handlings. And in the last one example from this talk, you will cyber security incidents that may occur, and how you can prepare for it. You can apply incident handling techniques, analysis and investigation technique for a new situations. Whenever an incident occur within your organization. You will also develop an understanding that right set of people with right skills are required for incident response, and these experienced people will respond against the incident whenever it is occurring within your organizations. You will also understand that there is a need to focus on best practices during incident management, and you will get to know that there is a need of collaboration among different IT support units for handling computer in this incident. And the incident handling process is basically the collection of small observation of small activities that may be possible that converted into a big a complicated incident. So for all these you will get to know from this talk. So let's start with the definition of cyber incident. So any adverse event, any bad event, or any event with bad reputation can be called as incident. In the terms of NCSC, it defines as a cyber incident as a breach of systems security policies in order to affect its integrity or availability, and or the unauthorized access or attempted access to a system or systems that can be called as cyber incident. Means any security policies that affect our confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the data that can be considered as a cyber incident. Let's understand with some examples like denial of services or DDoS attacks. Denial of services means an attacker is preventing you to provide services normally. DDoS attacks means DOS attacks perform with multiple set of nodes. Similarly, unauthorized access means someone has compromised your website, database, Active Directory servers, or etc. that can be that is controlled by an attackers. Defacement or public website. Defacement means your website has compromised and its pages has been changed. Worm that infect workstation on a network. Scanning or network probing means someone is scanning your network. Similarly, malware attacks means your organization got infected with some malwares or some APT based attacks, some ransomware attacks, data breaches, or you got infected with some insider threat that have possibility of data loss and data exploitation. So the thing is, these are the examples that can be considered as cyber incidents. Then what is our point of view? Means if you are a cybersecurity people and you want to have you want to respond against it, then how you will respond? Like for example, your organization or your system got infected with some malware related attack. For example, a botnet, exploit kit, or some data stealing malware like Trojan Rat, Crimson Rat, APT based attack. Then is there something that you can do in a specific way when such type of attacks are happening within your network? For example, if a malware attacks happens, then what I can do, I can remove all the infected computers from the network, or I can find out what are the infection point, like the set of IPs from where attack is happening, or set of websites domain name from where this attack is happening, or a list of command and control servers. I can also do that. I can put effort to control this such attacks within our organizations. We can also issue an advisory that this kind of things are happening with bad reputations. We should be alerted and take appropriate measures, or we can contact with law enforcement agencies for appropriate guidance. Similarly, your website got compromised. Many times, if someone means like we inform that your website got compromised, then the other side person does not understand what it means, how they should tackle this situation, or what are the set of actions that he needs to perform whenever he got the incident of defacement. See, defacement can be either using intentionally, means in the process of mass defacement, or someone can target you intentionally and can deface your websites. So in this, in such type of incident, I think, yeah, this time audible. Okay, okay. Uh, so this one compromised website, right? Okay. So if your website got compromised during such incidents, similarly, if data breaches are happening, you got notice that a lot of users' credential, like username and passwords, are being exposed and shared publicly. Data breaches can be either by accidentally or by some adversarial attempts. Then what can be your approach when data breach incidents are happening? You can contact the owner of the credential. You can contact to the person where credentials are being dumped, and in a security measures you can implement two-factor authentication, or you can also advise to the your organization for removing the some credentials. Similarly, ransomware attacks nowadays happening very much. And as a cyber security expert, what can be approach when ransomware kind of incidents are happening within your organizations? So ransomware are malware program which encrypts all the files in your systems and ask money for decryption. So the approach can be like you isolate the infected system which are affecting with ransomwares. You can perform the root cause analysis, apply fixes and patches. you can also advise to the teams like not to pay ransoms and promotion of regular backup of the systems. And like DDoS attacks, you can find out the source of the DDoS attacks, victims of who are the victims of DDoS attacks, and promotions of IP filtering, DDoS prevention tools. So these are the set of actions which one may think that if incidents are occurring, then I can apply such kinds of tools or such kind of processes for preventions and detections of the incidents. But the thing that we learn that there should be like if incidents happens, then who will handle it? What will be the impact of the incident? What will be the processes using which the incident will be mitigated, and to whom, if something bad happens, then to whom I will contact? If there are a lot of things to do, then how I will prioritize that, and how will respond, how someone will respond against an incident? So these types of questions comes in our mind, that there should be something using which if incidents are happening, then we can respond against it efficiently. Means like if it happens, even you are using the best practices in your infrastructure, you cannot guarantee that the incident will not happen. You might affected with botnet, exploit kit, zero-day attacks, and who can be infected? It can impact your organization, your customers, or even it can affect your country's critical infrastructures. So the goal is we should minimize the damage. We should able to do the recovery as fast as possible, and we should be able to prevent it from further recurrences of the incident. So there is a need of two things. The first, there should be a proper procedure by which we can respond against the incident, and there should be someone who can follow these processes and can handle if any incidents are occurring in the organization. So there is a timeline, means as early you will respond against the incident, the damage cost will be that much less. If you are responding very you are delaying in the response, or your analyzing process is very slow, then it may create obstruction in the network, and your recovery cost will be increases. So as I talk, there should be one process using which we can respond against the incident, and there should be a team. So let's discuss about the first thing. If this is the incident handling and incident response. If this is the organized process by which any person or organization can defend themselves against a security incident. This consists of all the steps that has to be taken or after the incidents. And the second thing is computer security emergency response team. this is these are the people who will be used to respond against the incident. This is the name given to the expert group that handle computer security incident. Within the this can be defined for particular organization. It can be defined for team support both for preventing the cyber incident and responding against the computer incidents. And such kind of team mainly include three kinds of teams, like system administrator. These are the expertise people having the knowledge of system resources, including data backup and hardwares. The network administrator that have various set of knowledge of network. These are cyber security personnel useful for detecting and investigating the incident. So these are the main set of expertise. Along with this, several other expertise is also required that I will discuss. So what computer security emergency response team primarily do? This will work as a single point of reporting of a problem. You can if anywhere incidents are happening, then all can report the problem to the CSIRT team. These are the dedicated set of specialized people who will handle the incidents, and they performed unbiased analysis of the investigation. They work as a dedicated point of contact, and they assist within the organizational constituency for both preventing and handling of computer security incidents. They perform the control operation and containment of the incident, and they share the information and lessons learned from the computer security incidents with other appropriate organizations and with other websites. So when you are going to establish a CSIRT team, then you need to define what is your mission. Means for which purpose you are going to establish a CSIRT team. Mission means the high level definition of what your team will going to do. Then the constituency. Constituency means the area or the region where you will going to provide the service. It can be your organization, or it can be the other region, like country level, state level, and you have to define what is the relationship with other organizations, like with whom you will cooperate, and who will be your trusted partner. The next thing is what will be the services, means nature and services which you will going to provide, and as different, like I told about the constituency, means which incident we are going to handle and responsible for, and at what extent. Based upon constituency, different type of CSIRT have been defined, like national CSIRT, for example, Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, or regional CSIRT, like state CERT, or vendor CSIRT, uh, uh, so based upon the needs, we can establish CSAT team at different levels. There are means when we talk about computer security emergency response team, there are different name used by different entities. For example, CERT, computer emergency response team or coordination center, CIRC, computer incident response capability, or CIRT, computer incident response team, or incident response center capability, incident response team, incident handling team, incident management team. These are the various names. Similarly, different countries has established different CERT. For example, US CERT, Australian CERT, Singapore CERT, Indian CERT, Brazilian CERT, Cisco P CERT, HP, and each country, almost each country has established their own CERT for incident response. So what will be the basic set of services that a CSAT provides? So it provides services in either in proactive services or in the form of reactive services, and one other services like security security quality management services. Let us discuss one by one. Reactive services includes like if incident occurs within our organization, then how I will going to respond against it. It will consist of a set of assistance and a set of handling approach like analysis part, and one can handle the incident by going to the remote sites, and incident response support means assisting the incident response procedures or coordinating with different teams. Other reactive approach can be like vulnerability handling, like if some vulnerability found within your organization, then you can apply fixes and patches to them. And artifact handling, whatever incidents occur, you can collect the artifacts from that and can analyze the artifacts. Proactive services means the set of tasks that you has to perform to prevent the incidents. This includes like analysis of your security infrastructures and within your constituency before any incident or events occur or detected. The main goal of proactive incidents is like to avoid incident and to reduce their impact, so that it can be prevented before happening in the organizations. In proactive approaches, we announced various kind of alert and security advisories time to time, like whatever product we are using. It can be Microsoft Office, it can be some other products. You can issue some advisories that this kind of vulnerabilities or and one can apply the patches and fixes. One can also watch what are the latest things that are happening over the internets and can be alerted from that. For example, like a new data stealing malware like Crimson Rat are going, and they are and we can apply the precaution measures against that. And the other thing is security audit. Security audit means the performance of strength of the organization from the perspective of cyber security. And other services that CISA team includes, like security quality management. It includes the review and improvement of security of the organizations from the perspective of risk analysis, providing consultation services, awareness building program, education and training, and product evaluation and certification services. If someone is someone has functional means they can analyze different application and product and can provide certification to them. So if within your organization you are going to establish a CISA team, then what kind of component you are going to include? Like, the first thing you have to understand that define the region where you are going to provide the service. What are the set of people which are working within your constituency, like their technical skill, their education skills, and their the nature of the task they used to perform. Then you have to define what is the communication plan for this CISA team, how they will communicate with each other. Means if incidents are occurring, then how you will communicate. This can be like over the phone, over the email, over the SMSs, or you can generate some kind of alert for that. What kind of expertise required in CISA team? Means like whether you need system administrator people, whether you need network admin people, or whether you need cyber security people. Based upon the size and nature of the organization, there can be multiple people who are performing their own designated task, or if the organization is small, then multiple role can be assigned to a limited people. And how you will coordinate with different entities, with other entities, like how you will coordinate with different organization, how you will coordinate with national CERT, and what will be your rapid communication plan when we are coordinating with other organizations, and how you will communicate securely when any incident you observe regarding national securities. So these are the things that you need to define when you are going to establish a CISA team. In that team, then there can be a security team, management level people. There can be some legal expertise team. Means in some cyber incident, some legal suggestions is also required. So this kind of people you can include: public relation people, information security management persons, human resources, and CFO and financial auditors. So these kind of people you can include in your CISA team. Now, after establishing a CSIRT, what will be the approach when you are going to handle a cyber incident? Organizations like SANS, NIST, SEI, CMU, all these organizations have defined their incident handling processes. I have taken the example of Cisco incident handling process. It consists of 5 stages: preparation, detection and analysis, containment, eradication and recovery, and post-incident activities. Let us discuss one by one. Preparation. Preparation consists of the set of actions that a CSIR team has to perform for prevention of the incident. It can include the appropriate security controls and access control within their organization. It includes security control for end-to-end systems at network level, firewall level, or other devices which are established within the organizations. The CSIR team can analyze the risk assessment. Means it can analyze what are the systems that are being used within our organization, the list of all the assets, making the inventory of that. It can also analyze the list of critical and high valued resources that are being used. It can also identify the list of critical path using which the incident may occur. In the prevention approach, the CSIR team can also establish their organizational cybersecurity policies, their incident reporting procedures, what are the things, what are the cybersecurity product or product or softwares that one has to use, and if changes in the policies are occurring, then those kind of things can be provided during the prevention steps, so that incident can be prevented from occurring. Then the detection and analysis. What if incident is detected? The goal of this stage is CSIR team has to be actively look for whether an incident is present in our organization or not, and the accurate detection will lead to start analysis I think network is breaking. That's why our audio is not coming. It is audible now. Okay. So in detection phase, our aim is to find out the incident as early as possible. So we can follow both kind of approaches, like manual approach, means finding out any suspicious behavior or pattern in our network within our organization, and we can also use some automated analysis approach. So what things we need to find out, we will observe the event that is occurring within our organization. We can analyze the log, we can analyze the behavior of the person, and for this analysis phase we can use different type of signatures and anomaly behavior to detect some incident. And if such kind of anomaly behavior has been detected, then we will start our analysis processes. In analysis processes, at the first stage, we will perform the triage operation. Triage means the extraction of incidents, the extraction of evidence for the purpose of analysis. This can be like the event log, the firewall log, network log, server log, or it can be any endpoint system which got infected, their log files, registry files. If you got some malicious mail or network activity, all these things can be collected when you want to analyze some incident. Based upon the evidence you have collected, you will perform a timeline analysis that when the incident was first reported and when the incident was first occurred. And in this timeline analysis, you will find out the appropriate conclusion that because of these things, this incident was happened. That is called as root cause analysis. And you will find out the set of IOCs, and based upon the analysis you concluded, with that you will the next step will be the containment phase. In that, the goal will be all the conclusion you have derived from the analysis phase that you will apply to find out that whether there is any other, what are the other devices which might be infected within your organization, and you will remove those devices from the network to prevent further damages. The next thing will be you will perform the proper imaging and backup of those devices and isolate from the network. The next is eradication and recovery. After making all the infected devices in isolated from the network, the task will be the actual removal of the infections from the organization and restoration of affected system. We have to apply patches for the devices and disinfecting of the malware. And we have to apply the compromised accounts. If any accounts has been compromised, then disabling those accounts. In the recovery step, the goal of recovery step is to begin normal process of the systems by as early as possible. From those incidents, whatever we have learned, the team can perform the post-incident activities. The task of post-incident activities is whatever we have learned from the incident. We can think of what things can be improved, what kind of next cybersecurity policies can be other communicating teams. They can perform advisories and alert, and they can set some future plans. So after whenever an incident is occurring, the findings and other things can be shared with other organizations. So this is the very crucial steps, because no one knows everything in cybersecurity domain. So collaboration and information sharing, one can one can be with this collaboration, one can be more aware about the recent cybersecurity incidents. So this collaboration can be some other organizations or with defined trusted organizations. This collaboration can be with other computer emergency response team like National CSIRT or Regional CSIRT. And one can also collaborate with other teams which are actively providing some informations like shadow servers which provides open feed regarding the vulnerabilities and botnet. The team Cymru provides the open feed for the threat intels. Honeypot projects, they provide some latest information about the recent malware attacks. You can also collaborate for the information sharings regarding the threat intel operations or open source phishings, or you can collect information regarding what are the latest open source malware. So these kind of information you can collect for awareness purpose, and from those informations you can apply appropriate things in your organizations. You can also participate in global takedown processes. Means if malware is propagating in large scale, then you can help some takedown agencies in global takedown processes. You can also help and promoting best practices that can be applicable either within your organization or with can assist to other organizations. Making awareness of cybersecurity and recent attacks, making awareness of vulnerabilities, and you can also participate in cybersecurity exercises. So, from the concept of CSIRT team, Indian government also has established Indian Computer Emergency Response Team that work as a nodal agencies for responding the computer security incident as and whenever they occur. So the purpose of this team is like in the cybersecurity domain, the collection, analysis, and dissemination of information on cybersecurity incidents, forecast and alert of cybersecurity incidents, emergency measures for handling cybersecurity incidents, coordination of cyber incident response activities, issuing guidelines, advisories, vulnerability notes, and white papers related to information cyber security practices, and any other functions related to cyber security if time to time whenever it comes. So certain and other teams are providing a lot of collaboration and information sharing regarding cybersecurity incidents. For example, threat intel sharing project is run by CERT-In, which actively share the set of latest IOCs and the information about IPs, command and control servers, domains regarding the latest malware or latest attacks going on. Similarly, Security Operations Center is run by is a project run by CERT-In. Honeypot project run by CDEC. Cyber Swachhata Kendra run by CERT-In, which actively notify to its user regarding vulnerability and botnet. Cyber drill exercises conducted by CERT-In, and RBDP program for reporting any kind of vulnerability in critical infrastructure by NCIPC, and a cybercrime portal launched by MHA, which can be used to report cybercrime incidents. It is a dedicated platform for reporting unlawful content, cybercrime, and women and child related crimes. Even it provides the facility to report the incident through phone calls, and it has also facility to join as a cyber volunteer. Cyber volunteer are the set of peoples who will whenever they notice any unlawful content or some cybercrime related content, they can report to the cybercrime portal. Anyone can join as a cyber volunteer in a 3 category: as a cyber unlawful content flagger, or awareness promoter, or as a cyber expert. So these are the collaborations provided by various kind of teams for cyber security incidents. There are several tools available which can be used when someone is handling a cyber incidents. For example, hybrid where one can submit its sample to the sandbox and can analyze its file. Similarly, VirusTotal, this is the website where one can analyze hashes of the file or domain IPs and can take out the informations regarding its behavior. Similarly, if you have an email header, you can analyze this header from MX Toolbox. You can also know about the latest defacements of the website from the ZoneH. For Whois record and DNS queries, you can perform DNS queries from Centraloops and Whois domain tools. Similarly, you can also know about latest malware domains which are actively involved from malware domain list. For analysis purposes, for image creation, various kind of tools are available like Access Data TK Imager, Bitscott, Get Data Forensic Imager, GuiMeasure, Magnet Acquire. So these are the tools that can be used for image creations. FTK Imager is a powerful source, powerful tools to create and view the image of the hard drive. For memory analysis, one can use Volatility, a command line tool, KNT-List, Evolve, and Voldiff tools. For incident response, one can use Belka Evidence, CERT Kit, Cyber Triage, and Digital Forensic Framework. For network analysis, one can use Wireshark, Network Miner, Nmap, and Nessus. You can find out the complete list of the incident from the website GB Hackers from the URL provided. Here, for different purposes, for different set of tasks, all the list of tools have been provided. Now, for example, one incident happening like your organization got a mail, this mail has been received by someone. It is written in Hindi, that third-party verification, and a file is attached where you have to download and have to verify that your ITR has been filled correctly or not. If you think that this can be suspicious, then the initial approach will be whatever suspicious file you are getting, you should not download it. But if you want to download, you want to analyze it, then you can download it at some virtual environment, and you can analyze it. For example, the basic level of the first level of analysis is we can calculate its MD5 hash or hash of this file, and can verify that whether this file is genuine or not. Can verify that we can verify whether it is genuine or not using some open source tool, and can verify that whether this file is, what is the behavior of this file. From this initial observation, we can get the idea that this file is malicious or not, and can advise within our network that we are receiving such kind of phishing mail or such kind of malicious mail. For example, if we submit this hash file to the Chrome, then at the virus total, then we can see that if we are submitting the hash of the file, downloaded file, then this website consists of a lot of cybersecurity agencies and antivirus teams who, if they have already received the such malicious file, then they describe about its behavior. For example, if when we submit this file to the VirusTotal, it shows that 49 out of 70 teams are saying this file is malicious. One can also go into other detail section and can see traffic to this IP and performing communication with this. So from basic just from hash file, one can get idea about maliciousness of the files. So if you want to handle this phishing incident, then at the first stage you can analyze that whether mail we are receiving, whether this file or mail is malicious or not. Like MD5 hash calculator, or you can also download 7-zip. From 7-zips you can calculate the hash of the file and can submit to the different search engines. And if you confirm that this file is malicious or received mail is malicious, then you can send this mail, or you can communicate with your CISA team for removal or suspension of such mails. The CISA team can alert all the employees who are getting also inform browser notification that such kind of mails we are receiving, and have not to respond. And one can perform its phishing website analysis, from which IPs or from which websites it is communicating. The CISA team can also issue an advisory that whoever has clicked on phishing link, or who has submitted their information from phishing link, to change their passwords, to change their credentials. And we can also the CISA team can also issue an advisory for the for corresponding the phishing links, and we can share the lesson learned from that phishing incident. So this was the small example, like if organization is getting phishing incident, then what can be the like you can if you want to establish a CISA team, then step by step guide is available over the SANS. You can also follow the incident handler book issued by the SANS, and for more for knowing the tools, set of tools that you can use during incident handling, then you can follow the last link. And for setting up CSERT, you can also follow the slides of Adli Wahid, like how you can establish a CSERT team, like that. So this is all from my side. Thank you. Okay, Naresh,
Hello.
hello. Yeah,
Sir, any
over from my
question?
side. If anybody has query, then I'm not able to get the chat list.
There are
So
few
if anybody
questions in
has
the
query,
chat.
then I can answer. Yeah,
There are
actually,
few
I'm
questions
not
in
able
the
to see
chat
the
box.
chat box.
To find how to find out a hash. Hello, sir, I'm waiting for you. Am I
Yeah,
audible, sir?
so that was not. No, I did not heard. Can you repeat the questions?
Yeah, how I hash.
Yeah,
I want to
MD5
find out
has.
MD5 hash.
Yeah, you can also you can either yes. To calculate MD5 hash, either you can use command line. From command line, you can calculate the hash, or from there is a tool MD5 hash. Use that tool also, or 7-zip. If you have installed 7-zip, from 7-zip also you can just right click and perform the calculate the hash of the file. It calculates SHA1. So that.
Okay, thank you, sir. And
Yeah.
take a break.
Yeah,
I think no more.
one query has been asked, like someone has asked if there is a one we can take one example of phishing, we can how CSERT team can handle the example of CSERT. CSERT team will handle the incident of phishing. I have taken the example. Yeah, I have taken the example of like if you got a very small example, like if you got a phishing incident, you notice that a phishing incident is someone is sending phishing mails to our organization. Then how I will handle it? So the approach can be like whoever noticed the phishing mail. Yeah. So, whoever noticed that phishing mail are occurring, he can immediately contact to CISA team. CISA team can analyze whether this is really a phishing mail or not. It can analyze its file, whatever file is received using of IPs, or can find out the IOCs like set of IPs and command control server this file is containing. And it can also analysis firewall network, like whether anybody has downloaded this file and clicked over it or not, and can observe the communication behavior of the file. Yes, incident is capturing on the basis of analysis basis. Continuously, we have to monitor whether any kind of suspicious behavior is occurring within our organization or not. If any suspicious behavior is observed, we have to take action according to that. Uh, Someone has asked about botnet. Botnet are the malicious program which have a uh, uh, which have a dedicated task, like they contact with a command control server, and whatever task command and control server assign, they can perform. Like if command control server has asked for the data stealing, then they collect the data from the victim machine and send it to the servers. And regarding the zero-day attacks, I think whenever sharing their behavior, means which kind of attacks, uh, like which kind of attacks are happening, and one can observe the same behavior within the organizations regarding that. Yeah. One can take the screenshot of the references. From there, the link is given, last link. It will provide the set of the tools. Actually, I'm not able to see the chat window. That's why I'm not able to reply from all the queries. Yeah. Uh, so CISA team, who is the question is how to analyze the attack and the first, and how to do preliminary analysis. So the analysis of the attack will depend upon the nature of the attacks. Like if you got you have get the victim of ransomware attacks, then the process will be like you will first isolate all the systems who are victim of the ransomware attacks. Then you can find the set of communication using which this ransomware attack got infected. So based on the scenario to scenario, one can think that how analysis will be done regarding an incident.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ram Govind Singh, sir. We'll take a quick 5 minute short break here. Then we'll continue with the
Okay.
remaining.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. Hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes, madam.
Okay, thanks a lot. So, this is Dr. Neha Bajpai from CDAC, and we are going to discuss today information gathering techniques. Now, before we start with information gathering techniques, first let's have a look on the types of teams or the type of groups which are being created for doing these kind of activities. Now, in information security, there are two types of teams which are generally being popularized. One is red team, second is blue team. Now, in information security, red team or offensive security team is basically being seen as essential in testing the security posture of the organizations. It is basically being realized by the security professionals that in place of defending, there is actually a need to attack your own defenses to find out the weak points, the vulnerabilities, so that it could be defended better. So it's always a need for first identifying what all vulnerabilities are there, and that can only be identified once we're actually attacking onto our systems. So red team and blue team are two types of teams here in any of the organization. Blue teams are generally being said as the defenders, which may be considering as the members of SOC. They monitor and look for the threats. They are basically reactive in nature and waiting for these type of attacks to happen. Whereas when we talk about red team are proactive in nature and they try to simulate the real attacks and try to attempt to penetrate the defenses which are undetected. So red teams, as you can see, are offensive security professionals who are experts in attacking the systems and breaking into defenses. Whereas blue teams are defensive security professionals and they are basically responsible for maintaining your internal network defenses against all the cyber attacks, threats, risks, and all. So red team simulate the attacks against the blue team to test the effectiveness of the network security. So it's always better in an organization that there should be a group of professionals who are going to be working as a red team. And again, on the second hand, there should be a group of professionals who are going to be working as a blue team. So combination of this red team and blue team may exercise or may provide a security solution to the organization, ensuring strong defenses while keeping in view the threats which are actually been evolving against the organization. Now, with this introduction, let's move to the process or the phases of hacking, because until unless we are able to identify what type of phases, what type of steps a hacker actually takes, till that time we are not able to understand how the things has to be defended. So let's have a look on the phases of hacking. Now here we will see there are 5 phases of hacking which is actually being taken place. Number 1 is reconnaissance, which is actually being said as the first phase. And in this particular phase, the hacker tries to collect the information about the target. Now here the target can be a network, can be an organization, can be an employee, can be anyone for whom the information needs to be gathered. So it is basically the preparatory phase, or you can say the information gathering phase, where the hacker tries to collect the information about the target. Then we have the second phase known as scanning. Now, scanning is basically the phase where the attacker begins to actively probe a target machine or maybe the network for the vulnerabilities, the flaws, the weaknesses which can be exploited. So now there are multiple tools, automated tools, which are actually being used for this. Maybe you will be learning those tools in the next sessions and all. So these tools may be Nessus, you can use Nexpose, you can use Nmap, even you can use. So there are multiple automated tools through which the scanning can take place. And this scanning again is of three kinds: port scanning, vulnerability scanning, network scanning, and all. Then we have the third phase known as gaining access. Now, this is actually the phase where an attacker breaks into the system, or you can say the network or web application, and then tries to escalate the user privileges so that they should gain the control of the system and they can make changes into the system, or they can actually get the sensitive information out of the system. So this is basically the process, the phase where the attacker is getting the control of the system and then trying to gain the sensitive information out of it. Then we have the fourth step or the fourth phase known as maintaining access. Now, after the hacker gains the access, then hacker wants that he should also try to take the control of the system till he completes his task, till he completes his job. So for that, the hacker tries to install certain kind of trojans, rootkits, or you can say other malicious files in order to enter to the system whenever he wants or whenever he needs the access to that particular system in future till he completes its task. So the major objective of the hacker here is to access the target until he finishes the tasks, whatever he has planned to accomplish in that particular target. And the major tool and the important tool for maintaining the access by the hackers is Metasploit. So they are using Metasploit to maintain the access to that target machine. Then comes the last phase of hacking known as clearing tracks. Now, the hacker always tries to clear all those evidences so that the traces should not be identified at a later point of time against the hacker. So this basically involves modifying, corrupting, deleting the values of logs, maybe modifying the registry values, uninstalling or deleting the applications or the folders, whatever he has used or created onto the machine or onto the target. So here he tries to clear all those evidences so that he should not be caught at a later point of time. So these are the 5 phases of hacking which is essential to be known so that we should be able to understand how hackers are actually coming and getting the control of our machines. Now, today's objective is to understand the first phase of hacking, that is reconnaissance. So now what is reconnaissance? What is information gathering? How the hackers are trying to get the information of your organization, of your own, and then how they are using it for their malpractices. So let's come to the first part, reconnaissance or information gathering. So what is information gathering? Information gathering is the process of collecting as much as information the hacker may collect from different sources, maybe about any individual, company, organization, server, IP address, or maybe group of persons. So here the hacker tries to collect the data majorly on the security portion of the organization and also tries to reduce the focus area. Now focus areas such as he will try to find out the IP addresses of the target, he will try to identify the vulnerabilities within the target system, and even he will also try to draw a network map. Now, when I say network map, this is basically whatever information he's gathering from different sources, he's going to collect it together and put it in some manner so that he should use that information at the time of gaining access. So that is what is being said as network map. He will basically get the information related to the protocols, the open ports, you can say the domain name, your system name and password and so on. So this is basically the first phase where the hacker is trying to get the information from the public tools, from the open source, and those open source, maybe we all are using it. For example, we have LinkedIn, we have Google, Twitter, Facebook, Google Earth for getting the locations and all. So these are some of the open source information which is actually being taken care of by the hackers to extract your information. Now, there is one particular terminology which is very important here, known as OSINT. Now, OSINT is basically open source intelligence. This is being performed during the reconnaissance phase of hacking, and the information is being collected from this particular phase, where we can get the information from different open source intelligence tools. Now, there are multiple plethora of OSINT tools available. It's very difficult to cover all those tools, but yes, there is one of the link which I have mentioned it here, known as OSINTframework.com. You can even go to this www.oceanframework.com, and here you will be getting lot of open source tools which are available. You can just check it out, each and every tool, and can gather more and more information about the target. So if we get time, definitely we will show to you what is oceanframework.com and how it looks like. Now let's come to this reconnaissance part. Now, as I told, reconnaissance, we have two phases of reconnaissance itself. One is active reconnaissance, second is passive reconnaissance. Now, active reconnaissance is basically when the hacker is directly interacting with the target to gather the information about the target itself. So when you are using the target to get the information about itself, then that is known as active reconnaissance. And this can be done using multiple tools. For example, the major tool which we are using for active reconnaissance is Nmap. This is basically a network discovery and security auditing tool. Most probably you are going to learn in the next session. Then we have another tool, Eyewitness tool, that is basically taking the screenshots of the websites and then provide certain server header information, identify the credentials which are being vulnerable or which have been stolen. So these are some of the tools which help us to directly interact with the target to gather its information. Whereas we have passive reconnaissance as well. So passive reconnaissance is basically where the hacker tries to collect the information about the target without directly accessing the target. Now, this may involve or include your information taken from social media, your public websites, and all. For example, if I talk about few of the tools, we have Social Mapper. This is one of the OSINT social media mapping tool, which is actually providing you large number of data and taking it from multiple social media websites like LinkedIn, Facebook, and all, and then gives me at one place. Other than that, we have the Harvester tool, your MetaGoofy tool, and multiple tools are there, right? So all these tools are helping us to actually gather the information about the target, either actively or passively. Now, this reconnaissance is actually an important phase where the hacker tries to collect the information about the target in detail. So here we can have the domain names to be identified, the IP address of the target may be identified, your username, password, employee information, phone numbers, email information, job information, and all. And by extracting these informations, getting the information about these many number of items for a particular target, then the hacker tries to make a strategy that how he is going to now get the credentials or how he is going to get the control of your machine. Maybe he is going to use social engineering, maybe he is going to use social networking, or maybe he is going to use certain kind of search engines to get all these type of information. So how this information gathering techniques can be grouped. Now, these are the 5 major groups which we have created here. for gathering the information about any of the target. Number one is using Google Docs. Second is using the domain names and the subdomain names, identifying the subdomain and domain names. Then searching through search engines, using social networks, and then using social engineering. So these are some of the, you can say, the areas where we have grouped some of the tools, some of the concepts for gathering the information. Now, whenever the information is being gathered, the hacker mainly tries to gather the information from social media and all, and few of the open source tools. So our objective here will be to identify the information from the open source tools only. So what the users generally do, what we all do, we all people maintain our profile, right? And also very regularly we are updating our status as well. Now, what all profile we are, what all information we are providing to our profile, the photo of the target, the contact numbers, email addresses, maybe your date of birth, location, work details and all. And while we are updating our status, we are actually providing our personal information, our location, family and friends information, the activities and interest. We are also tagging to our friends and all. Technology related information also we are posting. Upcoming events information also we are posting. So these are some of the information which we feel very relevant to post it onto the social media so that everyone should see and give the likes to it. But actually the attackers trying to get that information from these social media only with respect to your personal information, like your photographs, your family, friends, and all those various things. Other than that, they also try to get the information about what platform you are using, what technology related information you are posting. So accordingly, you are going to be related to that particular technology only. Target location, what are your employees, friends, and family members, what is the nature of the business in which you are. So these are some of the information which very easily attackers are trying to get openly as a passive tool from these social media websites. Now let's start with the process of gathering the information from these various websites, and we are going to start this with the concept known as Google Docs. Now this is the favorite area from where the attackers are trying to get the information about the target. Now I hope everyone is clear with, or maybe some of you have an idea about Docs. Now what is Google Doc? Basically, Google Doc is known as Google Docking or Advanced Google Searching. Now, this is sometimes referred as Doc, as it is written, is a search string that uses advanced search operators to find out the information that is not readily available on a website. So basically, in Google Docking, we are using certain advanced operators, and with the help of that, we are trying to get the information which is not easily available through simple Google searching. So now what all those operators are that we are going to talk about. So here Google is helping us to finding out the vulnerable web applications and also trying to identifying the flaws or weaknesses onto the applications, so that we should directly move to that particular location, that particular target, and can identify more and more information about it. And this is being done through Google only, because Google indexes all these kind of information which is being present onto the website. Now, what data can we find using Google Docs? We can identify login pages which are vulnerable. We can even identify username and passwords, vulnerable entities, sensitive documents, government military data, email lists, bank account details, and many other things. So if any of the website has certain vulnerabilities, weaknesses into it, we can use Google Docking, that is advanced search query from Google itself, and can identify multiple type of records or multiple type of web applications out of it. Now, as I Google Docking is using advanced operators, what all advanced operators or functions it is using. There is a huge list of those operators. It's very difficult to discuss all, but yes, I'm going to give you that particular URL from where you can learn more about it if you're interested to. So there are majorly these 4 main functions. One is your in title, in URL, in text, and site. When I say in title basically allows a hacker to search for those pages with specific text in their HTML title. So every web page has a HTML title. So this in title will target to that HTML title and will match your Google text, whatever you are providing, on with that web HTML title. And wherever it is going to find that title, it is going to give you lot of those various URLs as a result. Then we have in URL. In URL basically allows a hacker to search for those pages which are based on the text contained in the URL. So for example, if I write it down in URL login.php, so it will check the web and will return me all those web applications, all those URLs which has this particular login.php page available and which is not secure. Then we have in text. In text is basically an operator, or we can say an advanced search function which actually searches the entire content of a particular web site for the keywords which you are providing it with in text. So in text will check all the pages, the complete content of all the websites available on web and will give you the result of all those URLs which matches this text. Then we have the next site. Site basically limits the scope of a query to a particular website. So if I want to search it in cdac.in, I can very simply write it down as site:cdac.in. And then I can also attach any of the other main function along with it. Maybe I can say in text cyber security. So it will search inside cdac.in website for cyber security related content and will give me complete details about it. So this helps us to actually identify the searching or make the searching easily available from the websites which are available onto the internet and also provide the information about the vulnerable websites as well. Now there are multiple other functions other than these 4. Let's have a look of few of the functions here. So this is a screenshot being taken where we have in URL already we have seen site, the scope, that is we have seen file type and extension. These are the 2 again advanced operators which will help you to actually identify or which will help you to provide the extension which you are looking for, the file type or the extension of the file which you are looking for. For example, I want only JPG file or I want only PDF files. I can simply say it as file type : JPG or PDF. So this will help you out to identify all the PDF files onto the internet related to a particular concept. So these are some of the queries which are being mentioned here. Similarly, we have cache here. So this will show you all the cached version of any of the website, right? So if I can say cache:cdac.in, so it is going to provide me the details which are being stored into the cache. Very similarly, we have wildcard characters also, if you can see. So this is basically, we all know that asterisk is basically for is being provided for multiple characters. Question mark is being provided for a single character, right? This or, you can also use it or and end. So this or and end can also be used when you have multiple files you want to see. Maybe if I want to see a file with an extension, either PDF or doc or Excel. So I can put it like file type : PDF, and then I put or, and then I put your JPG, then or, then I can put your doc, So similar way, the query has to be created and generated. And this is how Google Docs is being used by the hackers as well. For example, if I'm opening Google and write it down in URL product.php question mark ID. So this is basically trying to find it out, the product.php, wherever it will find in the URL with question mark ID and will give me the results. Now here if you see, I got 2,21,000 results with product.php in the URL. So this is the URL, I'm getting product.php question mark ID. Here also product.php question mark ID, again here product.php question mark, and here I have ID also. So you will be getting lot of various URLs which will have this URL product.php matched. Very similarly, we can have multiple advanced operators also can be used. As I told, we have extension. So this query I can write it down, which will return me the result with extension is SQL, and I want that SQL file should have username and password as text. Now see here, I am getting SQL file, SQL file, SQL file with text is username and password. Now see, this will, maybe one of these links can provide me multiple usernames and passwords, which may be hacked or which are vulnerable, and I can very easily see the value of those usernames and passwords. And this is how actually hackers are also doing the same thing. Now, if I see this, see here, Rajiv Gandhi Center for Aquaculture, this is one of the links where I'm getting the login and also I'm getting username and password. And maybe you can open it and maybe you can get the username and passwords as well. And this is how the information is being gathered. Another one is file type XLS in URL India contact. Now here it is going to identify the contact information, and in URL it is written India, right? So if I am putting this minus here in front of this particular operator, that means don't use this particular text in the URL. So I want file type should come as XLS. Contact information definitely should be there, but India should not be mentioned there. So in that case, you will be getting a lot of information. So this is how we are going to have this kind of information. So there are certain more working examples. Let's see a few of them very fastly. So my colleague is going to demonstrate you how Google Doc is being used, and then we'll be moving towards some other information gathering techniques. So let me stop sharing my screen fastly, and I'm going to ask my colleague Kajal Kashyap to please share her screen and show.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all the respected participants who are present here. So let me share my slides. Let me share my screen. Yeah. So here in the first tab, you all can see I have written the Google Docs query that is in URL product.php. So in this way, if I use this query, I will get all the results related to the products. So I will be getting all the results related to the products information, right? So in this way, if I want to search for any other information like related to file information, like I have written here file type Excel. That means I need a file which is of Excel, and I want the information related to contacts which are residing in India. Okay, so in this way we can click on any of the file or link, and just you can see it will just open in the form of Excel file. All right, next we have here you can see, just a minute. The third one is here you can see in title index of in URL FTP. FTP is basically the server, the file transfer protocol server. So basically these are the websites which are already vulnerable, right? So those websites that are vulnerable and present on Google, we can see the data of that website with the help of this query. And here we have the next query, that is extension SQL and in-text username. So we will be needing the information in the form of SQL and in the form of username. So in this way, whatever the information related to SQL, which is having some username and kind of password, we can see the result with the help of this query. Okay, so in this way, we can use various Google Docs query in order to extract information which are already vulnerable. So I'm just passing on the to Neha ma'am.
So there
Yes,
are
ma'am.
multiple cameras also which are vulnerable, and even we can get those cameras recording as well, or the live cameras we can also see which are vulnerable. So there are lot many things which we can do it with Google Docs. And even if I talk about to share or to see all these various Google docking commands, even you can go through it from Google itself. Now see here we have in title IP camera viewer, right? So if I'm going to put this, all those vulnerable camera viewers URLs are going to come, right? So see here live view of access, webcam. So these are some of the Google Doc ways which will help you out to get the data from the open source. So here this is exploitdb.com Google hacking database. You can just go to this exploitdb.com. You will be getting the latest Google hacking cheat sheet. You can just see what all Google Docs are being used by the hackers to get the information about any of the target. Now, after Google docking, they don't stop there itself. They try to gather information from different sources, so that it's always there that multiple number of information can be gathered from multiple different sources. So they try to gather a lot of information. That's why we say information gathering is the most important and the time consuming task for the hackers. Now the next is built with. Now what is built with? Built with is again being said as web technology information profiler tool. Now the major goal of this built with is generally to help the web developers or the newer researchers, the designers who are actually being into this particular field of designing, developing, researching, and want to know that what all other organizations are using the technologies to develop their websites and all. So the objective of this built with is very nice to help the coming researchers, your developers and designers, to help them and to just give an idea that what all technologies are being used by other organizations or industries or the companies. But now the hackers are using this particular website www.builtwith.com to get the information about a particular target and then try to identify the vulnerabilities into it. Now, how to use that? This is builtwith.com. Now in this builtwith.com, this is the home page. Now see here, it is asking us to provide a website address, a technology name or a keyword. Now if let's suppose I'm going to provide a particular domain name as cdac.in and I click on lookup. Now when I click on lookup, it is going to provide me detailed information about the target, right? It gave me technology profile, detailed technology profile, metadata profile, relationship profile, redirect profile, and lot many other things internally. So when I click on this technology profile, you can see it is giving me the Google Analytics part, Google site tag and all. And very importantly, it provides me the frameworks which are being used by the target. Now the hacker will come to know that this is an organization or this is the domain, this is the URL, which is actually using these many frameworks. It is using these libraries, these functions, and also the other part is your the versions of it as well, right? So the more the developer is going to showcase the information, the better this built with is going to tell you all about. So maybe there is a chance that developer has maybe provided wrong information, maybe given your wrong versions here, wrong libraries and wrong functions here. That is one of the chance. That's why what hackers does, hacker tries to gather the information from different sources, and then they actually make a network map of it, and also tries to compare the information what they are getting it from different sources. So when I'm talking about this technology profile, it actually gives me in this manner what is analytics, what analytics is being used, what frameworks is being used. And when I click on the second tab, that is detailed technology profile, it also adds some information about when it was first detected and when it has been seen as last detected. So here, if you scroll down, it is going to provide me number of information. See here, frameworks, ASP.NET, and it also provides me the JavaScript libraries and functions. See, PHP is also being used. ASP.NET 4.0 O is also being used. So this is some of the information which is being provided. Other than that, it also gives a very good list of subdomains which are being used by the target. Now, generally, what hacker does, hacker tries to enter from the main domain. If they are not able to, then they try to enter from the subdomains. Maybe the subdomains help them to take the control of the machine or take the control of that particular application. So see, it is also providing me a lot of information about subdomains as well. Also, it provides me what all email hosting providers are there, SSL certificates, what web servers are being used, right? What operating systems and servers are being used, and lot many other things. So if you scroll down, you will be getting a lot of information. So that is what hackers are also getting this type of information from built web, right? Then it also tells me the information about the connected websites, what all connected website it has. So this target is connected to what all other websites. So if they are not able to get any vulnerability into it, then they will try to go into this particular website and then try to identify a path, a route to enter to the main target. This way, basically, the hackers are trying to get the information and make a network map of the same. So this is providing me a little bit information about the target. Now, after this, they again move to some other tools and browser extensions which help them to gather more and more information about the target. And one of that particular extension is known as Netcraft. Now, this Netcraft extension is basically a browser extension which allow the user as well as the hacker to get the information related to the sites which they visit, and it also provides a protection from phishing and malicious JavaScript. So generally we suggest that you must have this one or two extensions, browser extensions on your browser, whatever browser you are using, so that it should try to help you to protect from different type of malwares. Now, how this Netcraft is being used and what all features it has, let's have a look onto it. So features, it is providing you the detailed site report. So simply by clicking a particular logo of this Netcraft, as we will be showing you in the next slide, so it will help you out to provide the complete report of that particular website which you are trying to visit. It also provides the risk rating by evaluating the characteristics of that particular site which you are visiting, and also comparing it with the fraudulent sites. So it provides you a risk rating between 1 to 10, right? Then we have conveniently report suspected phishing and fraudulent sites. So as I told, it has a very important feature of reporting this particular website to Netcraft very easily by clicking a particular button, so that other users may get the help of it. Then it provides you the protection against your cross-site scripting type of attacks, phishing attacks, your malicious JavaScript type of attacks, and also there are multiple type of attacks which may happen on a particular website. So that is a detailed discussion later on we will be having. But majorly this Netcraft is going to protect us from these major type of attacks: cross-site scripting, phishing, and malicious JavaScript. Then let's see how this works. So this is one of the websites which we have found from that Google Docs, and which is vulnerable. Now, how it is vulnerable, we will let you know after some time. So this is one of the websites which I have opened, And now I want to get the information about this particular website through Netcraft. Now, how we are going to move forward? We are going to open Google. Just type in their Netcraft extension. Press enter. The first link which you are going to get it will be Netcraft extension. Now, this extension is available for most of the browsers. I'm opening this Netcraft extension from Google, so it is asking me to add this extension to Google Chrome itself, right? So when I click on this, it will ask me whether you want to add to this browser, to Chrome. We will click on this, yes, and now this will get added to my browser onto near to that URL with M logo, right? Now, whatever website you are going to open and just click on this N, you will be getting a very brief detail about that particular website. So it will give you a risk rating, it will give you which country, when it has been first seen, what is the URL of this particular site, and all those. Now, if you want more information about it, this is going to be your hyperlink. You just click on it and you are going to get the complete report of the website which you are going to use. So it's very good for a particular user as well. So if you have a doubt that whether we should give our credentials to this particular website or not, whether this is a genuine website or not, you can just have this Netcraft and just click on it. It will provide you the complete details of that particular website. By seeing that, you can decide whether you want to go or provide this credential to this particular website or not. So hackers are also using this for getting the domain name, the IP address details, your DNS, name server details, and lot many other things, right? So see, when I click on that full report, it is giving me or providing me the detail about the country where it is hosted and all. Then it is providing me the site, the domain, the IP address, right? Then your NetBlock owner, name server, and lot many other things. Other than that, it also gives me the information about the hosting history as well. Now let's see in the next slide. It is providing me the network information. What is the IP address of this particular website and all. It is providing me the owner, NetBlock owner, name server information and all. It is providing me the hosting history as well. So this particular website has this NetBlock owner with this IP address, this operating system, using this web server when it has been last seen. So this is a very good information for the hacker to get more and more information about this particular website. So with this information, now he will try to search for which web server it is using. That already he come to know that it is Apache. Now, what is the version of that? How many ports are there? Which ports are open? And lot many other information, so that he should plan the attack on that particular machine. Now, after Netcraft, he will move to another very nice tool, or you can say a very nice website or a browser extension known as Shodan. Now, this Shodan is basically a search engine which allows or helps the user to find a specific type of computers. That can be webcam, that can be routers, servers, etc. All those various computers should be connected to the internet, one thing. Then only Shodan is going to identify. And it will also allow us to provide multiple filters also to be applied onto that. So Netcraft was not able to tell you about all the computer settings and all the computer devices and all, but here this Shodan gives you that additional information. So whatever information you got it from Netcraft, maybe some of the information you can get it from Shodan also, but there can be some additional information which you may get from Shodan also. Now, how we are going to use this Shodan? So Shodan can be used as a browser extension, also can be used as an independent website. So if I talk about an extension, it will provide me the information about the website where it is being hosted, so country, city, who owns the IP. So this much information we were getting it from Netcraft as well. Now, what all services and ports are open, that is one thing additional which Netcraft doesn't inform us. So this is an information which hacker can get it from Shodan. So Shodan again can be used as a browser extension. Again, we are take the same vulnerable website which we have identified, which we have used it for Netcraft. And how to install Shodan? Just open Google, write it down, Shodan extension. The first link which you are going to get, just click on it. It will ask you to add to that browser. We will say yes. And now we are going to open that particular website. And here you can see these three bubbles. This is nothing but the logo of Shodan. Now, when I'm opening a particular website, clicking on this Shodan logo, it is going to provide me again a brief introduction, a brief report of that particular website which you have opened. So this is the IP address. You can match it with Netcraft also, whether this IP address they are putting it or they are giving it correctly or not. Then it is providing me the information about city, country, and organization. Other than that, this is something new which we are getting it from Shodan. So these are the ports which are being opened for this particular website. Now hackers are always trying to look up to the ports so that they can enter to that particular network from these open ports. Now it is a website. So for HTTP, this is 80 is being opened. And if it is HTTPS, we have 443 port is being opened. But other than that, 21, 22, and these are also being opened. So FTP and all is not required actually, but still it is being opened for this particular website. This is a crucial information which is being received by the hacker through this Shodan. Now, if he wants more and more information, just click on this view host details. Now, once you click on this view host details, you'll be getting a complete report and it will make you enter to that Shodan website. So if you want to search it for Shodan website, you can simply type it shodan.io and this is the website which will open. Whatever you want to do it with Shodan extension, you can do it here also. So here you can just put it the search query. Click on search button, you are going to get a lot of webcams, a lot of routers, servers which are actually vulnerable. So this is a very beautiful website which tells you a lot many information about the vulnerable targets. So when I click on that, it provides me, see, the information about the country, the network, where it has been hosted and all. It provides me the information about the ports, the services which are being there, the web technologies which are actually being used. Let's see one by one. So this is the information about the country network information, where it is being hosted and all. It is providing me the information about the web technologies which is being used. It is also providing me the services which are being used by this particular website or the target. And also it provides me, very importantly, the vulnerabilities which are present into that website. And this is again very important information for the hackers. So here, see, this is nothing but your CVE number. This is a unique number provided to a particular vulnerability. So it provides me the information that these are the vulnerabilities present in this particular website. Now, if you want to know more about this vulnerability, just select this, open Google, paste it there, press enter. You are going to get a lot of content about this vulnerability. So how this vulnerability can be exploited, that is one thing which you can very easily get it on Google. And similarly, hackers are also getting that. And as a developer also, you can use this and can identify what all vulnerabilities are there in your website. And then you just go through it. It will provide you the information also that how you can resolve this vulnerability. So that will definitely be for developers and they can resolve it. So this is again one of the important thing, information gathering tool which is being used by the hackers to get the information about the target. Other than that, we also have one more website known as Roptex. Now this Roptex is basically using multiple sources to gather public information about your IP numbers, domain names, host names, routes, and lot many other things. So this Roptex is again can be used very easily. It has a website known as www.roptex.com. You just type this and this is going to open in this manner. This is the home page of Roptex. You can see it here. And here it is going to ask you to provide your host name, IP number for what you are searching for. And just click on this go. So here you can read about Roptex as well. This uses various sources to gather public information about IP numbers, domain names, and lot many other things. So if I click on this, type it cdac.in and press enter, it is going to provide me the detail about the CDAC in multiple different sections. So the hacker may also go and use this and try to analyze all the information which is being mentioned in different sections for this particular target. So it can provide the name servers, the mail servers used by CDAC, the IP numbers, right? And lot many other information about it. So once you are going to use it, you'll be getting a lot of information. So this is a screenshot, very limited information we are showing it here. So it is going to provide you the IP numbers, the name servers, the mail servers here. So this is some additional information which again Roptex provides you about the target. So once we are clear with this, these are the mail servers used by this target, these are the name servers used by this particular target, then the major concern of hacker is to get the number of subdomains in detail. So as I told, there are multiple subdomain scanners as well. Now these subdomain scanners are actually helping us to identify the subdomains which are being registered or which are being connected with the domain, right? Now sometimes it happens that the developer creates one subdomain for a particular facility, for providing some you can say guidance or help to the user, or taking the information from the user. So in that manner, he tries to create one subdomain and he fulfills that particular task. Now, once the task is over, the developer is responsible for removing that subdomain or removing the connection of that subdomain from the major domain. But sometimes intentionally or unintentionally, the developer forgets to do that. And the hacker tries to take the advantage of that particular part only. So what it does, it tries to find it out subdomains which are being registered with the domain and then tries to enter to the domain from these subdomains. So for that, we have findsubdomains.com, one of the website, which is basically been designed to find the subdomains that belong to a particular organization. So for this, we have one of the subdomain scanner known as spice.com. So when you are going to open Google and just type spice.com, it will provide you subdomain scanner with this particular link. When I click on this and pass it on CDAC here, it will provide 50 results along with complete information. So this is the quick information about one of the domain. When you click this, you'll be getting lot many other information about this subdomain. So this is how hackers are also getting it. So this is all open and anyone can see the information about this particular domain. So here see, we have 50 subdomains identified. So this MX1 is there. We have seen it with other Roptex as well, that this is the mail server of CDAC. This is the IP address used by this, which is the country, right? So this is all information which you are getting it from Spice as well. So again, very crucial information, and the attacker will try to use these information and see whether it is being hacked or not. So that is again information gathering through subdomain scanner Spice. Other than that, there is one particular archive, digital archive of www known as Wayback Machine. Again, the objective of this particular Wayback Machine was very nice. It is a non-profit organization which is based in San Francisco, and it actually allows the developer or user to view the status of that website back in time. So he wants to see that 10 years before, how my web application was, what all content was there in my web application, what all changes I have made in my web application. That very easily can be tracked by this Wayback Machine. And that is what hackers are also using it. And for this, the hackers are using the link as https://archive.org.web. And when we are going to go to this particular link, we are going to search for a target website, and from there we can even select the year from the calendar for which you want the information to be extracted. Now see, this is archive.org.web. Here we have the text field where we can just search it for any of the domain. Just click on this browse history. For example, I'm putting again CDAC, and here I'm going to get a lot of information with calendar, collection, changes, summary, and sitemap. So you have to explore on your own also. And here you can see these are the number of months and the years through which you can just go back in time and see that how this particular URL or this particular domain was actually looking at that particular time. And these are the marked ones, the green color marked ones you can see. When you actually put your mouse pointer there, it will tell you that there are these many number of snapshots which has been taken, at what time also it has been taken. So here you can just click on this, you'll be getting the snapshot which is being taken on this particular date. So what all changes has been done, that you can see with this particular Wayback Machine, right? Other than that, you can also get in this way, just click onto this, you'll be getting lot many other information related to that. It will also help you to compare the changes. So how 2019 the website was looking, how 2020, where that changes has been done, how much changes has been made into the website. That also you can very easily find it out from Wayback Machine. So hackers are also doing the same thing. How frequent changes you are making. So that is what the information this particular website will give you. This is the comparison of the same website at a particular year with other year. So you can just see that at one particular time, previously, this was only content inside this particular point. Now we have these many number of contents added into this. Very similarly, there are multiple things which you are able to see the difference. So once you're going to use it, you'll be getting a lot of things. We have only taken those various screenshots to explain you about how Wayback Machine works. So this is again can be one of the important tool for information gathering for the hackers. Other than that, we have whois.com. Maybe many of you have heard about it. So this whois.com, you can simply go to whois.com, and here you are going to ask to get domain name. Just you provide the domain name here for what you want the information to be retrieved, and you can simply get the information about that. Even the user can also use this whois to simply check whether we should provide our credentials or not, how old this particular website is, right? When it is going to be expired, when it has been updated, what is the status, what are the name servers of that particular website. So these are some of the information. In detail, it is providing you the name servers as well. So these are the informations which can be extracted. Other than that, a very important tool, which is also being seen as an Ocean tool known as Spiderfoot. Now, this is one of the tools which provides an easy to use interface and enables you to automatically collect the information about IP addresses, domain names, email addresses, usernames, phishing pages, and lot many other things from different sources, and then providing you at one place. This Spiderfoot HX is being said as an Ocean tool. So whenever I'm saying Ocean, that means it's collecting information from different sources, combining it, compiling it, and then giving it to you. So for that, this Spiderfoot HX is using the information from Alien Vault, Have I Been Pawned, Security Trails, Shodan, many more other websites. Now, maybe you have heard about this Have I Been Pawned also. This is one of the, you can just type it out and see. This is basically checking your email, whether it has been hacked or not. And if it has been hacked, in which year it has been hacked, and from which particular URL it has been hacked, you can very easily check that. So all your personal and official email IDs can be checked from this Have I Been Pawned, and just check the status of that particular email. Now, how to use this Spiderfoot? Just open Google, type Spiderfoot HX, you'll be getting the first link. Just click on that link, and this is the home page which you are going to get it for Spiderfoot. Now, this Spiderfoot allows the user to only get the information with a particular website registered with Spiderfoot for only 3 targets. That means with Spiderfoot, you can only get the information about 3 targets with 1 email. And it's always been suggested by me in various workshops, training programs, that never ever try to use your personal and your official email IDs with these kind of sites. So you are going to do a lot of things on internet. You try to download multiple things on internet, but they are also asking you to provide your email ID. Don't provide your personal or official email ID. Use temporary emails always. So very easily, you can just type on Google temporary mail. You'll be getting a lot of URLs. Click on any of the mail, URL or link, and you'll be getting the temporary mail issued to you. That is for a particular short duration. In that short duration, you can work accordingly. So you can pass on that temporary email to these kind of websites and can register with these, so that all those various mails which you are getting it, multiple emails, spam mails and all, you will not be able to get, because you are going to use these kind of temporary emails. So this is Spiderfoot HX. When I'm going to register myself through that email ID, it is being asking me to click on this, create a new scan. This is nothing but providing me the scanning and providing me the information. So scanning is something else which you are going to do it in the next part. But here it is going to provide me the information about any of the targets. So when I'm creating a new scan, clicking onto this, it will ask me to provide the name of that scan, whatever name I can give. Here I can provide me the target which I want the information about. Click on run a scan now, and it is going to provide me a lot of information about that particular website. Now see, the status here is running, and as soon as it gets aborted, this is what all information it is going to provide me. And these all information, you can just click on any of these and can get more and more information. To get more information about these various elements, you just click on browse by. Here you will be getting browse by data, the first one. And from here, you can get lot of information. For example, if I say browse by, the first is data type. So this will be creating a report on the data type basis. Here you see the first column as risky. Just double click on it. So what it will do, it will mark all these data types in descending order. So all those risky points will come above. So with this, you can just click on this red one, which is a risky point, and you can go through that particular information. So this is again one of the useful tool for the hackers to get the information. Even the developers or the users can use it and can identify that what all information is being leaked out from this particular website, and accordingly you decide whether you have to go to this particular website, whether you have to use this particular website for your important information, sensitive information or not. With this, I'm going to end my session. So thank you all. Thank you very much. Now I'm open for questions. So there are a lot many things to discuss. Trust me, but in this 1 hour of time, it's very difficult to cover all those tools and show you the demonstration of all. But I've tried to keep my presentation in such a manner that with the screenshots and all, so that you should be able to understand it. And if again there is certain questions, I'm here to answer it. Thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot. So I'm open for questions now. If there is any question, please ask me. I hope you have enjoyed the session. You have learned something. See, in some of the government websites, some of the government organizations, they are not asking you to install any of the extensions. That's true. But definitely, if the extensions are not going to be used or to be installed, you can have other number of websites through which you can do it. So Shodan is one of the website also which helps you to do that, to identify the information. So with the help of Shodan, with the help of RobText and other many number of tools. So as I told, oceanframework.com is there. Let me show you that particular part. Just a moment. Kajal is there. Kajal, I'm making you the presenter. Could you
Yes,
please
ma'am.
open that oceanframework.com and just
Sure, ma'am.
give a just brief description about that particular website.
Sure, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am. See, sir and ma'am, you all have to search for OSINT framework, and when you type this word, you will get this result. And when you click on the first link, you will land on a page like this, which is of OSINT framework. And here you can see the information related to the username, email address, domain name, IP address, so and lot more. So when you click on the circle, you will see that in case of username, there are particular username search engines, and when you click on this, you will find a lot of tool that will help you in order to search for usernames, right? You can go through these tools like name check and know them, name checker, username, what's my name, and all of the tools that are freely available and that are open source. And you can search information related to the usernames. And there are also tools which are, made for the specific websites. If you want to, gather information related to a specific websites, you can use these do these tools. And if you want to know the tools related to email, then you can search on here, and these are the tools related to the emails, right? So here like this, you can just click on these icons and just get all the tools which are available for particular field. Like for domain, we have whois record, subdomains, right? And all of the tools available. So like this, we also have tools for mobile, right? And so by clicking this, we all can see this. Is this fine, ma'am?
Yeah, that's okay. So this is one thing which I'm ending here, because this oceanframework.com, I suggest and advise everyone that please go through this oceanframework.com and try to identify what all ocean tools are available for different type of information gathering part, and just click on it and try to read at least one tool once in a day, so that you should be able to identify that there are lot many information which is being used by the hackers, even by the developers and the users, as your you can say prevention as well as for attacking purpose. So with this, I'm going to end my session. So may I request the host to kindly continue with the sessions now.
Thank you, ma'am. If there are any question and answers, then we can take it quickly, or else we'll move on to the next session. Okay, madam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nandishwar.
Thank you, ma'am.
all. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, can you quickly pass the presentation control to me, ma'am?
Yeah, sure. Just a
Okay.
moment.
Thank you.
I've done it, Nandishwar.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
So we'll move on to the next session. So as we have seen in terms of the attacking phases, we have information gathering and we have scanning techniques. Then we have vulnerability analysis. Then we have exploitation techniques, and then we have covering the tracks. So in that case, the first session we have already done with information gathering. Next, we'll be seeing about the scanning phase. But before that, as we have seen yesterday, because whenever you're talking about these kind of scenarios, we also need to understand the underlying protocols and how actually they work. So for this, we have a small introduction yesterday regarding the tool of Wireshark. So in that we have seen the basics of Ethernet, as well as we have seen how the tool works. Next, we'll quickly move on to some of the important protocols which are there in Wireshark. Which are there in TCP/IP protocol suite, which are ARP and IP. We have a small briefing about those protocols. Then we'll go for the scanning techniques with the tool Nmap. Even Wireshark is also one of the sniffer tool which actually do the same kind of packet capturing. Nmap also try to analyze those in terms of other, the packet capturing technology is same, but we'll be using it as a scanner tool where we try to assess the destination or the end system based on the kind of responses we receive from them. So we'll discuss more on to scanning in the later part, but first we'll try to cover some aspects of the protocols that are remaining, because in terms of scanning also we use the underlying protocols of TCP and UDP protocols to assess some of the information from the end systems. Okay, so for this we'll be using the tool again Wireshark. So as we have seen yesterday, this is the tool. Sorry, I'll just share my screen here. Yeah. So as we have seen, so this is the tool which we have seen, the packet capturing tool. This is most widely used packet capturing tool, on which we can see the first window is about the kind of traffic that is flowing in on the wire. And the second window is about the dissection related to the TCP/IP protocol suite, where we can see all the kind of protocols at the layered structure, the Ethernet header, or with respect to the IP, with respect to UDP, and the rest of the data, if anything. But in the last section, we can see the actual packet that is flowing in terms of wire that is in hexadecimal format, which is actually captured by the system. So this hexadecimal format is converted accordingly to the TCP/IP protocol suite in terms of layered information. Then we can see the actual information in terms of human readable format, where we can see the time at which it has been captured and what is the source and destination IPs and what is the protocol and the information that is going on in the packet. Okay, so for this, as we said, we'll discuss some information about the ARP protocol, because whenever we talk about the kind of communication in a network, so these protocols and understanding the protocols are very important, because based on the loopholes or the flaws or the vulnerabilities that are existing in these protocols, so all these kind of attacks are possible. So first we'll quickly move on to the ARP protocol. So I hope the slide is visible. So this ARP protocol, after the protocol suite in the TCP/IP, after Ethernet, we have this ARP. So why ARP protocol is used is because now let's say I am on a LAN network where let's say all the systems are connected to the same switch. because as we see, whenever we are talking to a system, we generally talk to the systems with respect to the IP addresses. Now, let's say I know the IP address of the system. Okay, let's say this is the my system IP 192.168.90.1, but I want to send some communication to other IP of 91.4. Now, I need to get information about this particular IP. Information in the sense, we need to find out where this system exists on the network so that my communication is sent to the system. So this is to pinpoint the system where I need to send the communication to. So for this, we use this ARP protocol. So why we use generally ARP? ARP is nothing but address resolution protocol, which is used to resolve the IP addresses to the MAC addresses. So in terms of communication, we have two main addressing mechanisms. The one is IP addressing schema or the IP address communication. The second address is related to the MAC address or the medium access control address. So we need to find out this MAC address to exactly find out the host and to send the communication to. Now, let's say these are all the systems that are connected to my network. Okay. So out of this, I need to find out a specific system. That means I need to get the MAC address of this particular system. So for this, what we'll do, whenever we start the communication, I need to find out the system. So that is where we use this ARP protocol. Again, in ARP protocol, we have two kinds of queries that are actually going in ARP. The first one is to find out the system where it is, that is ARP request. Then once we find out the system will reply back to the sender, that is to the transmit. Then that will be become the ARP reply. So in that case, we will be having two kind of packets, that is with respect to ARP protocol. One is ARP request and the other one is the ARP reply. So out of this, whenever I send the communication to the switch, because mostly we are connected to the switch network, so switch also understands this ARP protocol, because whenever we talk about this device, as we have discussed in terms of in the morning session also, whenever we talk about any kind of device, so these devices are also working at a particular layer. That is what we generally call layer 2 devices, layer 3 devices or layer 4 devices, because it is based on the kind of protocols that they understand at each particular layer. Now, whenever we talk about the layer 2 switches, that means they can understand till this ARP protocol. So whenever the switch receives these kind of address packets also, the switch will also maintain a MAC address table where it will map the corresponding IP address, their MAC addresses and the port they are connected to. Because whenever a ARP request is generated, the first ARP request will always be the broadcast network, because I don't know where this destination is located. So my packet will be sent to all the systems that are connected onto the LAN. So this is how all the ARP requests will be sent. So it is a broadcast. So once this broadcast is sent to all the systems, then we'll get the ARP reply from the system. Let's say I want to communicate to 91.4. So from this system, I'll get the reply saying that, okay, my MAC address is so-and-so and I'm located at this particular MAC address. So next time onwards, then the communication will be sent directly to this particular system using the MAC address. So this entire thing will be stored in every operating system as the ARP table. Even in switches also, there is a particular memory for this storage. So as we said, ARP is important because we need to understand where the destination system is located. So whenever I send the ARP request, as you can see, the broadcast will be all Fs. That means it is a, because I don't know where to send this packet. So I'll set all the flags or all the bits set to 1. That means if I see the destination MAC address as all Fs, that means it is a broadcast packet. So it will be sent to each and every system on the request. And accordingly, we need to understand the kind of upper layer protocol to which it is pointing to from the Ethernet, because it is generating from the Ethernet. Now Ethernet is pointing to my ARP. That is where the type will come here. Then accordingly, the ARP protocol address will be there, whether it is a request or reply, and what kind of IPs that are set into. Now you can see the target MAC address, because I don't know what is the MAC address of the system. So it is filled all with zeros because I don't know where it is located. Then in the ARP reply, we'll be getting the concerned MAC address to the sender. So as we said, why ARP is required? Because whenever we are talking in terms of the communication, as we said, there are two kind of addressing mechanisms. So we'll be using the IP to communicate, but to exactly locate the kind of system which is there on the network, that IP has to be translated to the concerned MAC address. And again, this MAC address will also be varied, because let's say there is a request coming from this particular end, then accordingly the MAC address will be changed to the firewall. Then this will be sent on to the kind of nearest switch, and again that will be sent on to the system. So the MAC address will also be changed at respective devices also. Then accordingly it will be sent to the actual host. So my communication will be flowing from this particular devices till it reaches the actual endpoint. So that is where the ARP will be working. Now, whenever we talk about the ARP header, so these are the values that are available in the ARP header. The first one is the hardware address type. That is nothing but the kind of Ethernet or the kind of LAN, whether it is wireless or any kind of Ethernet we are using. So that is the hardware address type. Next one is the protocol address type. That is whether we are using IP version 4 or version 6, what is the kind of protocol we are using, or whether it is ARP or RARP. Whether it is IPv4 or v6. Then accordingly we have the hardware address length, that is working in parallel with the hardware address type. So if it is Ethernet, then the hardware address length will be the 48-bit MAC address length, that is MAC address. Then the protocol address length, it is again with respect to the protocol address type. If it is version 4, then it will be 32-bit. Again, it is version 6, then accordingly it will be changed. And what is the operation of the ARP? Whether it is a reply or a request. Then the source hardware address, then the source protocol address, then again the destination or the target hardware address and the target protocol address. That is what is the MAC address and the IP addresses of the targets and the source accordingly. So these are the parameters that are available in the ARP header. So based on those values, the ARP header will be filled. Now this is how with respect to one of the ARP header with packet captured. We'll also try to see the same kind of demonstration with the kind of packets which we captured in Wireshark. But this is how it will be looked. Now we can see this is the ARP header from where we have different sections of the parameters in ARP header. The first one will be the Ethernet, which is notated in 0001. Now if the protocol is IP, it is 0800, and the hardware address, it is 6 into 8 bits, that is 48-bit MAC address. And the protocol, if it is IP version 4, that is 32-bit, then it is 4 into 8 bits. Again, based on the operation code, whether it is a request or a reply, it is 0001 if it is a request, and it is 0002 if it is a reply. Then accordingly, the sender MAC address, because I am the sender who is sending the communication, so I fill with my MAC address, and also I know what is my IP address. But the thing I don't know in terms of ARP request is the target MAC address. So it is filled with all zeros, but I don't. But I know about the target IP address, so that is filled. So accordingly, the ARP request will be sent. So this is how the reply and request are the packets which are shown in this particular screenshot. So we can observe that opcode request is 001 in terms of request, and the target address will be all zeros. But in terms of reply, now let's say this particular destination is replying to me with respect to ARP reply. Now here we can observe it is 0002 and the target address is filled because this is sending the ARP reply. So my target MAC address will be filled as sender MAC address in this particular packet. And accordingly, the target will be mine because it already know what is my MAC address and the IP address with respect to the previous packet. So now I got the complete information of the ARP now using this ARP request and reply. Now we'll try to see the same kind of capturing in terms of thing. Now, so this is how I can go for the kind of display filter where now let's say I have already captured some of the packets here. Now I can simply type the protocol address, protocol name here. Now you can see if the bar is in red color, that means whatever the parameter we are trying to type is incorrect. And also we can see the drop down. That means according to the type of query we are trying into, it will actually give us some suggestions based on the type of query we are trying to do. Now let's say if I'm typing ARP, now you can see the bar turned into green. That means now whatever the command or whatever the parameter I'm searching for is actually okay, it is available and it is correct. So now let's say I'm trying to click on ARP. Now there are a lot of packets with respect to ARP which I have found. Now let's say this is one of the packet. Okay, there is already some communication established, or it already know about this. So that is why it is directly going to the destination, because in a switch environment trying to connect. But this is how the ARP will actually look like. Or else we'll do one thing. I will again try to generate the kind of communication. We'll see whether we'll get that kind of communication or not. So there is a particular system on network. So we'll try to again restart the Wireshark, and we'll try to generate some traffic here. Only the ARP packets. It is 43.68. Let's say there is a particular system. Okay. Now let's say this is what I'm trying to find out. Where is 43.68? Okay. So I have received some ARP request as well as ARP reply. So now how actually the system will actually store the values of this ARP is, now every operating system, if we go to command prompt in Windows, then we can type it as ARP space -A. Now this will give all the kind of mappings that are available with this operating system. Now let's say this is what the mappings which are already available on my system. Now whenever I type this ARP, that is address resolution protocols, with all the available mappings, now this is what it looks like. This particular IP, now we can see, let's say there is a IP called 43.1. Now this is having a physical address of this 06BA, some MAC address with respect to that. Now if you talk about some other IP68, then it has a corresponding MAC address. Now also we can see the type as dynamic. What is this dynamic and static? These are nothing but now if we see the dynamic, the address resolution protocol is dynamic in behavior. That means whenever a system receives a kind of traffic from a corresponding IP address, then what it will do, the system automatically try to map the corresponding IP address if it has some communication with respect to that. That means from that communication, it will try to retrieve the IP as well as the MAC address from that communication and try to update this with respect to the ARP table. Now, this is a good behavior with respect to the ARP, but also in terms of security, again, we have some issues with respect to these kind of issues, because this is where the vulnerabilities will come into picture. Because as the ARP is in dynamic in behavior, I mean, along with the static kind of content that we manually map to, also we have dynamic behavior with respect to the ARP. That means anyone without any authorization can send a random packet so that my system can keep update of this MAC address with respect to the IP. So using this vulnerability, there are some attacks like man in the middle attack, which we'll be demonstrating in the afternoon session, using which the ARP can also be used to do some of the attacks. But this dynamic behavior automatically try to fetch the IP and MAC address. So whenever, because now let's say the next time I want to have some communication with 43.68 or 43.1, again, I will not generate any kind of ARP request because I already have the mapping in my ARP table. I will directly try to communicate with this mappings from the ARP table itself. So that is how the ARP will be used. So this ARP will be used to resolve the IP with respect to the MAC address, and we'll try to make it as a table so that the communication will be one-to-one in the next time. Okay. And let's say whenever I want to flush this ARP table, so we have to be running the command prompt in the administrator mode so that we'll have full privileges to actual access to the table. So we can give ARP space -d delete, and if we give star, then the entire cache will be deleted, or we can write a specific mapping with respect to the IP as well as MAC address. Now, whenever I do this ARP-D, now I can see there are only some dynamic because I am already getting some communication from as this is my gateway, but rest of the 68 and all the remaining stuff this is already deleted. Okay, so this is how we can flush, and the ARP table is automatically built based on the dynamic behavior of the protocol also. But this is where the ARP protocol is used, and the same kind of thing can be observed in the ARP or in the Wireshark also. Now we can see this is the ARP header where the address type. Now you can see whenever I click on this address resolution protocol, we can observe the highlighted blue in the last window. This is where the entire protocol stack is. Now the Ethernet header is pointing to 0806. That means it is pointing to the ARP, whether it may be reply or request, but it is pointing to ARP. Now in this ARP, this is the header. The first one will be the hardware type. The second one will be the protocol type. It is 0800. That means again it has some because we are trying to resolve from IP to MAC address, so it has some link to the IP address. Now again the hardware size, it is 6 bits, that is 48-bit MAC address. The protocol is 4x8, that is 32-bit MAC address. Now in this case it is a reply. Now if you see in terms of request, you can see the opcode is changed to 1, whereas in terms of reply the opcode is 2. So based on this opcode we can justify whether that particular packet is ARP reply or request. So accordingly the corresponding MAC addresses and IP addresses are filled in the ARP table. So based on these values only, the operating system or the switch MAC address table will be filled with respect to the IP as well as MAC address mapping. Okay, so this is with respect to the ARP protocol in terms of a brief introduction. So how this protocol works. So this is the kind of things which you've already seen. The ARP-A will be used to list out all the available mappings of IP as well as the MAC addresses. And if there is any specific need to actually add a static IP, then we can use the command ARP space -s along with the IP address as well as the MAC address mapping. Okay, and there is one more thing called gracious ARP. This will be used in terms of whenever a system, let's say whenever we start a system, the system itself will send these kind of ARP packets to make that, let's say the IP address for this system is 43.2, let's say. Okay, so I want to advertise that this IP address is already allocated to a particular system. Then the system will make this gracious ARP so that all the systems will be notified that this particular system, particular MAC address already have a particular IP associated with this. Okay, so this will be used in specific solutions like finding out IP conflicts. Okay, where a particular system can be identified with already existing IP using this gracious ARP packets. But we also need to be very careful in terms of monitoring, because if there are more and more gracious ARPs in a particular network traffic, then there may be chances the attackers might also be using this kind of packets to actually map or to change the behavior in the ARP scenario. So while monitoring, we also need to have a look on this kind of gracious ARPs also. And as we said, every protocol is associated with some vulnerabilities. Also, we have vulnerabilities with respect to ARP spoofing. Also, we have vulnerabilities with respect to ARP flooding. ARP flooding is normal kind of simple flooding of the MAC addresses where it will try to fill the buffer. Or we have ARP spoofing where the man-in-the-middle attacks can be possible, which will be showcased in the afternoon session. So I'm not going much into the kind of things, because anyway, we are going to discuss this in detail with the kind of attacking, but how this is how the ARP spoofing can be done, where two destinations can be spoofed with the same MAC address of the attacker. And while the two victims are actually talking to each other, the attacker will be getting all the information using this kind of attack. Okay. So this is with respect to ARP, and if we want to delete all the kind of things, we can use ARP space -D with the asterisk, which will delete all the kind of manuals. And the next more important protocol is the IP protocol. So this belongs to the layer 3 protocol or the network layer in the TCP protocol suite. Why we use IP is because we need to have the connectivity in terms of communication, and along with that, we need to also have the end-to-end delivery of the datagrams or the packets that is flowing in the network. And the main purpose of IP or the layer 3 protocols is also to choose or to make the routing path for the packets. Because now let's say I want to send some communication from a system A to system B. Now let's say this system may be in the same LAN, or it may be located on a different LAN, or it may be located on a different city, or on the internet altogether. So I want to send this communication from this particular location to a different location, but how the packet has to be traveled from the sender to the destination. So there must be some kind of routing or a path to send from this particular location from a system A to the other system B. So this kind of routing can also be done using the IP or the layer 3 protocols. Okay. And also with respect to IP, particularly we have version 4. Also we have version 1, 2, 3, but TCP based on the TCP IP protocol suite, as TCP is come into a limelight with respect to version 4. So the same nomenclature has been given to IP also. And 5, there is some experimental kind of version with respect to 5. And now currently we have version 6, which is also prominent into the kind of networking. So this is how the IP addressing can also be used in terms of routing. Now let's say I want to send a communication from a system of 11 series to a particular system in 31.0 or 41.0. So this path can be decided based on the kind of routing protocols that are available at each routers or at each gateways, but which uses the IP protocol in the background. Now let's say I want to send some communication from a particular system 1.1 to a particular system 31.0. Then I have to pass through all these gateways or the routers which have the information with the directly connected systems, or which have information of the routing path on which the communication can be sent till it reaches the destination. So for this, we have kind of routes available in every system or in every gateway or routers, where we have with respect to flags also. If we say H, then it will be related to the particular system along with the host flag. And if we get the flags as G, that means it has to pass through a gateway, then it has to reach the system. Again, on which interface it has to go. There may be multiple interfaces on a single system, and again on which route or on which interface the packet has to travel, that will also be decided with respect to the IP routing features. Now when we come to the IP headers, now this is what the IP header will look like. The first one, we have the IP version, whether it is 4 or 6. Then accordingly we have the header length, because IP also has the specific header length, because we have some optional data also with respect to the IP, with respect to the kind of routing path it has to take or the routing protocols. So with respect to the optional data, the header length will be varied, but the minimum header length will be 20 bytes. But in terms of raw packets, if we see, we'll get a number of 4 or 5. So accordingly, we have to multiply with respect to 4 bytes. And the other thing is the type of service. This is with respect to the kind of application behavior, what kind of throughput that has to be allowed with this kind of application, that will be decided with respect to the type of service. And the next one is the total length of the entire packet that is flowing onto the wire. And the important feature we have is with respect to fragmentation. The other important feature of the IP protocol is the fragmentation. Now let's say this fragmentation will come into picture when there is a need to send the communication beyond the maximum transmission unit. Now let's say whenever we talk about the kind of data in an Ethernet, the maximum transmission unit is only 1500 bytes. Now let's say there is some more communication, or let's say there is a packet which is of 10 MB or 20 MB. Now this particular packet has to be sent over IP. Then this packet will be segmented, or which will be fragmented into a number of multiple packets based on the MTU of the Ethernet. So this is how the fragmentation will be used, and each packet will have its own set of fragment ID. Accordingly, the destination will see whether it is a single packet or there are multiple packets that are there to assemble it. So accordingly, the fragmentation will be used. And we have another important feature called TTL, this is called time to live. This is also very much important, which is part of IP, because whenever we create or generate a particular communication, that communication, there must be some sort of expiry on the packet that is generated, or else the packet can live, there will be, it's like an immortal kind of thing on the internet or on the network. So there should be some kind of mechanism to actually drop the packets. So this is where the time to live will come into picture. So for every gateway, once it passes through the gateway, the packet or the TTL value will be decremented to 1. So once this TTL will become 0, the packet will be dropped, or it will not be forwarded onto the next header or onto the next node. And the next one will be the protocol, because IP is layer 3. Again, it should be pointing to the upper layer protocols like the transport layer protocols, or we have another protocols with respect to ICMP, which provides the feedback to the IP. So based on that, the protocol will be varied. And also we have some checksum with respect to the header and the source and destination IP addresses. Okay, so this is what we have discussed. Now let's say when we talk the same in terms of the Wireshark, will try to capture some packets. I'm removing this filter. Okay, now let's say there are a lot of packets that are actually flowing on that. We'll try to pick up one particular packet, a TCP packet, because anyway, TCP also has the IP packet as part of that. Okay, now we'll quickly move on to the IP protocol. Now we can see here, now in the Ethernet header, it is pointing to IP version 4. In the earlier thing, it was 0806, which is pointing to ARP. Now it is pointing to 0800. That means it is pointing to the IP packet. Now again, in this IP, as we discussed, we have this version number. If it is 4, then it is IP version 4. And also we have a header length. Now you can observe in the raw packet, it is only a particular digit, which has to be multiplied by 4 bytes. Now if it is here, it is 6, then we have to multiply it with 6 bytes, that is 6 into 4 bytes. That will be, the header length will be 24 bytes in that case. Sorry. So again, we have a kind of differential field or the type of service. If there is any specific application that is requesting any kind of congestion or any kind of value, then that will be notated here. And this is with respect to the total length of the entire packet. Generally, we'll deduct the header length from this, because already header length is mentioned here. We'll subtract this header length, and this will become the total length of the packet. And this is what the fragmentation ID we are talking about. So whenever these 3 flags will be important in terms of fragmentation. Now we can see here in this particular packet, the don't fragment is set to 1. That means it is a single packet. Now, if there is the more fragment is set to 1, that means then the destination machine will be checking this fragment offset along with the identification. So once this more fragments will become 0, so it will accumulate all the fragments at the destination, and once it is set to 0, then only the all the fragments will be reassembled at the destination, and that will be made as a single packet. Now again, as we discussed the time to live, so generally this time to live will also be used as part of the information gathering or in terms of the reconnaissance or scanning phase, because because the RFC says time to live has to be defined, but different operating system vendors has chosen a different value for this TTL value. Now in terms of Windows, this TTL will be 128. If it is a Linux box, it will be 64. It will be in terms of networking devices, the value will be 225. So based on the value I see in the TTL, I can guess the operating system also, okay, whether it is a Windows or whether it is a Linux or whether it is a any kind of networking device or any kind of gateway device. Okay, And the next level protocol from which the IP is pointing to, whether it is a TCP protocol or whether it is a UDP protocol. Now in terms of TCP, we can observe it is 6. Now let's say we take any kind of a UDP packet. Now you can see the protocol has changed to UDP. That means the hexadecimal value is 17. So based on this, the value will be changed accordingly. And the next one will be the source and destination IP addresses of the corresponding target as well as the sender. So this is how the IP packet will be look like and the kind of header values that are associated in the IP. So based on the protocol values, we have different kind of values with respect to that. If it is mostly 1, we go for ICMP. If it is a 6, it is a TCP protocol. If it is a 17, if it is a UDP. So based on the kind of value, protocol value, the upper layer protocol will be dependent. Okay. And this is with respect to one of the captured packet of, okay. We'll try to capture a ping command, because I thought anyway the ICMP protocol is there in the next session. We'll try to capture the packets in terms of ICMP. Okay. Because ICMP is also one of the ping which we use. Actually, ping is a application, but whenever we do a ping command, it again generates the ICMP or the protocol in the background that we'll see in the next slide itself. So whenever we talk about the fragmentation, in the example we have seen, it is a single packet, but in terms of fragmented packets, we can capture these fragments and we can see the fragment or the more fragments is set to 1. Okay, so whenever this more fragment is set to 1, the destination machine will understood, okay, there are 8 more packets yet to come. Now let's say even in the second packet, the more fragment is set to 1. Now in the third packet, the fragmentation or the more fragment has become 0. That means once this becomes 0, the destination machine will try to reassemble all the captured packets and make it as a single packet, because it has observed that there is more fragments set to 1. So this is how the fragmentation will be done with respect to the IP. So IP will have this particular feature to do the fragmentation and defragmentation at the destination end. Again, with respect to the vulnerabilities, again, IP also a lot of vulnerabilities where we have a kind of access and bandwidth controls. The flooding can be done with respect to IP, and also the spoofing can be done. And even there can be manipulation with respect to the packet parameters and the header values, and also the source and destination routes can also be changed with respect to the IP vulnerabilities, which will be discussed in the coming sessions. So as we have seen, IP we generally call it as a stateless protocol, because it will be try to send the information as it is, but there may be some kind of cases where we also need to have a feedback from the destination machine. So in that case, there is another kind of complementary protocol for IP, which is called as ICMP, which is Internet Control Messaging Protocol. Now, what happens in terms of IP is, as the IP doesn't have any kind of states or doesn't provide any kind of feedback mechanism, the ICMP will be used to get the kind of feedback from this kind of behavior of the IP. So this is where the terms of we're talking about kind of ping. Now what we'll do, again, I will try to start the communication, and I will try to ping one of the system here, say 43.68. Okay, as I said, ping is one application, but we can observe. So I'll try to put a filter of ICMP here directly. We'll try to see whether we can receive any kind of packets here. Okay, so even though I'm using ping, but in the background, it will actually generate the ICMP packets. Now you can see whenever I type ping here, a particular IP, I'm getting a response from that particular machine. So what is the response? I'm getting a reply saying that this particular machine is available. If I'm getting a reply, that means that particular machine is available on the network. And also along with this, you can also observe the TTL value. Okay, we'll have some discussion on this TTL also, because this is how the operating system will be decided. Now let's say if I do the same kind of analysis on 40.1, okay, now here we can observe there is two kind of TTL values. The first one, 43.68, I'm getting a TTL value of 128. But whenever I ping this 43.1, but I'm getting the TTL value of 64. Now here itself, based on this TTL value, we can assume that TTL 128 means it may be a Windows box. I'm not sure what may be the operating system, but I can make sure that it is a Windows box. Similarly, if I'm getting the TTL value of 64, that means it is a Linux box. Okay, so based on this TTL value itself, I can actually assume, or I can actually make some kind of analysis of the destination operating system also. So this is where the TTL will also come into picture. But this TTL has a different set of feature where whenever it passes through the gateway, this TTL will be decremented by 1. And whenever the TTL will become 0, that packet will not be forwarded on to the next device. Now coming to this ICMP, now let's say these are the packets that we have captured. Now again, in the ICMP, we have two kinds of scenarios. One is request, the other one is the reply. Now in this ICMP request again, now we can observe after IP is actually pointing this to a protocol called ICMP. In the earlier, we have seen it as TCP and UDP. Now it is pointing to ICMP. That means there is another protocol of ICMP which is pointing to. Now the ICMP protocol is very simple. It has only two kind of header values. What is the type of the header and what is the code that is going into, because based on this only the feedback mechanism is located. Now if it is type 8 and if it is code 0, then we can understood it is a echo request. Okay, now similarly we can observe in the ICMP reply or the echo reply. Now here we can observe the type is 0, the code is 0. Earlier in the request it was type 8 and code 0. Now in the reply it is type 0 and code 0. That means based on the type and code values, we can actually get some information on the destination machine, what exactly it is trying to give us the feedback. Okay, so based on the type and codes, the different values are there that we'll discuss in the slides. But how this is how the ICMP packets will be captured on the Wireshark. And with respect to the ping is one of the command which will be used. Similarly, there are a lot of other kind of mechanisms to understand the IP also. Okay. So this is how the ICMP will look like, because mainly we'll be using the ICMP to make IP more reliable, to process the kind of feedback mechanisms. And there are a lot of applications which are dependent on the ICMP, like ping is one of the application and traceroute is one of the application, where in terms of traceroute, we'll try to analyze the source path or the kind of path that it will take. Now, let's say we'll also try to do the same thing in terms of traceroute. Now, similarly, how we are actually, okay, the command in particular Windows is traceroute. In terms of Linux or in terms of Mac or other operating systems, it may be traceroute. Now, let's say I'm trying to do a traceroute. Now, here we can it is translated to the domain name and it is passing through some of the intermediate device or the routes which are available. So it has to reach. Now you can see there may be some sort of firewall or some kind of security device which is blocking this packet. But again, we are receiving some sort of IP addresses here. Okay, whether it may be IP version 4 or version 6, but we will be getting some sort of replies here. These are all the intermediate devices which are there between my system as well as the Google. So if I want to reach this google.com, I have to pass through all these intermediate devices. Then my request will be actually sent to Google. Okay. We'll try to see whether any kind of packets that are actually captured. There are a lot of packets captured, but there are no kind of ICMP packets which are captured with respect to that. With respect to specifically this traceroute, but how this is the traceroute will come. But how the underlying thing is in terms of traceroute is how actually we can come to know this intermediate devices. So as we discuss the concept of TTL, whenever the TTL will become 0, the packet will be dropped, and that dropping device will actually send a destination or send a feedback mechanism to the sender saying that this packet has been dropped because of TTL has become 0 and TTL has been dropped in transit. Okay, so based on that feedback mechanism, now what this particular traceroute application will do is, the first packet, it will make the a packet generated with TTL as 1. Okay, so whenever it receives the first hop, the TTL, whenever it receives here, it has to forward to the second hop. But as it is with the TTL value of 1, it will be become 0, because as it becomes 0, it cannot forward to the next hop. So it will send a feedback mechanism to my system or to this application saying that the TTL has been dropped. Now I will get the IP address of this particular hop. Now in the second, I will make TTL as 2. Now it will pass through 1. Okay, now it will become 1 here. Again, it will be dropped here. Again, I will get the IP address of this. Now in the third thing, I'll make it as 3. Now 1, 2 and 3. After third device, it will become 0. Again, a feedback will be sent to the system. So till it reaches the destination, the TTL will be incremented by 1 and all the respective gateways or the hops will be decrementing it to 0. So based on this TTL value, once it becomes 0, I'll be getting the feedback from all the respective IP addresses that will be displayed here as it is shown in the screenshot. So this is how the TTL will be used in terms of with respect to the ICMP to make the feedback possible, whether the system has been able to reach it or not. Again, there are a lot of problems with respect to ICMP because I'm getting this feedback. I can assume or I can know the kind of operating system or the kind of path that is available with respect to the device. So this is why most of the security devices, as we have seen in the previous screenshot also, in between there are some stars. That means there may be chance that a security device is placed which is not actually revealing its IP addresses, but it may be forwarding the packet, but it is not giving the sort of replies to that. So this is where most of the security devices will be blocking the ICMPs or the kind of ping. So if you do a ping to a firewall, we will not get the reply from the firewall, because the firewall, the basic behavior is that it will drop the ICMP packets. Okay, so this is how the security tools will also block some of the ICMP protocols. Now, whenever we talk about this ICMP, it will become as part of the IP. That is, if it is as to ICMP as 1, then it will come to the ICMP. Then these are the ICMP header values, as we have discussed, only the simple things like type and code. Okay, so based on the type and code, if you can see, there are certain values with respect to the type and there are certain values with respect to the codes. So based on this type and code values, we have a different kind of meanings with respect to the feedback mechanism. If it is type 0, code 0, as we have seen, it is a ping reply or the echo reply. And if it is type 3, we can say that there is an unreachable kind of environment in the destination. And again, based on the code, whether it is the entire network is unreachable, or if it is 1, whether only that particular host is unreachable, or if it is 2, only that particular protocol I'm trying to connect is unreachable, or if it is 3, there is a particular port that is unreachable. So based on that values of the codes, also the kind of mechanism will be there on the feedback which I get. So again, in the ICMP, we have a simple kind of thing. One is query, the other one is error reporting kind of thing. So based on this, for error reporting, we have a different kind of types, and for a queries, we have a different kind of types. Okay, so these are some of the types and codes with respect to the destination unreachable, with respect to the source quench. Let's say there may be some sort of bandwidth issues or the kind of throughput issues in the network. So based on that also, we'll get some sort of values with respect to that. And if there is any security failures also, we'll get to that with respect to ICMP type 40. And a normal scanning can also be done using the ICMP, because we have already seen with respect to the ping. So if I'm doing a ping, if I'm getting a reply, I understood the system is up. Similarly, I can use an automated tool where I can scan the entire LAN using this normal ICMP scan, where I can, instead of giving the single IP, I can give the entire network. So it will try to check each and every system on the LAN and try to give the reply whether that particular system is existing or not. So this is how the ICMP scan can also be used using for scanning whether the system is available onto the LAN or not. Okay, and also we have seen how the traceroute works to know the path of how this my particular packet is traveling on the network. So how this is passing from one particular system to the other particular system, this will be used with respect to the traceroute. and also the fragmentation part, which you've already seen. Okay. With respect to the TCP, because we have another application or another scanning tool called Nmap that we'll discuss in the afternoon session after lunch break. So here we'll be breaking for lunch. If there are any queries with respect to that, we'll be discussing after lunch itself. So this is all we have with respect to that. Okay, I'm only able to see USB cap in protocols. Sir, while or else you may please share the capturing screenshot in the our WhatsApp group so that we can reply exactly what is the issue, because whenever we are trying to open the Wireshark, we have to open with admin privileges so that it can detect all the kind of interfaces that are available on the system. So if there is any kind of issue with respect to that, then you can please share the specific screenshot to that onto the group, or so that we can have discussion there. Okay. So with this, we'll conclude this session, and we'll reassemble after lunch break. We'll meet at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. We'll be starting the presentation in around 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, all. So in continuation with the morning session, so
Yeah.
okay, okay, then we'll wait for another 5 minutes, then we will start.
No, just
Okay, fine, fine, okay.
please share your screen.
Naresh, shall we start? Okay, thank you. So, in continuations to the morning session, we have been discussing about the different phases. The first one is information gathering, and we are now into part of scanning. That too, have analyzed some of the protocols using Wireshark, ARP, and IP. And one more important protocol we'll discuss, and then we'll quickly move on to that Nmap tool, where we can also use the different scanning techniques. Because the main goal of the scanning technique is to know what are the systems that are powered on, and what kind of services that are being run on the system, and according to the, I mean, what are the ports that are open, and with the with using the open ports, what kind of services that are running on that particular system, and to assess the operating system. Accordingly, we can decide what kind of vulnerabilities that may exist in the system, and what kind of exploitation that can be happened. So this is how we need to focus on. So in that, the TCP protocol, which is at the transport layer protocol, or the layer 4 protocol in terms of TCP IP, will also play an important role. Because now let's say if we want to scan a particular system, whether it is up or not, or if you want to scan a network, then using a normal ICMP scan, which you have seen in the previous session, can also be helpful, right? So using a normal ping command, we can able to know whether that particular system is up or not. But what happens in most of the cases, as we discussed, let's say if there is any security device, or if there is any firewall, any kind of device that is placed in between, then there may be chances that the ICMP or the ping is blocked. But even though these kind of blockings are there, then there are certain kind of things which are need to be opened. Now let's say in terms of, if you open a web application, then this application has to run any of the transport layer protocol. So in this case, in this scenario, we'll try to see how this TCP or the kind of transport layer protocols are used to scan a particular system, to assess whether it is up or not, or what kind of services that are being run on that particular system. So before that, we'll try to understand a small thing about the transmission control protocol. Because as part of TCP/IP protocol suite, TCP and IP are the most important protocols which make the part of this suite. So we'll go for this TCP introduction once, then accordingly we'll discuss the Nmap or the scanning techniques that are used on top of this TCP to actually assess the kind of information or the systems. Okay, so as we have seen, TCP is a transport layer protocol, and when we talk about the TCP, the main important part of TCP, we say, is it's a connection oriented protocol. Because why we are actually saying it as connection oriented is, whenever there is an communication between two end-to-end systems, the communication that is happening between the two systems has to be assured that it is sent and it is received at the destination. So to ensure this sort of communication, the TCP uses a methodology called three-way handshake. So we'll discuss what is three-way handshake. So based on this three-way handshake methodology, the protocol will actually try to assess, or try to make that the communication or the kind of traffic that is flowing from one end to other end is actually reaching the destination. So if there is any dropping or some kind of thing, then we'll get an acknowledgement saying that the respective packets or the respective communication is not yet reached the destination. And also the other important part is the TCP is full duplex communication. So it supports both, transmission and receiving at the same time. And when we talk about the key characteristics, that is what we have discussed. It is reliable connection setup, and also even the closing session will also be reliable, because while closing, it uses for packet transmission to get the confirmation from both the parties before closing the connection. And also we have packet sequencing facilities, and also we have error checking and acknowledgements. If there is any drop in the packets, then there is a proper acknowledgement whether the destination has got the respective traffic or not. And in case of any kind of droppage, there is a mechanism for retransmission of lost segments. And also there is an integrity checking in the segments also, whether all the segments have reached the destination point or not. And also there is a mechanism to decide the window size with respect to flow control, how many, what is the size that has to be transmitted over the communication path, and also the multiplexing connections. Multiplexing connections in the sense, let's say on a particular system, let's say I'm using a system. On this particular system, I'm opening a lot of connections. Let's say on a single browser, I may be opening a 10 particular tabs to open 10 different applications, or 10 different websites. I may be opening some other Skype connection or some video chatting application. So at a time, I can open all these connections, but at the same time, the system has this capacity or the understanding that what communication is actually talking to which destination, or what is the kind of connection that is happening between the application, because my system is one, but the communication channels that I have opened are many. So this kind of multiplexing and demultiplexing with respect to the connections at the same time is possible with respect to the TCP. Why? Because we use a combination of both we generally call it as a socket in terms of TCP, because whenever we are using the communication path with respect to layer 3, we have the communication address of IP address. So by this IP address, I can pinpoint a particular system. But with respect to the kind of applications that are opened on a particular system, to define that, I need this transport layer protocol also along with the IP address, which is called socket. The combination of both IP as well as the port on which I'm initiating the service. So this socket will be used to actually differentiate or to understand the connections that are established, and the connections that are initiated, and the connections that are closed on a particular system. So generally, whenever we talk about a port number is nothing but it's a logical connection that is binded to a specific service or a specific application. Now, let's say if I talk about a HTTP service, then the port number that is associated with this HTTP service is port number 80. Now, if I talk about FTP service, then FTP has two ports, 20 and 21. One is for data initiation, one is for the kind of commands that are given. And if we talk about Telnet, it is 23. If I talk about DNS, if it is 53. If we talk about SMTP, it is 25. So there are again different type of services uses these transport layer protocols. That protocol or that port number which is binded to that particular service, to denote that service, is nothing but a port number. Okay, so generally these port numbers are ranged between 0 to 60. Generally there are 65,536 actually. So they are the range is from 0 to 65,535. Usually the port numbers from 0 to 1023 are reserved, and from 1024 to 49 151 are registered port numbers, and rest of things can be used by any client as a dynamic ports to initiate the connection. So this is how the TCP header will be look like. We can have the source port number, and what is the destination port number, and what is the kind of sequence number that can, because this sequence number is very much important, because whenever we start the communication, we use this sequence number to actually denote what kind of communication. And this sequence number will be used to know the initial packet that has been raised, and to also understand the acknowledgement received from the destination. And the second thing is the acknowledgement number. Usually this acknowledgement number will be an increment to the sequence number which is there in the previous packet. And the other thing we have is the header length, and we have some 6 bits of reserved. And the other part are the 6 flags, which are very much important whenever we talk about this TCP communication. Using this is 6 flags, so we can able to know what type of communication that is happening between the both parties. And using the same kind of flags, we also use some scanning mechanisms to understand the behavior of the system. Okay. And there is again the window size to understand the kind of flow control. We have a TCP checksum, and the other thing is we have urgent pointer. This urgent pointer is associated with urgent flag. If there is a priority in communication, then when this urgent flag is set, then this pointer will be used. So this is how the flags or the header information is there in the TCP protocol. As you said, these flags are very important. The 6 flags are SYN flag or the synchronization flag. We have FIN or finish flag. We have RST or reset flag. We have PSH or the push flag. We have ACK or the acknowledgement flag. And the last is URG or the urgent flag. So these flags will be used as part of TCP communication. Okay. So let us say these are some of the sample TCP packets that are captured. The same we'll try to see by directly capturing in the Wireshark also. So this is how the TCP packets will be looked on Wireshark, where we can observe the flags. If it is set to the respective bit, then we can assume that that particular flag is set to 1. Okay. So this is how the flags or the TCP headers are dissected. So when we talk about the TCP control fields, so as we said, the urgent flag, this will be intended or set to 1 when the priority of the packet is raised. That means if there is an urgency or the priority has to be more, then this particular urgent flag will be used. And acknowledgement will be used when there is acknowledgement flag or when there is acknowledgement number is valid in the packet. And this push flag will be used when there is a data transmission between the two parties, whether the connection initiator or the connection sender. And the reset packet is used in terms of connection when there is an abrupt disconnection in the connection, or whether it is any kind of error conditions we have or any timeouts. So for these kind of dropouts, we use the reset flag. And SYN flag, this is used to start the communication. Generally, this will be the first packet or the first flag that is set in the TCP communication to start the communication or to initiate the communication. Generally, this will be associated with a sequence number. And finally, the FIN flag, this will be used to actually finish the sending of data as well as to close the connection also. So the main important thing, as we discussed, is the 3-way handshake mechanism that is used in the TCP protocol. So this is how the TCP 3-way handshake will be looking like. We call it as 3-way handshake because the 3 packets are exchanged between both the parties to actually start the communication. They are SYN. The second packet consists of SYN plus acknowledgement, and the last packet consists of acknowledgement. See, what happens is, let's say a client wants to start a communication with a server. Now, let's say this is my web server running on the particular server. Now, I want to initiate a communication. Let's say I have opened a browser. So from browser, I want to start the communication to the server. So what I will do, the first packet of the TCP for establishing the connection, I will initiate the first packet with enabling the SYN packet that is set to 1. Now for this to be understood by the destination system, along with the SYN packet, a random sequence number will be generated. Now let's say this is my random sequence number which is generated by the operating system to start the communication. Now let's say the client has sent in communication the first packet to the server. Now the server is also ready and it is ready to accept the communication. So it must intimate to the client that, okay, it is also ready for the communication. So what happens? The second packet now, because already the client has started the connection initiation with the SYN packet. Now let's say this is the sequence number. Now for this, what the server will do, it has to acknowledge saying that to the client saying that it is also ready for the communication. So what it will do simply, you can see is here the acknowledgement packet. For this acknowledgement packet, you can observe it is 87, it is 88. it will increment the sequence number in the previous packet with 1 and it will make as acknowledgement number. Now, the client, whenever receives the second packet, it will try to check the acknowledgement number. Okay, this acknowledgement is to the sequence number which is being sent by the client with this 87. So it has become 88 and this is acknowledgement. Okay, now the server is ready for the communication. To again reconfirm, what the server will do, along with the acknowledgement, it will again initiate a sequence number of the server to get a reconfirmation from the client whether the client is also ready for the connection establishment. So it generates its own sequence number. Now we can observe the sequence number of both the packets are different. So this is the sequence number of the server and this is acknowledgement of the previous communication to the client. Now again, in the second packet, the client receives both SYN as the synchronization with sequence number along with the acknowledgement packet. Okay. So now when the client receives, it will check the acknowledgement number. Okay, it is an increment to the previous sequence number of this SYN packet. Okay, the server is ready to start the communication. But server is again asking for the reconfirmation or to get the consent from the client with a sequence number. So now what it will do, again, the client will send an acknowledgement. Now you can observe it is 60. It will increment with 61 and send it to the server. Okay, so in this case, what happens? Now the server will also get a confirmation from the client. So the first packet will be a SYN sent to the server. Then the server will send an SYN plus acknowledgement of the previous communication. Now again, the client will respond with an acknowledgement to the SYN sent by the server. So now this is called as three-way handshake. After this, the respective application data, whatever that is, it may be HTTP communication, it may be FTP, what are all the applications that depend on the TCP, that communication will be actually starting after this three-way handshake only. So by this, for every data that is again going on, for every data that is received, again the destination will send an acknowledgement to the received packet. So like this, till the communication ends, the acknowledgements will be sent from the receiver party. So the first thing will be a three-way handshake established along with the data flow. So this is how the TCP will be used as a connection oriented between both the client and server. Now similarly with the connection closing also, there is again a four-way kind of packet transmission. Now let's say the client want to close the connection with the server. First it will send the finish packet to the server. Then the server will again acknowledge with it. And again, it will ask with an acknowledgement saying that, okay, whether you are okay with that. Then the client will send an acknowledgement saying that, okay, you can close the connection. So after this four exchange of packets, then properly the connection can be closed between the client and server. But there may be some cases where a reset packet will be sent. Let's say there is an abrupt shutdown of the system or sudden closure of the browser or any kind of communication that has to be intimated to the destination. So in that case, the reset flag will be set actually to close the connection abruptly without any kind of finish or acknowledgement packets from both the parties. So this is how the overall TCP communication will be looking like. So first there will be a connection establishment with the three-way handshake, SYN, SYNACK and ACK. Then there will be a data transfer. For every push, whenever there is a data transfer, the push flag will be set to 1 and an acknowledgement will be set. So we'll be getting a push plus acknowledgement for every data transfer. And for connection termination, we have FIN acknowledgement for both the fins and then the acknowledgement to close the connection. In case of sudden closure, then there will be a reset packet instead of this four packets. Okay, so this is how the TCP communication will be look like. Now we'll try to have a small kind of demo on this particular how this TCP can be captured using this Wireshark. Now let's see, again, I'm closing this communication. I'm clearing all the filters. Before that, let's say we open any browser. We'll start the communication on now let's say I'm trying to open a particular website. Okay, and I have got some particular packets which are captured in the Wireshark. Now we'll try to see whether any three-way handshake has happened and what kind of packets that we actually got. So let me filter out with only TCP here. Okay, because I have started the browser itself, there is a lot of communication that is already flowing. Okay, let me start the communication again. Okay, or else I'll try to do one thing. I'll try to filter with respect to the IP addresses to be more precise. So this is how we can filter with respect to the IP address in the Wireshark. We can give the command as ip.addr and the IP address can be specified. We have to give double equal to so that a particular IP can be filtered out of all this transaction. Okay, now when we actually filtered with respect to the particular IP, now we can see a full three-way handshake has happened between these particular two systems. So let me start with the particular packet here, where I'll also try to come with the starting of this packet. Now you can see the Ethernet is pointing to its upper layer IP4, the IP version 4 here. And again, there is a followed by IP header. Again, there is no don't fragment is set to 1 as we discussed in the previous thing. Now again, this protocol that is pointing to from this particular packet is 6. That means it is pointing to a TCP protocol. Now here we have this TCP protocol with us. Now we can see here the source port of this particular system is a random port, because let's say I'm trying to access a website. Usually the websites are hosted on port numbers 80 and 443. So this will be my destination port number. Now, whenever we talk about the source port number, I can pick up any of the random ports out of the ports that are registered. So let's say I'm starting the communication of 10575. Now, in this case, we have to understand this. My IP address of my system is let's say 192.168.43.241. Now, for this to understand or the kind of communications that are established on this particular 241, so the combination of this port is also used. This is where we call it as a socket. So the combination of IP as well as the port number, this both combination of the socket will be used to differentiate, because as we have seen in one of the tab I have opened Google and another tab I have opened Gmail, and there may be a lot of applications that are continued in the background. So to differentiate all these kind of applications, we usually use this socket to actually differentiate the behavior. Okay, so similarly the destination will also be sent. There may be a lot of services on the same destination also. So accordingly the destination port number as well as the IP address can also be used as a socket. Okay, so in the TCP field we have the source port and the destination port, and we can observe the sequence number, because as this is the first packet, so the sequence number is 0 here. Okay, so because as I'm initiating the connection, it will be 0. Now there will be no acknowledgement number for this, because if you can see in the flags, so this is where the flags are important. If you see in the flags, out of all these 6 flags, our SYN flag is set to 1. And for this SYN flag, we have a sequence number of 0. So this is my first packet in this communication, and rest of the things are all the relevant data that is there in the protocol. Now, as we discussed, the first packet will be the SYN. The second will be the acknowledgement from the server. Now we'll go move on to the second packet. Now here we can observe it is a SYN plus acknowledgement. Now the same part. Now you can observe the source port has been changed, because this is the source port, which is we are getting a reply from the server. So this is the source port of the server, and this is the destination port of the client. Okay. So this will be the destination port, and now here we can observe the sequence number is again 0. This is the sequence number of the server, but in the acknowledgement, we are getting it as 1. This 1 will be the increment to the previous 0, which is sent by the client. Now in the flags also, we can observe here both SYN as well as acknowledgement, both are set to 1. That means it is a packet which contains both SYN, the sequence number of the server, as well as the acknowledgement number of the previous SYN of the client. So it is SYN plus acknowledgement. Now we'll move on to the last acknowledgement, because we have sent an initial SYN packet. We have received SYN plus acknowledgement from the server. Now we have to send the acknowledgement to the server. Now again, we can observe here this sequence number. Now this will be the sequence number or the acknowledgement of the previous communication, and this will be the acknowledgement to the previous communication of SYN to the server. Okay, so now it has become 1, and we can observe that the acknowledgement is the flag is set to 1, right? So none of the flags are set to 1, all are zeros except the acknowledgement. Now this is the last packet in the three-way handshake. So this is how a three-way handshake is established between the client and the server. Then we can observe that the actual communication is flowing between the client and server. So there is again a data with respect to SSL communication, and again there may be different kind of packets for every push. There will be acknowledgement for all the data. So continuous data will be there with respect to that. So before this data has been started, we have to make sure that the three-way handshake is established with respect to the communication. So this is how the three-way handshake will be helpful for this connection oriented and to help the client and the server or both the parties to start the communication. And also before that, there are some more commands to actually understand this, the open ports that are available on the system. Now, when we open the command prompt in Windows, or if we go to terminal on any Linux box, then we can use this command called netstat, where this gives the network statistics or the kind of services that are open on a system. So we can give netstat space -an. Now here we can see these are all the kind of services that are open. Now, as we discussed, so this particular thing is called a socket. Okay, so IP address associated with a port number. Let's say this is 192.168.43 or 241. That is associated with a port number of 131. Now this is a particular socket. Or let's say I'm trying to browse some of the websites here, and we can see there are also connection states with respect to TCP. So for every connection, let's say a SYN is sent, then we can say the connection is in the state of the connection is in the initial phase. Or after this entire three-way handshake is completed, we can see the status as established. Or if it is, let's say the server is listening for the any type of connection, then it is in the listening mode. Or let's say there is already certain connection established, but it is waiting for certain commands or kind of thing, then we can go for the time wait. And there may be some states where the connection has been established, or a first level of FIN closing is already done, then it is waiting for the complete closure of the connection. So these kind of states are also used because these states are used in the security devices or in the perimeter level devices to actually decide the type of connection, and based on that the behavior or the kind of rules can be written onto. Okay, so this is how now you can see my IP address is same in all the communications. Okay, my IP address doesn't change in all the communication. There may be a lot of destinations I'm talking to, but you can observe even though my IP address is same, the port numbers are varying in all these communications. So that are connected to all these different machines outside my network or from where I'm trying to get the connection. So this is how the entire socket will be used to multiplex or demultiplex the connections using the transport layer protocol. Okay. So again, there are certain vulnerabilities again associated with TCP as we have with other protocols also. Like there are no access controls with respect to the TCP, and the TCP headers can be manipulated because we can some of the tools we can generate our own kind of headers with respect to TCP, or the packets can be generated so for manipulation. And we have TCP packets which can also reveal certain OS details based on the window size. As we have discussed, there is a parameter of window size in the TCP protocol where a window size can be decided to actually decide what kind of or how much throughput can be put into the packet. So that kind of parameters will also reveal the OS details with respect to the TCP. And even the TCP states can be exploited. That is where we'll have some session on the security devices, because now let's say instead of synchronous packet, directly I'm sending an acknowledgement packet to the destination. Now, in this kind of scenario, what the destination has to respond, because there is no establishment of the connection, but there is a direct acknowledgement to the service on the destination. So these kind of states can also be exploited where certain security devices will also look into these states which you have seen in the previous window, right, or the command prompt. So, and even some of the protocols, if they are clear text protocols, we can use the traffic that can be captured. Even a normal kind of, let's say this is an SSL traffic, but if it is a clear text traffic, now let's say in the Wireshark, when you click on a particular packet and there is an option called follow. So in this follow, you can click on any of the stream according to the protocol. If I click on TCP stream, now this is the actual data that is flowing, but the packet which you are which we are viewing in this particular scenario is an SSL or the TLS encryption. That is where we cannot see what is the traffic that is flowing on. But let's say if it is a clear text protocol like a telnet or any kind of protocol, then it is very easy for the even for the packet capturing kind of things to easily see the data that is contained inside the packet, because it is a clear text protocol. So that is where we cannot avoid these kind of vulnerabilities that are associated. And the most important part, as we discussed, is the kind of scanning techniques that are used. We'll go with one particular tool called Nmap. Okay. So this is the website of the Nmap tool. It's called nmap.org, which is available for all the platforms to run. This is the scanning tool, and also along with scan, we have a lot of other features also, like we can assess the operating system. We can know what are the kind of ports or services that are opened. And also we have certain scripts to even further enumerate the kind of the operating system and the version detections also in this. So once you open this particular website, we can click on this download button where we have a specific setup for Windows. And also we have certain packages for all the Linux boxes also. Even for Mac also we have the source code distribution along with that. For all other Linux distributions and different kind of Solaris. So it is supported by almost all the major operating systems which are in use. Okay. So there are again two kinds of versions with respect to that. The Windows version has this GUI kind of thing, which is called as ZenMap, or else the normal Kali version or the kind of translation we go for on Linux, they will have the command line version called, directly we can go for Nmap. Okay, so let me open the GUI version which has been installed on Windows here. It is ZenMap, ZenMap. It is a GUI version of this Nmap. Yeah, so this is how the Nmap tool will be look like. But whatever we try to scan for these lab demonstrations, or whenever you do the same kind of techniques at your place, we always recommend to use this combination with Wireshark, because what happens is we may be, because all the things that we are discussing here are the tools, but in the tool we may be only giving the kind of target. Let's say in this kind of Nmap GUI, we may give only the target IP address to do the kind of scanning that can be done. But whenever we actually use this with respect to the Wireshark, then along with the kind of scanning, we can also capture the packets so that we can have a clear kind of view of what exactly that is happening in the background with respect to this pack analysis or the kind of scanning that is happening on. Now, so along with this, I'll also open the Wireshark in parallel. And before that, we'll just have a quick kind of thing. Let's say this is my target IP address. This is like I'm giving trying to scan with all the verbose kind of a mechanism on this particular scan. The only thing is we have to click on scan. The tool will try to do the scanning part for us. Meanwhile, I'll also try to show you the command. Okay, so the one previous thing which you have seen is the GUI version of that, where we can simply click on the scan. And other thing is we can directly go to the command prompt. This is where most of the security tools will also be having this command prompt version. So I'll try to go with the command prompt version. 1 second, I'll just check the connectivity with the other system, then we can have a scanning on that. So my IP address of this system is IP config. It is 192.168.43.241. The other system, give me a second. On 92.168.40. The system IP address is 43.193. Okay, the connection is established with the target IP. Now we'll use this particular target to perform the scanning techniques. So before that, we'll also see why actually the scanning techniques, how this can be used, because we have observed that there are different type of scanning techniques onto this. The first one is called a full scan, on which what we'll do is, because the ultimate goal of any scanning mechanism or the scanning techniques is to find out whether the destination system is up or not, and what kind of ports, a specific port or the kind of ports that are open on the particular system. Now for this, what we'll do, we will try to in the connect scan, what we'll do, we will try to check with all the kind of complete three-way handshake. The attacker will try to establish the SYN he will get a SYN and acknowledgement, and again he will send the acknowledgement to the system. Then a reset packet will be sent, because once the three-way handshake is established, we can assume that the port is open. So because once the port is open, we'll get an acknowledgement only when the particular port is open. So we can assume that the port is open. And our ultimate goal of the scanning techniques is not to transfer the data to only know whether that particular port is open or not. So what we'll do, once the connection is established, we will immediately send the reset packet to close the connection. But accordingly, we will try to check whether or note down that whether that particular port is open or not. Okay. So for that, we'll be using both the combination of Nmap as well as Wireshark. So for this, I am clearing this filter of Nmap. I'm again starting the communication. Okay. So on this particular thing, I'm issuing the command, the full scan nmap-st 192.168.43.193. Now here we can observe there is a lot of communication that is going on in the background. We can observe some of the packets as red actually. So I am just closing this browser here because it is creating some of the traffic. It will take some time based on the kind of destination we have. Okay. And also here we can see I didn't added any of the ports or a specific port that has to be scanned, where we can also mention a specific port that can be scanned using the parameter called -p, where it will also give a set of kind of ports that can be scanned instead of scanning all the ports. Now in this scenario, the simple command, whatever we are giving, it will actually try to scan all ports that are available on this particular destination, and we'll try to check whether that particular ports are open onto the system or not. Now we have got this communication. Now we can see here in this particular system, we can see there are certain ports 135, 139, 445, and there are certain ports of 4951, 5357. So these ports we can see the state as opened, and this is the respective service that is running on this particular kind of machine. Okay, like the Microsoft remote process client, or the NetBIOS naming service. So these are some of the ports. And also by a simple scanning mechanism, one can also assume that by seeing the ports itself, we can assume this is a Windows operating system. Why? Because most of the Windows operating system has this default ports of 135, 139 and 445 by default, because these are some of the NetBIOS protocols that are used as part of the Windows operating system. So I can assume that these ports are open on the particular system, and by seeing the ports, I can also assume that this may belongs to the Microsoft operating system. So again, we'll try to filter this, what kind of background activity that has been done on this particular destination machine. So it is 193. Now we can see the TCP SYN packet has been sent to each and every port. We can observe the destination port here. This is my destination 193, the target on which we have done the scanning technique. And we can observe the port number has been from the source port onto a lot of ports, 993, 143, 22, 111. So it is trying to scan each and every port on this particular system. Now, a particular port of 139 here, we got an SYN plus acknowledgement. That means the packets may be, because as we are continuously sending the packets, we need to check for the SYN packet. So here it is. This is the first SYN packet that has been sent on to port 139. Okay. For this SYN packet, we can observe that here we got an acknowledgement. That means, okay, out of all these ports, we didn't get any reply back. But for this particular port, we got an acknowledgement from that port, from the destination. And After this simplest acknowledgement, according to the three-way handshake, we need to send the acknowledgement. So a full three-way handshake has been established SYN, SYNAC and ACK. So this is the full scan. Now I assume and I can understand that by using this three-way handshake that has been established, so this particular port number 139 has been opened. So this is where we'll also get as part of the result. Here we can also observe that this port number 139 is actually open onto this particular thing, right? So, but our goal is to only find out whether this port is open or not, but not to send any data like in the normal TCP communication, where the push and acknowledgement or the data is sent between the two systems. Our goal is to only understand whether that particular port is open or not. So in this case, my job is to only know that, okay, let's say that port number 139 is open. So what I will do, I'll simply send an reset packet, abruptly closing the connection. Because my intention is not to establish the connection, to send the data, only to find out whether that particular port is open or not. So in this case, the job is done. So I have sent the reset packet. Okay. Similarly, for all the open ports here, we'll get the same kind of scenarios, and rest of the ports, we may observe that there are no particular replies, because the destination system will think, because anyway the system or the particular port is not open, why to send an acknowledgement or why to initiate a particular scan or to establish a connection. So that is where we will not see any kind of replies with respect to that. But for the ports that are open, we'll get the acknowledgement. So this is how the tool will understand that what are the kind of ports that are open onto this particular target. Okay. Similarly, I'm again starting the communication. Now we'll see other command called, earlier we have seen -S capital T, which is a full scan. Now the other scan which we will see is the -SS. What is this -SS? This is called a SYN scan. So in the previous scan, we have established a full three-way handshake with SYN, SYNAC and ACK. But even in this also, the last acknowledgement packet is not necessary for me. Because why? Because as a scanning tool or an attacker, my main goal is to understand whether that particular port is open or not. So in the second, if I get an acknowledgement from the port itself, I can assume that the port is open and the server is trying to get a confirmation. So in the next scan or the SYN scan, what we'll do? We'll do the SYN scan with only two packets sent. That is only the first SYN packet. Once I get the second acknowledgement packet from the target, I will drop the connection. So because I assume that once I get an acknowledgement, my connection is already, or the particular port is already open on that particular target. So this is where we decide that the particular port is open. Okay. Let's say I'm scanning here for a port 80. If I get a SYN, if I get acknowledgement, I assume that the port is open. I will directly send the reset packet. Now let's say if I am trying to send in port number 21. Now let's say port number 21 is not opening or not opened on this particular server. It will simply send a reset packet because there is no port open for this service. So there is no need for establishing the connection. So the server itself will send a reset packet. So we'll try to check this with respect to the kind of Wireshark as well as the command prompt. So the command used is nmap-s capital S, the IP address or the target IP address. So again, we have started the communication. Now we can observe here, there's a lot of communication that is happening on the target, which is in real time. Now we'll see what happens with respect to any kind of open ports. So I think we have got some reset packets also. Okay. Now again, we can observe here the same kind of set of results we have got in the same scenario, because even in the full scan also we got the same set of results. And even here also we got the same set of results, like these particular ports are open, but we are using the flag as only SYN scan. SYN scan is also generally called as stealth scan, because what happens is most of the security devices will log the connections which are established. Okay, so here to avoid that establishment of the connection, we are not sending the acknowledgement. Instead of that, we are sending directly the reset packet to abruptly close after getting the reset. So here we'll check for one connection. Similarly, we got as port number 139 here again. Okay, let's say this is the packet that has been set. Now here in the earlier connection, we have seen in the full scan, we got an SYN plus acknowledgement. After that, we got an acknowledgement, then a reset packet is sent. But here in this case, we can observe we have sent an SYN packet to port number 139, and we are trying to find out whether this particular port is open or not. Now for this port, we got an acknowledgement. Okay, then we can assume that once we got an acknowledgement, the particular port is open. Okay, now my goal is to know whether this port is open or not. So there is no need for me to again establish the connection. So what I will do, I'll simply send the reset packet here to close that connection. So this is how I'm avoiding one packet to establish the connection, but to achieve the result that whether the port is open or not. So this is how the SYN scan can be used. And also we can see in the flags also here in the SYN or the packets, we can also observe the flags that are set, right? We are seeing here reset packet is set to 1. And in the earlier case, we have SYN plus ACK. And in the SYN packet, we have SYN flag set to 1. So this is how, I mean, if we use this in the combination with Wireshark in the packet capture, it is very easy to actually understand the kind of communication that is happening in the background. Okay. Similarly, we'll try with another scan. So this is called acknowledgement scan. What I will do is, as we discussed the TCP, we can generate the packets using this kind of tools. Now in this command, what I'm doing is, I'm only making the acknowledgement packet set to 1. Okay, so I'm again starting the communication with this IP. So in this, I can see all the scanning I'm doing only with acknowledgement packet set to 1. There is no SYN or SYN plus ACK in these kind of scenarios. Okay, because this particular scanning can be used to find out are there any kind of security devices between the target. Because what happens in most of the security devices, as we have discussed, now let's say instead of sending a SYN packet, if an acknowledgement packet is set to 1, most of the security device will actually drop that packet itself. Okay, why? Because there is no SYN packet or the earlier connection established. Suddenly an acknowledgement packet is set or sent to the target. So in this kind of behavior, how actually we can assess the client's behavior, will analyze or to understand the kind of security devices in place, we'll use the acknowledgement flag as part of this. Now we'll try to see the kind of output, what can be done or what we can observe with this kind of flag. It may take some time actually, because I'm not, as I said, I'm not restricting to a particular port. In the next scenario, I'll also tell, I will discuss how actually a particular port can also be used to scan along with the complete IP address. Okay. Meanwhile, this is the command we are talking about. Nmap -s smallest capital T. Let's say this is the IP address we are scanning about. Okay, we got the result of acknowledgement scan. It says all the 1000 scan ports on this particular IP are filtered Now here we can see instead of open or close, we got a terminology called filtered in an acknowledgement scan, because this will try to see any kind of security device that is placed between the host machine as well as the target. So here we didn't observe any kind of ports that are filtered. That means there is no security device that is available between me and the destination. In case there is a security device and the ports are open, then the security device will actually reply instead of the actual device. So in that case, we may get certain ports as filtered. But again, filtered in the sense, we cannot directly assume that the particular port is open or not. But we can at least 50% we can assume that there may be a security device and the port may be open on that particular service. So that is how that can be decided. Okay. Now here in this case, let's say instead of using all the ports, I can use -P. The same 139 I'm using. Again, I'm restarting this Wireshark. So I'm using only single port to actually know whether that particular port is open or not. So now we can see that particular port is open because I have got all the three-way handshake here in the Wireshark in the background, and the reset packet is set to 1. Now we'll try to check another port which is not open. Let's say port number 22. Okay, now we can see this particular port number we are getting as filtered. Okay, or it may be a kind of service that is not available or which is behind a particular security device. Still, we are not getting any kind of output from this particular command. But whereas in the open thing, we can assume that directly we are getting send, SYN-ACK and ACK, and the reset packet is set to is sent directly to close the connection. So this is how the Nmap is used to actually know the different kind of scanning behavior of the end systems to actually know whether that particular port on the destination machine is used or not. Similarly, we have a lot of scans along with this acknowledgement and thing. The other thing is also called as FinScan, where in the similar manner, instead of the kind of acknowledgement packet, we'll be sending, starting the communication with a FIN flag set to 1. So we'll try to observe what if the FIN is set to 1. Okay, then accordingly we'll try to check whether that particular ports are open or not. Now, for an open port, if I send a FIN packet, then I will not get any kind of reply. But for a closed port, we'll directly get a reset packet. So these kind of things can be done. And also we have TCP, the full scan or the XMUS scan, where all the TCP 6 flags are set to 1. And we have another type of scan where all the flags are set to 0, or we generally call it as a null scan. Okay, so by making these parameters or the flags different kind of scenarios, we'll try to assume whether that particular kind of port or the service is open on the target or not. Okay, similarly, we can use the denial of service kind of thing using the TCP, where we can spoof the IP, we can generate a SYN packet, but the target machine will be different on which the SYN plus acknowledgements will be pushed. Okay, so this is how the SYN flood can also be done. And there are other vulnerabilities of the TCP protocol, like the packet manipulation. As TCP is stateful, the exploitation of the states is also can be maintained, or to understand the kind of traffic that is flowing between the TCP. So this also can be done. Similarly, the other transport protocol which we have as part of transport layer is UDP. This is also similar to TCP, but the only thing is it doesn't have any kind of connection oriented. So that means it is connectionless. So it doesn't bother about the acknowledgement or the kind of retransmission of the packets. It's very simple. The only header value we have is with respect to source port number and the destination port numbers. That's it. And rest of the things will be the data. And also, so this is what the header look like. And similarly, for this also we have a particular kind of scanning technique in Nmap, which is called UDP scan, because most of the applications, they will be deferred with respect to the kind of transport layer protocols that are used. Some applications may be using TCP protocol, some applications may be using UDP protocol. Now we'll try to find out, are there any kind of UDP ports open on this particular target? So for this to understand, I'll try to Okay. Now we can see all the packets that are happening in the Wireshark are only of UDP packets because I'm using a specific flag of only hyphen smallest capital U. This is only with respect to UDP protocol. So we can observe all the packets are with respect to only UDP. So if there are any open ports, then we can observe here, or if there are no open ports, then we can directly see the services there. We'll try to check are there any kind of open ports on this particular system. But how this is how the UDP port scanning can be used because as it is also one of the transport layer protocol, but where this connection oriented like the TCP is not available. On the UDP, we have only two header values with respect to source port as well as the destination port. And when we talk about the header, again, the IP, we can observe it is the pointing to UDP protocol as 17. And here we can observe the UDP datagram where we can observe there are only two kind of header values, source port as well as the destination port, right? So this is with respect to UDP. Again, there are a set of application protocols on top of that. So each and every application has its own set of, again, header values and its set of vulnerabilities also. But any of the application protocols will again depend on any of this transport layer protocol. Again, transport layer protocol in turn contains about IP. Again, IP may be pointing to a TCP or UDP or any kind of ICMP. Again, we have ARP protocol where Ethernet is pointing to ARP or IP. So based on that, the communication will be happening. Okay. Now here we can see, okay, there is a particular UDP port with respect to 137. This is a UDP port which you haven't observed in the previous case because there we have observed of 135 and 139 which are of TCP based. Now here we can observe there is another UDP protocol of 137 which is open. Okay, so this is a UDP protocol that is possible because we are using the flag with respect to UDP scanning. So this is how we can use the Nmap as the scanning tool to assess or to scan the different kind of protocols, different kind of ports or services that are available. So similarly, along with this, the command prompt, we can, as we said, we can also use the GUI kind of thing. Let's say I'm trying to target the same, do the same scanning here. Okay, I think this should be run as administrator. So that is where we'll get full control of the, because we are doing a port scanning. Again, based on the target, it will take some time, but here we can see, unlike the command prompt kind of scanning where we are only giving a specific kind of commands what we want or the switches, but here we can observe the GUI scan will also use some of the scripting kind of things that are available on the tool. Like this energy or the Nmap scripting engine, it will also try to take help from one of those scanning or the scripts. It will also try to do the ping scan, ARP ping scan to find out whether that particular service is up or not. And here we can observe the kind of open ports here. Okay, so similarly, what we have seen in the command prompt also, we can observe the kind of open ports that are available on this particular system. Okay, and still it is also trying to do some more kind of service scan along with this. Whether we can able to get the versions of these particular ports that are open. And there is also the other feature which are talking about the operating system kind of scanning. Instead of capital S or thing, we can use directly capital O, which will also be used for scanning the operating system. So this operator will be used as to scan the operating system. Now here we can observe, so these are the kind of ports that are open on this particular target machine. and it has tried even for OS detection also on this particular system, but it is unable. But again, this is based on the kind of target system service that are used. Okay, but in the command prompt, we can able to get some output based on the OS. Now, this is the switch that has been used. Nmap hyphen capital O, the target IP address. Now here we can observe the kind of open ports. Along with this, okay, even in the GUI also we got some output with respect to that. Now along with this, we can observe the OS scan result. Okay, and it is also informing that it may be unreliable because it is only the assumption that is making part based on the open ports that it has detected. But here it is assumed that the target system may be Microsoft Windows Vista or 2007 or 7. Okay, so this is only the assumption based on the kind of open ports as well as the kind of the other parameters of the TCP. It is trying to assume that this may be the operating system and it may be running, but there are also chances that the OS details may be off with respect to all this kind of behavior. Okay. Similarly, we also got some output on the GUI also, where we can see along with the port. Now, this is a service which I already seen in the command prompt. Now it is also trying to check for the versioning of the particular application also, or the kind of service. Now in this port number 135, it is saying it is Microsoft Windows RPC. For 139, it is NetBIOS. But 445, where is the Samba or the data sharing services on Windows? Now it is saying that it may be of Windows 8.1 single language 9600, because this is again trying to get the version of the service that is being run on the application also. So this is how we can get. And even for this particular 5357 also, there is some set of service which is running on this particular port. And even on this 49155, there is also a remote procedure call that is being running. And again, we are getting the kind of similar output with respect to the operating system that is running. But here we are also getting some more extra kind of parameters like phone, or it may be some other kind of operating system. So these are only the random guesses or the guess with respect to the kind of operating system. So this is where we can use this particular tool to actually understand the behavior or the kind of services that are available on the tool, and what kind of versioning that are there, and what kind of operating system that is running on the particular target. So this is how we can use the scanning techniques of Nmap as a tool, and also the Wireshark, the packet capturing tool. The combination will actually give us the best result to understand the kind of things that is happening in depth. So we also recommend, when if there is any if there is a plan to do the same at your end or at your premises, you please also use this as a both combination, so that the results will be very easy to understand. Okay, so with this I'll conclude this particular topic with respect to the kind of protocols along with the Wireshark, and also the scanning with respect to the Nmap. Next, we'll be seeing a quick demo on the man in the middle attack that can be done as part of ARP kind of thing. Then we can have a kind of demo on the vulnerability analysis. We'll have one particular tool called Nessus, which will be demonstrating after this attack. Then we'll move on to this Metasploit kind of tool, where the vulnerabilities that can be found with respect to the services, because in this kind of scanning, here we are only finding the scanning with respect to the ports open, or the services running, or mostly the versions that are running. But here we are not getting any kind of vulnerabilities that are associated with these services. In the next thing, we'll also try to find out the vulnerabilities that are associated with this particular service, and whether this service can be exploited using any of the techniques or any of the vulnerabilities that are already existing with respect to any kind of the tools. So that is how we'll try to look into that. Okay, so I will quickly share my presentation to my colleague so that she can explain the man in the middle attack techniques. Okay, thank you. Any queries with respect to that, please put in the chat window. We'll be discussing, because the session is yet to be continued. So we'll be discussing those kind of details.
Hello. 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 Am I audible? Yes, sir. Now we will see ARP spoofing. ARP spoofing, we'll see the attacks, ARP spoofing and DNS attacks. ARP spoofing protocol used to discover the link, data link layer, such MAC address, how we can spoof the MAC address within the LAN connection. In cyber attacks, MAC one will demos. I'm using the host machine. My host machine, one is Ubuntu and one more is Windows and another one is Kali Linux. In this, I'm using one of my machine is
So for this, actually, we'll be using three machines. The Ubuntu machine, because in the man in the middle, what happens is in the ARP spoofing, as we discussed in the previous session, there will be three machines into this. Let's say my Ubuntu is actually trying to have communication with the base machine, because in this scenario, I have a base machine on which there are two virtual machines. Out of which the Kali machine, the virtual machine, is my attacker. Now let's say these two machines are talking to each other. Now the attacker in the Kali, or the tool which we are trying to use, is called Ettercap. So using this Ettercap tool, we are actually trying to do the man in the middle attack. Now, as we discussed, the vulnerability of ARP protocol is that there is no authentication in the ARP protocol, right? So by using this vulnerability in the ARP protocol, we will try to check whether we can able to make this ARP protocol success, or this ARP spoofing successful, so that whatever the kind of data that is actually happening between both the clients, that can be viewed by the attacker. Now in this case, let's say for the simple understanding, one of my client machine IP address is 51.3, okay, and the other client IP address is 51.2. So these are my two clients where there is a set of communication that is going to happen. But also we have other machine, the attacker machine. So this is my attacker machine, which is of IP 51.4. Okay. Now we also need to understand the MAC addresses of all these kind of things. So what I will do is I will try to open a notepad where for easy understanding, we can actually write this. Open a notepad. So for IP address of 51.3, we have a MAC address. We'll write the last four MAC addresses. This is only for the easy understanding of that. So let's say it is F5DA. Okay. Similarly, for the MAC for the IP address of 51.2, we have the MAC address of we have a MAC address of 7525. Okay. For the other attacker MAC address of IP address of 51.4, we have the MAC address of AC6D. Okay. So this is for quick understanding of our thing. So before that, we also try to check the ARP tables in all the MAC addresses on all the operating systems. Now let go to the Ubuntu or the Windows machine, where we type as ARP space -A, and we can see all the kind of systems that are available. Specifically, we'll try to check with respect to 192, 168. Now here we can see the 51.4 is having an MAC address of AC6D. Okay, but we don't have any kind of entry with respect to 51.2. Similarly, we'll go for Ubuntu. This is also one of my client machine. Here also I can see there is a kind of MAC address which are already available. Now we'll go to the attacker tool. We'll use the tool called ITERCAP, and we need to run this as a with the sudo privileges or the admin privileges. So this is the command I'm using, ITERCAP space -a. Okay, whenever we type this command ITERCAP -g, we'll get the window of this particular tool on which we can observe whether the sniffing has to be started and what is the interface on which we are going to start this sniffing. That also need to be understood. Okay, so here I'm selecting my interface as ETH0. Then we can click on that. Now here we can observe that there is a lot of traffic that is happening. So on which we need to select the targets, what kind of targets we exactly want for these kind of attacks. So here, this is how the sniffing is done. So we have started the scanning and we can observe that out of all these scan tools, now we can choose this 51.2 and 51.3 as our targets. Now click on 51.2 and select it, add to target 1, and 51.3 as my target 2. That means these both systems I have selected for actually doing this kind of attack. Now again, there is a section called MITM menu. Now here there is a section called ARP poisoning. Now what I'm doing, I'm using this ARP protocol to actually make an entry in both 51.2 as well as 51.3 so that both the MAC addresses of 51.2 and 51.3 will become the MAC address of the attacker or the tool on which I'm running. So when I click OK, now we can see at the bottom the ARP poisoning victims are done. Like so, these are the ARP poisoned victims. Now here we can observe here earlier 51.4, which was my attacker IP. The MAC address was we can observe it is AC and 6D. Okay. Now in the next window, whenever we are doing this ARP poisoning, now we can observe that even that 51.2, which was my Ubuntu IP or the Windows IP, that has been changed to again AC.6D. That is, the MAC address of even 51.2 has been changed to the attacker IP. Similarly, on the base machine also on the 51.3 also we'll try to observe the same thing. So here also we can observe here the 51.3 and 51.4. That means whatever the MAC address that the 51.4 or the attacker is having, that has been also be changed to the MAC address of 51.3. Now, whenever this 51, actually the IP address of this Windows is 51.2. Now, whenever this 51.2 want to have its communication with 51.3, it has to send to the actual ARP or the MAC address of the Ubuntu. But in this case, what happens? This communication will be sent to the attacker of the Kali machine instead of Ubuntu. Similarly, on the Ubuntu, the same thing will happen, because even on the Ubuntu also, whenever it tries to send any communication 51.2, instead of sending it to the Windows machine, now it will send actually to 51.4. So this is how. Yes, sir. The packets will actually reach, because the EtherCap tool which you are trying to do, it not only have this feature of ARP poisoning, but what these tools will intelligently do is they will also try to forward these packets to one and another without making any notices to the other targets. So the target one will be actually thinking that it is communicating to target two, because the attacker who is sitting as the man in the middle, whatever the packet that he receives from target one, a copy that is sent to the attacker will be simply forwarded, making a copy at the. Now the target two will think that the target one is directly talking to target two. Similarly, target two, whenever he is actually sending a communication to, instead of actual MAC address, he is sending to the attacker MAC address. So here also target 2 will be sending to the attacker. Attacker will keep a copy, and it is as it is forwarded to the target 1. So whatever the communication that target 1 and target 2 are doing, so they will be actually going through this attacker, who will be capturing all the packets between the target 1 and target 2. So now for this, what we'll do is, okay, so this is how this ARP spoofing can be done, where, because here we didn't do any kind of changes on the target missions, because as ARP is an unauthenticated protocol, so by using the vulnerability, sir, actually the table, as we discussed in the previous sessions also, ARP table has certain time limitations. ARP is also dynamic in behavior. After a certain time, again, it will check with the MAC address and try to update based on the kind of packet it receives. But here in this scenario, we are still running the tool which continuously try to poison by sending the kind of ARP packets from the attacker. So once the attack is stopped, again there is any kind of packet that is received from 51.3, then again the normal kind of table will be updated. But whenever this poison is on, so till that time the attack is successful using this kind of scenario. But our main request is that please do not do this in an organizational environment, as this is very successful in an organizational environment. And we can also use certain tools where they can also sniff this ARP spoofing kind of techniques also. But within a LAN environment, these attacks can be successfully done, because this is not reaching yet till your router or the security device. It is not going to the gateway itself, because it is happening only within the LAN environment. So this is a very successful attack also with respect to this ARP thing. Okay. So the other kind of same spoofing we'll try to check with DNS kind of setting. because as ARP, we are actually making the MAC addresses. What happens is, in terms of DNS spoofing, what we'll do is we will try to make an changes in the DNS entry of an particular website. So what happens when the DNS entry is changed, instead of going to the actual website, because what happens is when we talk about the DNS entries, the first request it has to go to the DNS server. But what happens is whenever we do this DNS spoofing, the server cache the server records may be corrupted, or it may be changed, or the other way around, there is a temporary storage in any operating system where this DNS cache will be located, or the host file. So the host file is also very important. What happens is whenever we actually do a DNS query or kind of name resolution, the hierarchy will be like firstly, the operating system will try to look about the name resolution in the host file of the system. If it is available in the host file, then directly it will translate that particular name with that IP address that is available in the host file. If it is not available, then it will go to DNS server. Then based on the server request, whether it is directly authoritative server or non-authoritative server, it will go on searching for the domain name. So in this also, what we are doing, creating a DNS entry records with respect to that. Now let's say what I'm doing, instead of the actual Facebook or Gmail addresses, I'm making a spoofing record of the attacker IP in this particular cap. So once this is done, going to save this file. No, sir, we redirect from one website to another, but only from the client point of view, we can actually redirect, because here we are only spoofing it with respect to the IP address, a single IP address of the domain name. So whenever a, let's say facebook.com is typed, then this facebook.com will be redirected to the kind of spoof address instead of the original IP address. Again, like a poisoning, again, we are going for this DNS poisoning. To go, we have to add these plugins where click on this manage plugins and check for DNS spoof. So this is one of the plugins that are available in the tool. Click on that. So once it is loaded, so again we have to go to manage plugin and click on DNS spoof. And we can see when it is selected, we'll get a asterisk mark there, indicating that the DNS poisoning has been started. Now on the client, what we'll do is we'll try to access facebook.com, whether we'll see whether this is redirected to the attacker instead of the actual website. Or we'll type directly Firefox in the command prompt. So as we are using the Wireshark, so the virtual machine, so it is taking some time to load the content. there is a query that whenever we are updating the DNS entry in host machine, why DNS poisoning is required? Because actually what happens is whenever we want to make any DNS entries at the host level, so we need to have an entry point into the host on which we are actually doing this. But whereas with these kind of DNS poisoning techniques, there is no need for all, let's say there are 10 hosts, so I cannot individually hack all the 10 hosts and change the DNS entries in all the host machines. So for that, we'll try to poison is a single set of source from where we are actually can make this, because all these requests are to be reached with respect to this central point. So we'll poison that and we'll try to make an fake entry so that all these points can be done with respect to the DNS or the fake entry points. So we have some issue with respect to the kind of VM opening. Meanwhile, we'll continue with the vulnerability assessment. So once we get this systems ready, we'll try to show that. Okay, so the next topic is about the vulnerability analysis. So this is also very important because we have done the information gathering, then we have done the scanning, we got the information regarding the type of ports and the services that are there on that particular system. But we need to also know whether there are any vulnerabilities associated with these kind of services. So for this, we'll be doing the tool kind of analysis on which for this demonstration we'll be using the Nessus tool. But first we'll see why, how this vulnerability analysis can be used, because every vulnerability is nothing but a security weakness or a loophole that is existing. It may be in terms of operating system, it may be in terms of application. So whenever there is this kind of security weakness that can be used to get into the system or to take advantage of that particular vulnerability. So all operating system might have vulnerabilities. We have seen the recent kind of thing, the ransomware kind of attacks, which we have WannaCry, where there is a vulnerability in the Microsoft service. So these kind of vulnerabilities are existing in the operating system. And the major part is most of the exploits of these vulnerabilities are already available in the public. So it has to be very important to keep the operating systems up to date, because whenever there is a vulnerability, so the that particular vulnerability, if it is not patched properly or with respect to the recent updates, then they can be exploited. And also we can use these vulnerabilities to exploit the vulnerabilities and to attack the operating system. And these vulnerabilities can be used for any of the attacks like the DOS attacks or the TCP/IP stack problems or the buffer overflow attacks. And these vulnerabilities may be with respect to the default operating systems, or with respect to the default security systems, or with respect to any of the services that are available. As we have seen in the previous scanning technique, there are different kind of services that are already available with respect to that. So we can also know what kind of version that is available on that. So with respect to these kind of default services also, we can able to understand the kind of vulnerabilities that are associated. So these are some of services available on Windows. So if any vulnerabilities are associated, then they can be used to exploit. Even not only Windows, even for Linux also, we have certain kind of vulnerabilities. It's not that Windows or Linux, I mean, Linux is less prone to attacks. It's not the case. But if there is a vulnerability, it might be a chance for any of the operating system because it is prone to attack if it has a vulnerabilities. So we also have attacks or the vulnerabilities with respect to with respect to Linux also. So for this demonstration, we'll be using a vulnerability scanner called Nessus, which will be used for enumeration of Windows as well as Linux. Okay, and along with the operating system vulnerabilities, we have the cross platform vulnerabilities. That is, it may be with respect to the applications that are used on any of the operating system, like the browser attacks, where we can use Firefox on any of the operating system. If there is a vulnerability on a particular browser, then using that vulnerability, the operating system can also be attacked. Or there may be certain vulnerabilities in the databases, or with respect to the file sharing services, or with respect to the even the networking devices like iOS and non-iOS products also. If there are certain vulnerabilities, then they can also be used. And exploit is a method to use or to attack the operating system or the vulnerabilities that are there. And for this, we use a different kind of frameworks or the kind of scanners like Nessus. And for more exploitation, we have this Metasploit framework. And for web server vulnerabilities, also we have a lot of techniques or methodologies for this, which we have more kind of session on the last day of our training program, where the more kind of web server related vulnerabilities can be discussed, because this is also very important, because if the OS, even the OS is secure, the application is running on top of the OS. So if the OS is or the server, web server, because it is exposed or it is hosted onto the public, then these kind of vulnerabilities with respect to the applications are also need to be taken care of, because any kind of misconfiguration can also lead to a kind of exploitation of the vulnerability. And most of the common vulnerabilities are a default passwords or a weak passwords can also be one vulnerability that can be used, or we can use some scripts and programs, and even certain patches may not be full secure enough to actually used for complete security of the system. And whenever we get access, there is a lot of things that can be done with respect to the access. We may get directly to the root access, or there may be chances of the website defacements, and there may be a probability of denial of service attacks. Recently, we have seen one or two organizations where there was a lot of kind of traffic that is pumped onto it, like around 500 to like 50 to 60 GB of data per second kind of thing. So, or a theft of alternation of data can be done, or if at all, once the attacker is into the system, he can also penetrate in all the systems that are available as part of the network. And with respect to database, again, most of the databases, because we are using a lot of open source as well as commercial kind of databases, so there may be kind of vulnerabilities associated with respect to the databases, because this is also an important part, because most of the sensitive information or the data of the entire application is stored onto the database. So vulnerabilities and protecting the database is also very important when we consider this as part of that. And with respect to the kind of common vulnerabilities, again, as we discussed, because if we search on the Google, there are certain websites like defaultpassword.com, where even the default passwords for all the kind of devices or the operating system, the default passwords are available with respect to or the credentials that are available. So if there is a normal kind of default passwords that are used on any of the application or the operating system, then using a simple kind of information gathering techniques, then these can be easily exploited or attacked. So for this, we use a method called vulnerability assessment, for which it can be used because the same kind of techniques can be used for by both attackers as well as the security auditors, or for internal assessment of an organization. So generally, this is a part of penetration testing, where we'll try to assess the kind of vulnerabilities that are associated with any particular service. Then we'll try to find out if there is a weakness associated with this. And before the attacker take advantage of these kind of things, then we need to analyze and understand the vulnerabilities. Then we have to take the precautionary measures to avoid these kind of vulnerabilities, right? So for this, we use the vulnerability scanners, where it is one more step or further to that advanced port scanner, where we'll also be getting along with the port or the service information. We'll also be try to look at the vulnerabilities that are associated with these kind of services. It may be through the public sources, or it may be through the kind of rule set that is available with the specific tool vendors. And also we need to also have the kind of will also in this vulnerability assessment, the tool will also provide the kind of remediation or the recommendations that are available to close these vulnerabilities also, so that this vulnerability cannot be exploited if someone knows the attack or the vulnerability. And the main important part of any of the vulnerability scanner is to generate the report. There may be certain false positives also with respect to the vulnerability scanner also. So we need to cross verify also with respect to the kind of vulnerabilities that are found, and whether that is really a vulnerability or it may be as part of the tool generation report also need to be cross verified once. So for this, we have a lot of vulnerability scanners like the Qualys Guard, we have Nessus, and we have Nexpose from Rapid7. We have internet scanners, so we have Retina. So there are a lot of commercial, and we have OpenVAS with respect to the open source vulnerability scanner. So there are a lot of vulnerability scanners available. And the most important thing on any of the tool is to regularly update them, so that the kind of patches or the scripts or the rules will be updated with respect to the new kind of vulnerabilities that are found. Okay, so this is how the sophistication has been there with respect to the intrusion technique. This is one of the old slides, but this is still relevant nowadays, because even though as in the kind of technical things are growing, but still the attack sophistication and the technologies that are used are becoming very easy and very less, because that is where the tools are actually helping in making this things possible nowadays. Okay. And the other thing we need to understand is there may be some sort of zero-day exploit. That means even though there is an exploit that is available, it is not yet known to the public, but that can be used to as part of vulnerability kind of attacking. And whenever there is a release in the patch, now generally if you talk about Microsoft, that will be released as a monthly, or we say the Microsoft Tuesday patches. So these kind of patches will be available with respect to the respective operating systems or from the vendors. So they that has to be regularly updated whenever there is a patch release. And if you talk about the organizational level, let's say if you have this operating systems of Windows or any kind of Linux, instead of all the machines getting the updates, there may be certain centralized kind of like Windows update servers, or the kind of centralized update servers can also be configured, where all the organizational systems, instead of talking to the internet, they can talk to a centralized server, where one system can talk to the respective vendor to download the patches. The same patches can be also updated to all the clients across the organization. And as we discussed, there are certain vulnerabilities with respect to systems also. It may be OS, it may be application, and a lot of other things. And the main important part whenever we talk about the vulnerability is called the common vulnerability and exposures. So this is the list of security vulnerabilities and exposures which are available on the public. So let's say there is a vulnerability which has been found. So the same vulnerability can be made found by many different kind of vendors or individuals. So to make this as a common and to make the vulnerability for the common notation, this CVE or the CVE IDs will be useful, where it creates a standard name and a description and the references to these kind of vulnerability. I mean, what is the kind of exploit that can be used, and what is the kind of what is the level of exploitation that a vulnerability can be faced, whether it is the vulnerability can be exploited on a local machine, or it can be also exploited on a remote, and what kind of parameters like confidentiality or integrity or the availability, on which parameter it will affect. So all these kind of details will be available with these kind of CV entries. Okay, so this CV entries, because we cannot have a same kind of vulnerability name for the different vulnerability names for the same vulnerability. So we'll use the common vulnerability name for all this. So the same can be used by all the tool vendors with respect to vulnerability scanners or the security experts to have a common idea. So again, we have another terminology called penetration testing. So this is with respect to the kind of test where the system can be considered as a black box, where nothing is known on the system, and the system has to be assessed with respect to whether it can be compromised from the real world attacks or not. But whereas vulnerability assessment is a different part, because penetration testing may also be a part of vulnerability assessment, but in this case we used to find out the security vulnerabilities and also identify the corrective actions with respect to those findings of the vulnerabilities. So this is a small introduction with respect to the vulnerability assessment. Next, we'll quickly move on to the tool. So we have a particular vulnerability assessment tool called Nessus that is installed on this particular client. So I'll be just logging into this particular thing when we'll try to see what kind of features that are available on this particular tool and how a scanning can be performed. Now here we can observe this is how the tool looks like, and what kind of things that are available. So whenever I click on this, we can observe there is a tab called all scans, where the tools scan can be performed, and we have a set of policies also with respect to that, where we have a scan templates. Here we can observe there are a lot of scan templates available. So we can use for it host discovery, a simple scan, how we have performed like ICMP scan or a Nmap discovery. And also we can do a basic network scan where a full system can be analyzed for the vulnerabilities that are associated. And also we have an advanced scan where we can also tweak some of the settings that are available with respect to the user recommendations. And also we have a specific categories like for the malware scan with respect to Windows and Unix system. And this is the recent kind of addition that has been there with respect to mobile device scan also, where we can scan certain mobile device also. And we have a separate section with respect to web application test. So along with the network scan, we can also do a more kind of intrusive testing on the web applications. And with respect to the credentialized patched audit, we can also use this particular thing. And there is a specific kind of detection with respect to the SSL vulnerabilities or some kind of things where the padlock or the bad lock detection can also be done. There was some kind of thing with respect to the bash shell shock that has been so based. Even we can observe the Intel and the security bypass. So the recent kind of attacks are also added as respective templates, and there are a lot of kind of things, even the Spectre and Meltdown kind of attacks, the WannaCry ransomware, the Ripple 20 remote scan, the zero login remote scan. Even we can also check with respect to the compliances of the part, whether the system is compliant along with the vulnerability scanning, whether the system is also compliant with respect to the internal PCI scan, or we can also perform certain offline configuration. And if there are certain parameters or the compliance audit with respect to the organization also, that can be created as a template and that can be used for the scanning part. Okay, so for this, quickly we'll start a scan. Let's say we'll set the basic network scan. So for this, what we need to have is these are the certain parameters or the sections that are available. So we need to give a particular name. Let's say this is the test name I'm taking about today's date, let's say 15/12. And here we can write a certain description if we want, and what is the folder on which this scan has to be. And this is where the target has to be mentioned. It may be the domain name with respect to that, or it may be with respect to any kind of IP. Now, in this case, I am using a certain IP of 43.241. And whether we want to launch the present or we want to save it a later and schedule it a later point of time. So that can be decided on these parameters, whether we want to schedule or let's say there may be some requirement in terms of an organization with respect to the business hours. So where this type of scanning may not be possible during the business hours. So we can schedule the same scanning during the non-business hours or during the night time. So for this kind of thing, we can actually use this kind of scheduling part. And what is the discovery, whether we want to have any specific kind of thing with respect to port scan or any kind of customization we can check, and what kind of assessment we want, and how the report has to be there, whether what kind of things that are to be included with respect to the report, and any kind of advanced kind of things. Because even we can choose for the low bandwidth links, because what happens is whenever we start the vulnerability scanning, so it actually try to do the scanning by sending all the packets, like what we have observed in the scanning part in Nmap. So if you see in the Wireshark part, there are a lot of packets that are actually flowing on the Wireshark. So similarly, whether we want to do the scanning, also same kind of thing, where you can see the performance options, where we can perform the 30 simultaneous host in a single scan. So what kind of settings that are to be done that can be changed here. And the one more important part is we need to, if we want to have in-depth scanning or more kind of exposure of the system, we need to have the credential-based scanning, because a non-credential based scanning may actually give an output like what are the services that are exposed to the kind of with certain limitations. But whenever we do the credential based scanning, the tool will try to authenticate to the system and will try to give all the possible kind of vulnerabilities that are associated with that. So for this also, we can use any of the protocol, like we can go for SSH scanning, or if it is a Windows based, we can go for the kind of credentials that can be used. Along with that, we have certain plugins also associated. Let's say if we are trying to scan a particular Cisco device, then in this Cisco device, we have around 1719 kind of plugins which are associated with this. So we can, if we have particular to a particular vulnerability, then we can also choose the kind of plugin we want with respect to that. Okay, so this is how, oh sorry, I have skipped this. So this is how we can actually define the kind of scanning what we want. Okay, so again, I am making another entry because I didn't save the earlier one. So again, I am entering the target IP on which I want to scan. So for this, I'm not providing any kind of credentials, but we'll see without credentials, I mean, what kind of vulnerabilities I will get with respect to that. So I'm saving that scan. Now we can see my scan has been saved here, but we haven't launched it. So there is a particular button where we need to launch this kind of scanning. So click on this. So once it is clicked, we can see that this particular scan has been started, and there is a kind of scenario where we can see whether we need to pass that scan or we need to stop that scan. We'll get the controls. And when we click on this, we can observe that the scanning is taking care, or the scanning has been started. So this is running, and as we discussed, so it may take some time based on the kind of scanning that is available, or based on the target and the kind of thing. So there are certain scan which we have already done just before thing. So where we can observe, these are some of the vulnerabilities. Once the scanning is completed, So this is how we'll get the kind of vulnerabilities that are associated. So here we can observe like whether the risk associated with this vulnerability, whether it is an information kind of thing, or whether it is a low vulnerability, or whether it is a medium vulnerability, whether it is high, or whether it is a critical. So the complete segregation of these vulnerabilities will be available here. And we can observe these are the kind of vulnerabilities that are associated with this particular target. Now, again, when we actually go into this vulnerability, we can see there are certain vulnerabilities with respect to the SSL certificate that is there. And there are seven set classification of that. And also, there are certain vulnerabilities with respect to the SMB signing or the kind of, because we have observed even in Nmap also certain port 445 is open. So on this 445, there is a certain vulnerability, which is a medium vulnerability that is available with respect to the signing that is not required on the SMB server. That means even an unauthenticated or remote attacker can exploit this to conduct the man-in-the-middle attacks against the SMB server. So this is one of the vulnerability that is associated. And we can also see the kind of solution or the recommendation that is there. So what need to be done to actually close this particular kind of vulnerability. And there are certain sections or the references which can also be further used to close these vulnerabilities. So what is the port on what is the system? And here we can observe the common or the kind of CVIDs or the kind of details with respect to that vulnerability that is available, and also the plugin or the details that has been used. So this is how a particular the vulnerability analysis can be used with respect to these kind of tools, where along with the kind of ports or the services or the versions of that particular system, we now have a look on to the kind of vulnerabilities also that are associated with these kind of services. So once we know these vulnerabilities, then we can use some of the exploitation methods that are already available on the public, or using some of the tools like Metasploit, which we'll be demonstrating in the next in a couple of minutes. So we use these kind of techniques to actually get into the system or to exploit the vulnerabilities that are associated with this. So with this, now we'll quickly move on to the Metasploit part, where I invite my colleague, Mr. Gopi, to actually continue with the session. So I'm forwarding the presentation control.
So now in this session, we'll try to learn how we'll try to exploit the Windows machine and one Linux machine and one web server. So first exploit is Windows machine. In this for exploiting these, we'll use like Kali Linux. In this Kali Linux, we'll use several two tools. One is Metasploit and one is MSF Venom. MSF Venom, basically it is a tool which is a combination of MSF payload and MSF encode. Basically it is a combination of that, and we use that MSF Venom to generate a payload, so that we need to deploy that payload in any of the client mission, like client mean a victim mission. A victim mission. For we can use several ways to deploy that payload to the victims. The main way is accessing the untrusted sites. So where we can exploitable executable files may be there, or by using the social engineering that victim might visit your website, so that he may download that payload. So now we'll start the exploiting the one Windows mission. As I told you, we'll use MSFN. We'll use this command MSFN FNP. And I am saying we need to mention two things which are most important. That is lhost. Lhost means the host that we are using to attack. That means my Kali Linux mission. For that, we need to know our IP address. To listen after deploying the payload at the victim mission, we have to listen the traffic which is coming from the victim, so that we can take the session and we can take the control of that. For that, we need to know our IP address. In any Linux, we'll use a command called ifconfig to check what is the IP address of the mission. Here in my case, my IP address is 192.168.43.250. So I am mentioning lhost as 192.168.43.250. And we need to mention one more thing called L port, local port, on which port we need to listen the victim communication. So here I am mentioning is as 444, and I need to save that output in particular folder. So I am saving on my desktop and with the file name chrome.exe. You can save with any name, so that, and after that press enter. And before starting the exploit, we need to make sure that our Kali, if we are using the Kali Linux machine in a virtual box, we need to make sure that our virtual box is in a bridge mode. And for that, we need to check, go to settings and network. Here we need to see what is the interface that we are using and in which mode, like NAT or NAT network, bridge adapter or internal network. Here I placed it as bridge adapter. We need to place keep it in a bridge mode, because while taking the reverse shell, it won't be any problem, because if you are using NAT, that routing will be difficult for us to take the session of that victim mission. So we need to keep it in a bridge mode. So you can see here the payload is generated. For checking whether we have whether the payload is generated or not, we can use the command called ls. So here you can see chrome.exe is there and it is generated. Now we need to deploy this payload at the client victim mission. So for that, we can use any of the method, like by copying, by giving the exe file to them, or by using the social engineering or any other way. What I am doing in my case, what I am doing is I am keeping it in a one web server, so that if the attacker or if the victim visits that website, he may be downloading that, and if he tries to install, we will get the session. So what I am doing is I am copying that chrome.exe to my Apache web server, so that, one second, I got a basically -p is the payload that we are generating. Here Windows Meterpreter, and that payload is reverse TCP. That means reverse shell we are trying to create in that. And -o is the output where we are generating the where we are saving our exe file. That means our payload. So now we will. So now we'll copy our exe file to the Apache web server. So for that, I'm using the command called cp. Cp means copy. So cp and that exe file to /var, that is the path where we any content that you want to post. So I placed my exe file in /var/html www/html. So, and we need to start our Apache web server. For that, use the command called service Apache to start, and it will start. Now we'll start Metasploit. For starting the Metasploit, use the command called msf venom. Oh, sorry, msf console. So here you can see that Metasploit framework is started. Here you can observe that how many exploits and how many payloads are available. 2045 exploits are available. That means MSF console is having the 2045 exploits. So we can use in it to exploit different kind of vulnerabilities. So 562 default payloads are available, which is already there with MSF. And if you want to create a new payloads, you can even create your new payloads, and you can even customize this Metasploit. So let's say, for suppose we are having a remote host as remote host is running SSH. So we want to check what are the exploits that is available with regarding the SSH. So for that, we can use the command called search SSH. I want to check what are the exploits that are available related to the SSH. So what I will do, I will use the command search SSH. So these many exploits are available with the MSF console. That means MS Metasploit. So for our exploit, we'll use multi-handler to take and we need to set payload. So now, as per my knowledge, you can see the text is a little bit. I have zoomed in. So we'll use the payload called So these are the exploit. This is the exploit that we are using. We already generated a payload with this by using the reverse TCP. So now we need to set a few arguments for checking what are the arguments that are required to exploit this. To exploit this, we need to we can use the command called show options. So these are the parameters that are required. So if it is these are the parameters that are required, and if it is a mandatory thing, then it will be mentioned as yes. exit function which is already there, and local host we need to mention, that is our Kali Linux IP address, and the local port that is already there, and we have also generated the payload on this port only. So we are not modifying any of the local ports. So now we need to set the local port for local host. For doing that, we will use the command called set, and lhost I am setting. So 192.168.43.250, and we have set all the arguments. Now we need to start our exploit. For starting this exploit, we can use two commands. One is run, or by typing the exploit. I am using the command called exploit, and I am starting this. So the exploit is already started. Now what I will do is I will visit my Windows machine, and I will try to download that payload. So and where we have deployed our exe file in a Apache server of the Kali Linux. So I am visiting the I am mentioning the IP address as a Kali Linux, and chrome.exe is the thing that we are downloading. So here it is downloaded. One will go to the folder of that where it is installed. Now what we will do is we'll try to install that with the highest privileges. So why it is mentioning it as already chrome.exe is available, so we cannot use that payload. So what we will do is we'll generate another payload. We'll generate another payload with another name. So instead of creating one more payload, where I have already created another payload called ch.exe, where I will install it with administrative privileges, and we'll check. We'll go to our Kali Linux mission whether we have got. We'll check whether we have got the session or not. So here you can see Meterpreter session is open, and we have already entered it to the shell. So now we'll see what is the system that we have got the session. So for that, what I use the command called system info. Here you can see so there may be reverse problem in the reverse communication. So that's why this error is coming. So I think the session is already expired. That's why it is showing like that. So if we exploit that vulnerability successfully, if we got the shell, if we type command sysinfo, what we will get is what is the operating system that is used. Even you can browse the entire operating system using the cd command. Cd means change directory, or ls by using the listing the directories. So countermeasures for this is using the updated antivirus and using the firewall enabled. For if we enable the antivirus, so let's say first we'll enable the antivirus in my mission, and we'll try to download whether we can we'll see whether we can download or not. So in my mission, the default antivirus is Windows Defender. So we'll enable the Windows Defender. So I have enabled the real-time production. If the payload is generated successfully, so here you can see virus detected. That means our antivirus is detected and it will automatically delete that exe file. So it is not possible for any attacker to deploy any agents and to take any remote shells. So what countermeasure for this is having the antivirus and having the firewall. And one more thing is not to not download any softwares from untrusted sites. We don't know that what is the code that is what is the whether it is a malicious application or not. That application is having the malware which is which is sending our anonymous data to the attacker. So in the next exploit, we'll try to exploit one next mission, which is poorly configured, and we'll see whether we can exploit by using the Metasploit or not. So for that, what I am doing is first we'll as per the previous sessions that you have gone through, we'll go through the first information gathering. What are the things that are there in that remote host. So for that, we'll launch Metasploit by using the command called msf console. So now what I will do is I will use the auxiliary port scanning. And I am using the SYN scanner, where we have in previous session we have gone through what is the SYN scan and what it will do. So now we need to check what are the arguments that we need to pass to the for doing this SYN scan. So we'll use the command called show options. So these are the parameters that are mandatory for this. And so here our host is not available, and the ports that are that it is scanning is 1 to 10,000 ports. So we modify 1 to 10,000 to 1 to 100, because if we do the port scanning of 1 to 10,000, that means it will take a lot of time. If we scan any any remote host, it might take 10 to 15 minutes, where we don't have that much time in this session. So what I will do is I will mention port as 1 to 100. So, and we need to set our host also. So our host is our Linux mission IP address is 192.168.43.213. So now what we will do, we'll start this scanning using the SYN scan. For starting this, use the command called run or exploit. So now we have started the SYN scan, and it will list out what are the services that are available in that remote scan. Before that, we will check whether we are able to reach that remote host or not. So here you can see that what are the ports that are available. That means we are able to reach our remote host. That is our victim host. So what are the ports that are available is 21, 22, and 23, 25, and 53. 21 is FTP, 22 is SSH, 23 is Telnet, 25 is SMTP, and 53 is of DNS. So it will take a few minutes of time. For reducing that time, what I have did is I have mentioned ports from 1 to 100. So within seconds it will complete. So here you can see one scanned one host, and the auxiliary module is completion is executed. So these are the ports that are available. Generally, we do this part in information gathering to check what are the services that are available, and even if we want to go to in depth, we can use the vulnerability scanner, where in the previous session we have demonstrated the tool called Nessus. By using the Nessus also we can do the vulnerability scanner. And even in Metasploit there is a module called Metasploit Nessus. So if we install Nessus in our Kali machine, we can use Nessus with Metasploit. So what we can scan the vulnerability, we can do the vulnerability analysis using the Metasploit directly, and what is the advantage of that is we don't need to import any of the vulnerabilities data. By default it will import, and it will show what are the exploits that it have. It will highlight that. So in this session, what we will do is we'll try to exploit the port number 22. 22 is the SSH. Basically, we use the SSH for the remote access. In Windows, we use the remote protocol as RDP. So for Linux, we'll use SSH. So we'll try to launch some brute force attack on this by using the Metasploit on this port. So for that, what we need to do is we need to set some we need to create some usernames and password list. For creating some usernames and password list, we'll use a tool called Crunch, where Crunch is used to generate the word list, which is of combination of any letters that we give. So we use the command called Crunch, and 6 and 8. 6 is the minimum length of characters that we are generating. Let's say, for suppose I mentioned A B C D F G H I J K L M. So what it will do is it will generate the password with the starting of 6 letters, and it will try to generate from 6 letters and 7 letters and 8 letters. Now we'll see how many characters it will take, how many word list it will generate. So I am saving it as user.txt, that is output file. Here you can see these many number of words that it can generate, and it is generating. So it is completed. So and we need to generate one more file with the password name. So I will use the same command and I will save the password. Save it in a password file, pass.txt. So the same it can generate. Let's say, for suppose how Crunch will work. I need to generate a word list with the letters A, B, C. So what it will do, it will try to generate So the word list is already generated. So we'll go to the Metasploit console, and we'll try to set the few arguments, which is that is user.txt and password.txt. For that, we need to use auxiliary scanner SSH. We are launching attack on SSH. And now we need to set the remote host IP address, which is of 192.168.43.213. And we need to set few more parameters. One is username file, which is saved on my desktop. So I will mention it as user.txt, and we need to set one more thing called password parameter. And we'll start the exploit. So for that, we'll use the command called exploit. So here I have mentioned user.txt. So in previous, while generating the word list, you have seen that the same character set I have used it to generate both username and password. So there will be no problem. And the command shell is we have already got one session opened. So we'll check. We'll check what are the sessions that are available. For that, we need to use the command called sessions. So this session is the session is generated by using the SSH protocol, and the username is msfadmin, and the password is also msfadmin. So for taking the session, what we will do is session ID is 1. So what we will do is we'll take that session ID 1. So it has started the taking the session with the following arguments, with these arguments on the port number 22. So here you can see we have already got the session. So if I type ls, we are in a folder called vulnerable. If you want to know what is the remote host architecture, so if you mention uname -a, which is basically used to check what is the architecture of that remote that host. So it is a metasploitable, and that version also we can see. This is how we can exploit Linux machine by using the basic on basic protocol that is called SSH. For countermeasure for this is keeping the strong password, which we cannot be guessable, and restricting the service to the particular remote service, remote protocol access to the particular users, so that no other can access that service. Any doubts you can, if there is any doubts, you can mention in a comment section. In the previous comment, I have seen one thing called we have also mentioned lhost in MSFNM command. Why in MSFNM command why we mentioned is that we are keeping that lhost in that payload. That's why we have mentioned. And here also we need to mention, because we need to take session from here, and we have mentioned lhost in MSFNM is we are generating a payload. That means payload will contain the lhost IP address, so that it will communicate. Okay, thank you.
thank you, Gopinath, for the. Now, I invite Yash Dhingra. Yash Dhingra, uh, are you able to share your screen, sir?
Hello. Yes,
Yes, sir.
Naresh ji, good evening, and good evening to everyone else who's attending.
Yeah. Sir, small, I just wanted to introduce your to the party.
Sure, sir.
Yeah. Yes, Dhingra ji has master degree in computer science and from IIIT Delhi, has more than 6 years of industry experience. Agencies like Microsoft and other companies, and he is consulting under Ministry of Electronics and IT as a scientist. He has worked in incident response. Now, I start the session, sir, and they're very, they will give you a very good response. So I'll two-way session. Thank you, sir. Now, over to you.
Sure, sir. I'm really happy to hear that the participants are very responsive, and it always makes for a better presentation that way. Although I do prefer to have my lectures and presentations offline, that is in person, because that ways you can have more interaction. But the times are such, and there's nothing that we can do about it for now. So the best we can make out of it is through these online sessions, and if we can be interactive and we can have more questions, then we can also answer more doubts, and it always becomes a better presentation. So I'll start with my presentation. I'll just share my screen, and you can just tell me if my screen is visible. I have shared it now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll start with the presentation, and I'll pause in between after I think every after I complete one module. Then I'll ask you if you have any questions. You can start asking. Also, you can keep piling your question in the chat box, and Naresh ji will, I think, coordinate with me once we pause, and we can take the questions which are in the chat box also.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
So, good evening to everyone, and welcome to this lecture, which is on Introduction to Threats, Vulnerabilities, and Countermeasures. So, I am a scientist B, and I have been working in CERT-In since the last 3 years. I joined in 2017 as a scientist B. So, it's been an amazing experience in this domain of cybersecurity, and as part of this, we also get this opportunity to share our knowledge with other of our colleagues in other departments of the Government of India and the private sector and the public sector organizations. So since we are into this, let's just go through the basics first. Let's just see what cybersecurity is. So this is a Wikipedia definition, and although there's not much that we can make out of it, but we'll just look at it once. Computer security or IT security is the protection of computer systems from theft or damage to their hardware, software, or electronic data, as well as from disruption or misdirection of services they provide. So this is just a definition, but I think we all know what cybersecurity is basically protecting our information technology infrastructure, which includes all our computers and servers and everything that you see on your mobile phone. It is part of this infrastructure. So why is this important, and why do we need to have these kind of lectures, and why do we need to sit all day and hear to boring lectures? These are the main points, and the main thing is that almost everything that we use right now is in some way reliant on computer systems. So you can see that a lot of things around you are also getting connected to the internet. Some years back, the phone used to be pretty dumb in the sense that there's not much that the phone could do itself. It could make phone calls and it could just send SMSs. But in the past, I think 10, 12 years, the phones have also become smart. And now the phones are also connected to the internet. Similarly, recently you might have seen that even air conditioners and even fans, refrigerators, cars, everything is slowly getting connected to the internet. So this is why it is becoming even more important, because more and more number of devices are actually getting connected to the internet, and we need to make sure that all of them are secure and all of them do not function in any manner other than what is intended. So a fan should not start running by itself at home while you're not there, and your car should not they should not start the engine while you're not present and without your knowledge. So all these things need to be made sure, and that is why it is really important for us to study cybersecurity and to understand the basics of it, so that at our end, being users and being laymen, we can understand certain basic best practices so that we can protect our own assets at least. So all these things which are connected to the internet, we call this Internet of Things. You might have heard of these IoT devices. So that is why this is really important to look at the cybersecurity of all of them. And then a lot of our data is nowadays online. So earlier it used to be in files, we used to have folders, we used to have notepads and everything, but now everything that you do is basically online. You if you have a profile on social media, you have a presence online, and a lot of your data would be there on some server on the internet. And if even if you're using a simple mail client, a lot of your personal communications and contacts are actually residing on some server someplace else which you do not know about. And then the last point, which is I think the most important, is that even money is online. So you might have used debit cards and credit cards and net banking. So even your money is actually flowing online. So if we don't, if we need to make sure that our money stays where it is intended to be, we need to make sure that we take care of certain best practices so that we don't fall prey to fraudsters. So now looking at the cybersecurity goals. So there are these are the three basic goals of cybersecurity. So when we used to study this in college, this was actually called the CIA of cybersecurity. So the first thing is that we need to protect the confidentiality, which means that if I have certain confidential data stored on some server, it should not be visible to somebody who I have not given it access to. So that means confidentiality. Something which is secret should stay a secret. Second thing is maintaining integrity. So if I have a bank account which says that I have 50,000 rupees in my account, then if a fraudster should not be able to change that value to 5,000. This is called integrity, which means the data should be there as it is. As it was there, it should not be able to be changed by someone who does not have access to it. So that is integrity. And then the third point, availability, which means that my system and my server should be available at all times. So if you've been following the news, you might have heard that yesterday there was a crash somewhere in Google, and then a lot of its services were not available for a lot of time. So as far as we know till now, it was not because of a cyber attack, because of some malfunction at their own end. But if there is a fraudster who wants to actually take down a particular website, then there are mechanisms by which he can attack the website in such a way that the website does not remain available, and anybody who is trying to access the website gets to see an error page instead. So that is ensuring availability. So these are the main goals of cybersecurity. And now we look at certain current trends of what all has been going on in the cybersecurity space. These are some very basic, very commonly known incidents which were reported in the newspapers also. And some of you might have actually heard about a lot of them. So we'll just go through some of these incidents and what happened and what is actually going on nowadays. So a large number of attacks have been noticed on the banking infrastructure of late, and some of these are actually listed down here. One of them is called Cosmos Bank. The second is called City Union Bank, and the third one was Bangladesh Central Bank, which was in 2016. Just hold on for a second. Achha. So I actually have to shift to the next room. Just hold on. I'll just start with the presentation again. Naresh sir, just for 1 minute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, please.
Just 1 minute.
Right, sir.
Any doubt on there?
Dear participants, you requested to kindly take a 5 minute join back, and I will start the session. I'll intimate through in a group. Thank you.
Naresh ji, am I audible?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, no problem. So I'll just share and you can just confirm if my presentation is very visible. Really sorry,
Yes,
actually
sir,
there was an
sir.
urgent meeting which was there, so I actually had to shift to the other room.
No problem.
Naresh ji, actually I don't see the share content button now. It's actually inactive. Can you check if I'm still in the panelists or not? Yeah, now I can see it. Naresh ji, can we start now?
Yes, just inform in the group and we will start, sir. 1 minute.
Okay,
Just
okay,
confirm.
okay, okay, sir.
One minute, sir.
Okay, I'm starting the presentation again. I hope my screen is visible now.
Yes, sir, it is visible and your voice also clear.
Okay, okay. So I'll start. Sorry for the interruption, and I hope you had a good break for 5 minutes. We were talking about the current trends which are going on in the cybersecurity domain nowadays. These are like the examples of a few attacks on the banking infrastructure which have happened in the past few years. Cosmos Bank and then City Union Bank were actually cooperative banks of India. And then this was Bangladesh's central bank, which happened in 2016. That was also one of the major attacks. Uh, so we'll just talk about briefly about the Cosmos Bank, which happened in 2018. Cosmos Bank was actually a Pune-based cooperative bank, and around 78 crore rupees were actually taken from this bank by cloned ATM cards, which were swiped in 28 different countries on the same day. And then another attack happened when they were able to compromise one of the Swift gateways, which is basically a computer, which is basically a server that takes care of all the handshaking between the transactions. So 13.9 crore rupees were actually transferred by compromising the Swift gateway to a Hong Kong-based bank. So these two things happened, and then obviously this was all over the news in 2018. And then these are like this was another example of fake Arogya Setu applications which were doing the rounds once the government released the Arogya Setu application for contact tracing for COVID-19. So there were a lot of links like this which were doing the rounds on WhatsApp and via SMSs, which said that it is mandatory to install this particular application, and it was actually a fake application which would take the user's data. So this is an example of TikTok, which was recently banned by the government, and there were several reports from various different countries about TikTok specifically, that it was collecting information which it was not supposed to be taking from the users. And all this set of information was being used for user profiling, so that targeted advertisements could actually be served to them. This is an example of a defacement, which means if you find a website which has certain vulnerability or weakness, as you can call it, you can actually, an attacker might be able to exploit that vulnerability, and then he might be able to change the homepage to look like something else. Most of the times, this is only done for fun and by rookie, by newbie hackers for like experimentation purpose, and to they basically take hold of government website, and then they put their own logos or their custom text on the homepage, so that anybody who comes to the website will be able to see their photo on the homepage. And this is an example of a ransom email. So most of the times what would happen in this particular case is that you would get an email in your inbox which would appear to come from your own email account. So you would actually think that it is coming from your own email account, but actually such emails are sent from anonymous email providers. You can just go to Google and search for anonymous emailer, and you'll find a lot of such websites which offer these features, where you can send an email to anybody and masquerading as anyone else. So most of the times such emails will actually say that they have some confidential information about you, and if you don't want them to share it with your contacts, and if you don't want them to post that information online, you need to pay them some certain amount of money in Bitcoins. Then this is an example of cryptojacking, wherein any website which is visited by a lot of people, it is compromised, and the hacker actually places a 2 or 3 line code inside the web page itself. So whenever you go to that website, your CPU resources are actually used to start mining cryptocurrency for the hacker. So this was an example like that, and it's called cryptojacking. Then you might have heard of ransomware, which means there will be a malware on your machine which will actually encrypt all your files so that you are not able to see them. Only if you pay a certain amount of money in Bitcoins to the attacker will they actually give you the key to the data, and then you can start decrypting your files and start using them again. So if you have any questions, we can take them about all these things. Otherwise, we'll start with the next module. Naresh sir, any questions in the chat box?
Yes. I have unmuted. Let's hear from sir.
Sure.
Just
Sure.
So
Simplify the format of the bill in which format in which the bill for the circuits is to be submitted. For circuits is to be submitted. It is required can be given location by invoice format along with the invoice clearly.
I think all of them have gotten
stated details of tax.
That's why. So I think there are no questions, sir. I think we can move on to the next module probably.
Please ask them to post in the chat box.
Sure. So if you have any questions, you can actually post in the chat box, and we'll take them later, or maybe after we complete this module, we can take a look at the questions. So just keep posting them in the chat box. So moving on to the next module, which is talking about vulnerabilities. So while discussing all these current trends and the commonly executed cyber attacks these days, so I talked about a term called vulnerability. So vulnerability, as the word suggests, is basically weakness in the system. And very simply, if we want to talk about vulnerabilities in layman terms, this is what it is. It is just a hole inside the fence. If you don't want somebody to enter, you make a fence, and then if there is a hole inside it, then somebody can come through it. So that is how most of the attacks are carried out. So this is the Wikipedia definition of it, but I'm just skipping this because there's not much we can actually make out of it. So there are different kinds of types of vulnerabilities which are there. So there are three types which we are going to talk about. First one is technology weakness. The second one is configuration weakness, and the third one is security policy weakness. So technology weakness means when there is an unintentional error in or bug in the code which has been left by the developer, and that bug can actually be exploited by the attacker to gain access to the system. So this is called technology weakness, wherein in the inherent code itself there is some error or some bug which has been left behind unintentionally. Then configuration weakness means when the product is okay as such, but while you're configuring it to use on your own premises, you are making some error. The admin is actually making some configuration error, which is leading to a configuration weakness in the system. So, for example, most of the routers, when you get them, they have a default username and password. It is actually the job of the administrator or the network administrator to change the default credentials so that they cannot be accessed by those credentials as such. So if you are failing to do that, and if you're leaving your default credentials as it is on your devices, then this is basically a configuration weakness. Third one is security policy weakness. So you might have tried to sign into different email providers and different websites on the web. And when you try to enter a new password over there, they tell you that you need to have different kinds of characters like small letters and then capital letters and then special characters, numbers. So this is basically a security policy which is being enforced by the organization so that you are not able to keep any weak password on your account. So if the organization is not enforcing such policies, then it is basically a security policy weakness. So these are the three kinds of vulnerabilities which are there. And vulnerabilities are actually, it's in almost all software that you use, it's not possible to make any software which is completely devoid of any issues or any vulnerabilities. So all major companies and organizations, they have, whenever they get to know about vulnerabilities in their own code or in their own software, then they release these vulnerabilities in the open after coming out with the patches or after coming out with the remediation process. So all these vulnerabilities are released by the software vendors, and then Certain actually tracks all these software vendors, and we publish the vulnerability notes on our website. So you can see all these notes in the vulnerability notes section on our website. And as such, what a layman can do is basically we need to keep our applications, all our applications updated, and we should keep our operating system also updated. You might have noticed that Windows also keeps showing you an alert that there are several updates which are available. So we need to make sure that our operating system is also updated. And then we need to make sure that we don't have any pirated software installed on our machines anywhere, because pirated software as such may contain some malware which may be able to be used by the attacker to launch different kinds of attacks. And then the next point is that we should maintain an antivirus, a good and updated antivirus on our machines, which can actually prevent a lot of basic kinds of attacks on your machines. So how an antivirus actually works is by using hashes of known malware. And hashes in very layman and very simple terms are like fingerprints of a particular file. So like you can use your fingerprint to identify yourself onto and gaining access to a system. In a similar way, every file or every software actually has a hash which can be used to identify that particular executable or that particular file. So antiviruses have a list of all the hashes of the malicious files which are known. And whenever you try to execute a new file on your machine, the fingerprint or the hash of that file is actually compared with that list, and that's how the antivirus is actually able to stop certain known kinds of attacks on your machine. So there are a lot of free antiviruses available, and you can use any of these free antiviruses. But for more advanced features, you will actually need to pay for their more the paid plans. And the only important thing about is that the antiviruses need to be kept updated also, just like our operating systems and applications, so that we keep receiving the latest hashes of the most commonly going on most common malware which are going on in the cybersecurity domain. So next thing is social engineering. Before we move on to the next module, I'll just check if there are any questions. I don't see any questions inside the chat box as of now. So I'll move on to the next module, which is social engineering. So social engineering, very simply, is exploiting the human link in the security chain. So if you are psychologically manipulating any person into revealing his own information, then that is called social engineering. So different kinds of attacks are there which can be actually carried out like this by using social engineering, and phishing and honey trapping, and then you can send malicious attachments. So all these are part of social engineering. And we'll talk a little bit about phishing. Some of you might actually know about this, but we'll take some examples along the way, and we'll try to understand what phishing is. So phishing basically is a technique of obtaining confidential information of somebody by using some fake website or some fake information. And in most cases, these are actually carried out via emails. You'll get an email probably from your bank, which will say that there is some unclaimed balance which needs to be claimed at your end. And they'll send you a link, which when you click, which will lead to a website which will look like your bank's website. And when you punch in your login and login ID and password, that will actually be going to the attacker and not to the bank itself. So this is an example of phishing. And then nowadays we are actually noticing a lot of income tax phishing emails and SMSs going around, because the date for filing income tax returns is approaching. So we'll see that particular example. This is an example of an email from the income tax department, a phishing email which appears to be from the income tax department, and it is saying that there is some income tax refund balance that you need to claim, and then there will be a link inside that email which you need to click. And when you click on that link, it will take you to a fraudulent website which will actually look exactly like the income tax department's website. So it will have different options, and you can actually select your bank, and then it will take all your details, including your Aadhaar card number, your PAN card number, your credit card number, and your net banking details. So this is one of the most commonly seen attacks nowadays. And if you notice, you can see that the URL does not actually belong to the income tax department. It is some random website.com. So this is how a phishing attack is carried out. Then this is another example of a phishing attack of RBI. So the first one is actually the genuine website, which is rbi.gov, rbi.org.in. And then the next one is actually the fake website, which is e-rbi.gov.in. So you'll see that for government websites, especially, these kind of attacks are carried out, wherein they'll try to have the gov.in substring inside their domain name, although the correct website will always have .gov.in at the end of the domain name. So this is another example of phishing, which is of Paytm. You can see that it is asking for the OTP of the Paytm account of the user. Then this is the phishing attack of a Kotak Bank, and there are several websites which actually give you fraudulent APK files of different banks, and when you download and install them, they actually start sending all your OTPs and your contacts and location details to the attacker's server. So these are some of the examples how phishing attacks are carried out. You can see that this is some random domain.com / the name of the bank and then /login. So this red part of it is actually what can actually give us the impression that this is a genuine site, but actually it is not. The next one is actually www.bank.com.freespace-sitename.com. So if it is a genuine website, this slash will actually come after the name of the website. So the website where you are going to is freespace-sitename.com instead of your bank's website. And the third type is where they will try to create domain names which look like the bank's website, and they'll intentionally induce some kind of spelling mistake in it. Like in this case, an extra C is there, which you can see. And then there are other kinds of attacks which actually comprise using URL shortening services like bit.ly and then tinyurl.com. So you can give it a long URL, and when these websites will actually convert those long URLs into a short one like this. So you will never know by looking at it where it will actually take you. So these are some of the common phishing attacks which are there, which are being executed nowadays. And these are some of the countermeasures which we can take against phishing attacks which are aimed at us. So we should always check the email source, and we should check the from field inside the email. We should check where it is coming from. So if you are getting in email inside your mailbox which claims to be from the income tax department, but the email itself is from maybe some random name @emailer.net. So something like this will always be a red flag, because if it is from a genuine source, you'll see the domain name of the website inside the email from field. Then it's always advisable to not to click on the links inside emails like this. And instead of clicking on the emails, you should just hover on the link which you have received, and you will at the bottom of your browser, you'll be able to see the actual link which you will visit once you click on that link. So it's always best to copy that link by right clicking and then pasting it inside the browser's address bar and then visiting instead of directly clicking it. And then the last thing is that we should avoid filling up forms inside emails. So like Google Forms and other fields, there are other kinds of forms which could be sent into you via emails, and then they'll be asking some confidential information. So it's always best to avoid filling up any information in such email forms. Then we'll talk about malicious attachments. So just like phishing, these mails will actually appear to come from some place, and then they will have some malicious attachment, which could be of any type, like PDF, doc files, and then executables, zip files. When you download and double click on these files, it will actually compromise your system, and your data will be taken to the attacker, or your system might start behaving unexpectedly. So such emails also have a sense of urgency to them. For example, you can see in this particular email, it says that please find attached an urgent message from Joint Secretary on the above mentioned subject. So you'll receive an email from one of your superiors. It will appear to be from one of your superiors, and it will ask you to click on the attachment. But it's always best to make sure that whenever you receive such an email, you should be knowing about it. And if you're expecting such an email, you should directly click on it. Otherwise, you should first confirm where the email is actually coming from. Only then you should download and click on the attachments inside such emails. So next kind of social engineering attack is basically honey trapping. And honey trapping means that somebody will send some random person will actually send you a friend request on one of your social media profiles, and they'll try to befriend you. And once you start talking, they'll start sending you some installers to some other messengers and to some other good application, and they'll be very persuasive about it, and they'll start telling you that you should install this application. It's really good. But once you install that application, it is actually going to compromise your system. So it's best to actually avoid installing any unknown applications on your system unless you know the source and you trust the person absolutely. So before moving on to the next question, we'll just see if we have any questions inside the chat box. So we don't have any questions yet. Nareshji, I'm moving on to the next module. Yeah, so I don't think there are any questions. Yes. So the next module is how to stay safe on the web, and these are some basic countermeasures that any layman can actually take for staying safe on the web. And the first thing I'm starting with is called self audit, which means that you should actually search your own name on Google or Bing or any other search provider, and you can actually try to search for your name by putting it inside double quotes, and then you can look for all the information which is available on the web. And in most cases, you'll actually be surprised to look at all the information that is available publicly, which is available unintentionally and without your knowledge. Another tip is to look inside the images page of the search engine, and you'll see a lot of photographs if you use Facebook or if you use Instagram and any other social media network. So this is the first thing, and you can try to do this basic step, and then you can evaluate all the private information which is available, and you can remove any such information if it is possible. Then then it is always advisable to actually go through your social media profiles from time and again to make sure that you have not shared any photos or posts which include any of your personal information, which could include your addresses or your phone numbers or any details about your family members. So just go through all the photos and through all the posts that you have shared and check if there is any information which should not be there. And it's always also advisable to actually go through your friend list on your Facebook account to make sure that you don't have any unknown people inside your friend list. Then the security settings also keep changing on all these social media websites, and you should go through these once in a while, so that you know that if there is any new security setting which is there and which can actually help you protect your account further, then you can change your settings accordingly. Then next point is that we need to make sure that we don't sign in on any untrusted systems. It's always advisable to have one machine which you own, and then you should always sign into all your email accounts and your bank accounts from the same machine. And even if you have to sign in from some unknown device or from some untrusted device, then it's best to actually use it's best to actually use the incognito or the private mode in the browser. When you close this particular window, then automatically you're signed out from your account. So almost all browsers nowadays have this particular feature of in private or incognito mode, wherein automatically your cookies are cleared and you are signed out from your account wherever you sign in. And then every bit of your data is important, so you need to make sure that even your Aadhaar card, your phone number, your address, everything can actually be misused by an attacker by collecting a lot of information over time. And then it's always good to actually disable autoplay inside USB drives inside your laptop. And if you have an antivirus, just scan your USB drives whenever you connect to your machine. And the last point is that you should maintain multiple online identities for different purposes, which means that you should keep all your office communications and your personal communications in separate email accounts. This is just a best practice, so that even if your personal email account is compromised, your office communications remain secure. Then moving on to the next slide, you can see that nowadays most of the browsers, whenever you go to any particular website, there will be a lock icon which will be visible on the left side of the address bar. if the website is actually having HTTPS enabled, it will say that the website is secure and all your communications with the website is encrypted. And in some cases, you'll notice that some of the websites are actually still running on HTTP. And in these cases, the browser will actually say that the communication is not secure. So you should avoid signing in onto any of such websites which run on HTTP, because whatever information, including your login ID and password you're sending to that website, it is going there unencrypted, and anyone sitting in between on any of the systems wherever your information is traveling through can actually access that information and read it in plain text. So this is an example of how the website looks when it has HTTPS enabled, and you can safely sign into such websites because your passwords are actually sent encrypted across the network to such websites. Then these are some examples of links of, again, sort of honey trapping, and there will be a website which will give you some kind of some lucrative offer or some tagline or some news which will be very sensational, and when you click on that, you'll be redirected to a fake website where they will try to steal your information. So it's best to stay away from such websites and clicking on any random links that you see on the web. Then I think this is the last slide, and some of the important points are that you need to keep changing your passwords regularly, and whatever passwords you're using, they should not be reused for any other account. You should keep unique passwords, and most of the websites nowadays mandate this, so you should have uppercase, lowercase, and numbers and different other special characters inside your passwords. If you find it difficult to actually remember all your passwords, there are some good password managers which you can use. Some of these are listed here, and you can actually find out more by searching on the web. And the last point is that you should implement two-factor authentication wherever it is possible. So two-factor means that there will be two separate informations which will be taken from you while signing you into your account. One of them would be your password, and then the second could be an OTP, or it could be any other separate password which could be there with you, which would be shared by you by the company, wherever you're trying to sign into. So as an example, you might have seen that at least in SBI, there are different passwords for different purposes. That is a basic example of two-factor authentication. And even in Gmail nowadays, there is two-factor authentication. So you can enable that by going inside your settings. So once you enter your Gmail ID and your password, it will ask you for an OTP which will be sent onto your mobile device. And once you enter both of these things, only then you will be able to log into your account. So these are some basic best practices, and that is actually the end of the presentation. So we can open it for questions now. Nareshji, do we have any questions?
In the chat box, we are not having, sir. I'll just let all the participants.
Yeah.
Participants, now we unmuted your mic. Should you kindly ask one by one. Sir, if you have any questions. Members, their mic.
Yes. Seconds.
I think we have one question.
unmuted all the members, sir. You please, because everyone is talking. They're busy with their own thing.
तो फिर आज जल्दबाजी नहीं करते, आराम से आएंगे आपके पास, ठीक है?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Hello, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Please ask a question.
Yeah. No, actually, I just want to. We want some exercises. So actually, these are all theoretical. Actually, yeah, most of the things already we know, and no, it's not like that. But actually, what we want is actually we are all using these window-based systems mostly in our offices. And these window-based systems, especially mainly, and how to we are all using this LAN network in our offices.
Okay.
And all the so mostly nearly I can say that nearly 100% of our staff, they are using only window-based system, and they are using through LAN only. They are accessing this internet and all these things. So so what are the vulnerabilities? Mainly to protect our systems and actually how to stop this data theft and how to safeguard and our systems. So these are all things we just want to know. Hello.
So over to you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you please answer?
Yeah, Naresh, I think
no.
I think the connection broke in between.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you ask once again the same question?
Yeah, sure.
So you were saying that all your the users are actually having Windows machines, and
Yes,
so
exactly.
what was your question regarding that?
No, we are all using window-based systems. Actually, what are all the vulnerabilities in window-based systems? And actually in our systems, and all our data, research data, and everything will be stored in